combustion continues to be normal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good. Throttling up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers can fly!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight downside SC off. Bring in SC off. Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the live view of Starbase, Texas, where SpaceX has entered into Booster 7 testing. We're spooling up dedicated commentary for Booster 7 engine testing because, well, we told you we're getting back into Starship testing and we have some potential exciting things to see today, so we're going to take a look and see what SpaceX is up to. My name is Thomas Burkhart, News Director for NASA Spaceflight. I'll be blabbering on a little bit over the covers to keep you updated on what's going on. Joining me in the studio is none other than Chris Gebhardt, Assistant Managing Editor of NASA Spaceflight. Chris, how are you doing?
I am doing just fine. How about yourself, Thomas?
I'm doing well. Excited to be back into the Starbase testing coverage. Always exciting.
Always.
Also, a big thank you to Michael Baylor, who's working background in the studio to make this stream happen. So thank you, Michael, as well. And today, the first question we're getting in chat is probably the obvious one. Is there a chance of a static fire today? No, that is not what we are expecting today. However, we are seeing them spooling up testing based on the ground support equipment spooling up. You can see tons of venting around the area, but then more importantly, looking at the base of the booster, look at all that venting coming out under there. They are clearly working on testing with the vehicle itself, so we are spooling up dedicated coverage to see what the heck they're going to do with Booster 7 today. Not expecting a static fire or a pre-burner test because those both require overpressure notices, which have not been delivered, but that does not preclude something like a spin prime test or other Booster 7 testing. So we're going to keep an eye on it and see what exactly SpaceX can do today. But also over the course of the coverage, we will be talking about all of your questions. So if you got questions about what's going on, tag us with @NASA Spaceflight. We'll try to answer as many of those as we can. And we'll also just keep you updated on anything that we hear or see about these testing. We'll try to point out anything that is worth paying attention to. The biggest thing being that venting from the booster right now. Let's talk about what we might be able to see if they can get to a spin prime. We've been talking about this different testing progression that they've been trying to get to that would lead up to the static fire test. And we talked about spin primes and pre-burner tests. Chris, do you want to give us a brief overview as to what the differences in those three tests are?
Yes. So spin prime. The three basic differences are sort of like what are the potentialities for what you will see, right? And obviously a static fire is a full ignition of the engines. Hold down, they build up to thrust, they go, and you're testing them at the levels and the intensity that you want them to at liftoff, basically, right? Whereas a pre-burner is kind of what the name implies. There is a pre-burner part of the engine that sort of begins the ignition sequence for the different propellants. And you can go through a pre-burner test where you actually put the engines through that, but then you don't actually configure the engines for a full ignition. So you do see some flame. There is, the engines are being exercised to an extent, and propellant is flowing and propellant is being ignited, but you are not achieving a full ignition of the engine. It would sort of be like when you get in your car, if your car is not electric, and if you were to turn the engine really quick, and it starts to try to turn over, but then you kill the engine before it has a chance to actually start. That's kind of the analogy of the difference between a static fire and a pre-burner.
It's also the biggest visual difference we should mention is no thrust, right? You get fire in both cases, but the fire is coming out without thrust when you do the pre-burner test because you're not igniting the main combustion chamber.
Indeed, it's sort of like the engine just kind of goes, it sighs. It's like a dragon if it sighs versus a dragon just going, I am defending something with a stream of fire. Right. That's sort of the difference. And then spin prime is something different. So, the engines have pumps inside of them, turbo pumps inside of them that increase the pressure of the propellants as they come in and they start to get everything ready. And those things have to spin really, 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 really fast, right? And so you can also test that part, like as everything starts to flow into the engines, as the spin up process of the engines begins, you can test that. And that does not actually involve igniting any of the propellant. That does not introduce an ignition source. So as you were saying, Thomas, right, the fact that no overpressure notice, which is basically what the residents of Boca Chica get when you are introducing an ignition source into something. The fact that they haven't gotten that sort of rules out it sort of rules out the final two, but leaves open the idea of a spin prime where they could put the engines through an initiation test, but not introducing an ignition source into that. At least that is
Right,
how I
exactly.
would describe it. Would you say it any differently, or do you have a different way of describing
No,
of what spin prime is?
that is a very good description, and we'll keep talking about this in a second. A couple things. First of all, I do want to point out also another visual indicator. If you look at the booster, especially on the left-hand side view, you can see the very bottom of the booster is very frosty right now. That is a sign that cold propellants are into the booster. And this is where I'm going to bring in Mr. Alex, who I believe is joining cons with us. Alex, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here, I guess.
Uh,
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we got you. How's it going?
Okay. Well, I had to run a little bit here because I was making dinner, but yeah, super excited. Finally, we get to see Booster 7 Frosty. The engines are venting and all of that. So, yeah, finally. I'm too excited, I guess.
No. Keep the excitement. Keep the excitement. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So let's
Oh
talk
boy.
about what we're seeing here. So the at most test that we're expecting, and the reason we spooled up is because spin prime test is one of the potential outcomes here. It's also very possible that they don't reach that milestone and they're doing something else. We don't get press releases for what SpaceX does on any given day. So, but that's what we're going to be looking for. In order for them to do that, they need to load liquid oxygen into the vehicle. So to go into some more technical detail about the different tests that Chris was talking about, more specifically, a spin prime test could also be called a LOX spin prime test. They use liquid oxygen to they push liquid oxygen, I should say, through the pumps during a spin prime test. And so they would load actual liquid oxygen into the vehicle. And if I'm not mistaken, the booster, which of course has two tanks, one for liquid methane and one for liquid oxygen, is the liquid oxygen tank on the bottom of the booster?
Yes.
There we go. So the bottom tank, which has a frost... See, I was hedging. I wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things. The frost ring at the bottom of the booster does indicate that the liquid oxygen tank is what's being filled with something. Now, it could also, in theory, be liquid nitrogen, but given that we were expecting them to go into the engine test sequence and that would start with a locked spin prime test, it is also very, very possible, in fact, possibly even likely, that this is actually liquid oxygen being loaded. And the giveaway would be if we see a bunch of venting come out of the engines in a spin prime test, and there is visual indicators to that test actually happening. So
Because part of what you want to do in a spin prime test, right, is you do want to cryogenically condition the engines. You do sort of
yes,
want to put them through that initial process. You just don't take it to the introduction of an ignition source in this case. So
and
this
it's
is very
also
much sort of like if you think back to a month ago when SLS was going through its wet dress rehearsal, and they never ignited the engines, and they never actually did a spin up of the engines either, but they were still flowing the liquid oxygen or the gaseous oxygen and liquid oxygen at that point through them to condition them thermally as if they were going to be ignited.
right, exactly. We're getting a whole bunch of questions about this, so we're going to try to answer as many questions as we can. We know this engine testing stuff can be complicated, so we want to try to explain this as best we can to a bunch of different knowledge levels. I know some people in our audience work for aerospace companies and know exactly what we're talking about when we say spin prime. Other people are spaceflight fans who might not know the technical details, so it's our job to explain to both of those audiences what's going on. So we'll try our best. Also, yes, we are very much aware of the telescope and what it is going to provide in like 13 minutes. We will not pretend that's not happening. I think we're going to acknowledge that once that comes out.
I do see the question from someone asking, does this mean we get to see Chris G's live on-air reaction to this? And maybe it does. Yes.
So
I love
should-
how you refer to it too as the telescope.
Well, we all know what I'm talking about when I say the telescope, so I think we're on the same page.
yeah, it's the telescope. I was like about to say huge emphasis on trying to explain because many of these terms, like you just cannot dumb them down as much as you wish. Of like everyone, every single people will understand it. Sometimes it's just very hard to actually put it in simple words. So bear with us if you feel like we're explaining very complex things. Well, this is rocket science, literally.
It is in fact rocket science.
Yeah.
But we should. So the things you're looking at right now, and again, as people start to tune in, I'll try to reiterate why we've spooled up and what we're looking at. On your left-hand side of your screen right now is the close-up view of the orbital launch mount Booster 7 sitting on top. It's still got that environmental control system duct hanging down the side that everyone asks what that is. It's for air conditioning for inside the booster when people are working on it. Now, obviously a very important point is that there are no people at the pad right now. In fact, Rob is asking, is the pad clear? Yes, absolutely. The pad has been cleared for this type of testing whenever you're loading actual propellants into the vehicle or pressurizing things. Generally speaking, the vehicle has to be clear, or the pad has to be clear, excuse me. So no personnel out at the pad right now. Oh, now here we go. Okay, this is interesting. The methane tank is also getting frosty.
Ah.
So that's interesting. I was going to point out, and on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a more wide shot of the whole booster on the mount. You can see there's plenty of venting from the engine section, and it looks like there was lots of venting coming out through the engines. That could be an engine chill, which if you've seen lots of Falcon 9 launches, you know what that is. Basically, it's like 7 minutes before launch. They put a little bit of liquid oxygen through the engines to help chill all the engine components down so that when you set the full flow through the engine, it doesn't thermally shock and break anything out at the engines. And you can actually sometimes see, it depends on how the venting kind of moves around. Sometimes you can see individual streams of flow coming out of the engines. It is hard to tell, and I'm going to lean on some of the other people in this call here. When is it a spin prime and when is it just the engines being chilled? Because you can see there, you see how the flow increases through the engines for a couple seconds?
Yeah, I believe when it is actually a spin prime, it just shoots off way faster.
Faster than what we're seeing right now, right?
Yeah, and I will also try to make a little bit of a plug here because we actually seen these tests at McGregor, right? We've seen spin primes and they shoot off way faster. Like this just seems to be some kind of more breathing like, whereas the other, like an actual spin prime is just like it shoots off at very high speeds. This is more like it's like a sigh of relief, you know, it's like phew, and then it stops. Well, the other is like shing. I don't know how to explain it with sounds, but it's more like faster. You actually see it go faster. That's sort of the thing that I wanted to explain here.
In-depth and technical commentary from NSF as always.
Hey, I said we were gonna try to make it simple, right? That was simple.
Vroom vroom versus vroom vroom vroom. Like.
Now here is another thing. So another thing to point out is that if we were only expecting a spin prime test, we might only expect the liquid oxygen tank to get frosty. The fact that both are getting chilled could mean a couple things. It could mean that there's some sort of thermal check that they need to do, and the top, like the common bulkhead, needs to be at a certain temperature. So maybe they have to put in some cold propellant into the upper stage. In that case, it might not even be methane. It could just be like nitrogen or something. Or this could be a larger sort of wet dress rehearsal where they also want to load both propellants on. Again, that would not necessarily require an overpressure notice as long as they're not planning to fire the pre-burners. They could still load propellants onto the vehicle and then only do the lock spin prime test. But so there's a couple options for what we're seeing here. We'll just keep pointing out the things to look at as we see different things come up. But
And
right now, the venting from the engines and those two tanks getting frosty are the big ticket items.
Yeah, I should point out one thing.
that would make some sense too, with what you just said about temperature of the common bulkhead, because that was something that we saw sort of NASA reach with SLS, right? When they were loading liquid oxygen into the upper stage, they said, well, we can only actually load it this much before we're out of thermal limits, and we have to start loading liquid hydrogen into the bottom part of the tank. So having to maintain a certain thermal limit would definitely be would definitely be something that could be a possibility there. And to be fair, the temperature at which liquid at which nitrogen is liquid and at which methane is liquid is very similar. So they could be using either of them to get to that temperature.
A certain space CEO just tweeted some random meme that I don't even know the context of, but I'm going to ask him if he knows what's going on in Starbase really quick. Because I would love to know from someone who definitely does know the answer.
I believe on the previous view that we had, the recondenser doesn't seem to be on.
Okay, which would point to no methane, right?
Which would point to no methane,
Yeah.
right?
Both the same. Yeah, it's a little bit weird because sometimes it's been on and we haven't seen frost at all. It's just been like venting and venting and more venting and no frost, like neither on the liquid oxygen tank or the methane tank. So it's a little bit confusing, but it's also hard to track down when recondenser starting to vent means loading of the methane on the tanks. It's a little bit weird. On the suborbital tank farm, it's way easier.
So, so we know that then there's no methane in the methane tank right now because the recondenser is not on. That does not preclude liquid oxygen loading, though. That could still be loaded into the liquid oxygen tank. Right, gotcha. All right, I'm going to keep some more. Oh, actually, great. This is awesome. So we actually have a video clip from McGregor Live of what a lock spin prime test looks like. So you see a little bit of venting and then a huge jet of liquid oxygen. You're looking at the tripod stand there. That's what we're going to look for, which is why the streams that we're seeing so far, that's not a spin prime test. That's just normal engine shell venting. But there you go. So we've seen this testing get done on individual Raptors out in McGregor. Thank you, Michael and Das, for pulling up that replay.
Indeed.
And so that's what we're going to look to see with multiple engines on Booster 7. Hopefully that would be cool.
So in other words, it will be obvious.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I'm going to try and pull in some questions to make sure that we are all on the same page and everyone who's watching knows what's going on. We do have a very good question here from Senti. Where does the spin prime and preburner terms come from? Is that NASA, SpaceX, broader industry, or did we make it up? I promise you we did not make that up. That is a standard industry term for engine testing. All engine producers, whether it's NASA, SpaceX, other private contractors, would know what you mean when you say a preburner test or a static fire test or a spin prime test. Now, not all engines have preburners. Not all engines even have turbines or to spin prime. There are pressure-fed engines that have no pumps at all. Yep. There are also, I believe there are engines that have pumps and things but don't necessarily do pre-burning as well. So it's specific to different engines, but the Raptor engine has both turbo machinery as well as a pre-burner, so they have to test both of those components.
I wanted to point out something, which is many people might not remember, but way back in the day, the notices for testing used to came with well, not the notices, but the road closures for testing used to come with a purpose for the road closures. That was like 2020 or thereabouts, and I clearly remember these containing things like, you know, Starship rollout or spin prime test or, you know, static fire test or preburner test. And so these terms were already there back then, and these were actually by SpaceX, obviously in coordination with the county. But yeah, even back then, they were already named this way. So it's not something that we actually made up. It's something that it was already there, and they were already using it.
Gotcha. All right, we're gonna keep some questions coming in here. Oh, so we had talked about what are they loading into Booster 7 right now. We expect liquid oxygen in the liquid oxygen tank, but only nitrogen into the upper tank. Here's a good question. Is deluge on the orbital launch mount required for a spin prime test?
No.
There's no ignition or even thrust, right? I mean, the deluge is mostly for thrust even. It's not even for fire, right?
I mean, yeah, sound suppression is oh, sorry. Yeah, the water deluge system is primarily for sound and not necessarily the thrust that's being created, although those are kind of correlated, but not really. Yeah.
Right, but we wouldn't expect a lot of noise produced by only a pre-burner test. So maybe deluge wouldn't even be needed for that.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, so that answers that question. Yeah, chat is asking, could we be seeing different sections of Raptors doing their spin prime test right now? If you look, it does kind of look like different engines are periodically, the flow is increasing and decreasing. This is why I'm second guessing myself. We just saw what it looks like when it's a single Raptor out in McGregor. To me, the one in McGregor looked much more forceful than even the increases in flow we've been seeing here.
Yeah, and I mean, you can definitely see like there are little spurts that happen. I definitely caught one a minute ago. It's how do I want to put this? Until we go through one or more of these, it's kind of difficult to say what's normal, because what we might also be seeing is that not all of the engines enter their thermal cycling at the same moment in the countdown. They might, do the center cluster first, and then the middle cluster, and then the outer cluster in terms of starting to get them ready for the jobs that they're going to have to do. So the fact that we're seeing, the sort of flow increase might be exactly what you said, Thomas, that they're just adding more and more engines to the base flow, and we'll end up seeing what this looks like when we actually get to spin prime. But I mean, what they've got right now, I mean, this looks really cool, and you can see some of the individual lines that are coming out of the engines before they all merge into that singular cloud there.
I am curious.
It looks like a bunch of independent vents merging together.
Yeah. I want to ask this to you two, because I think I'm having a little bit of trouble with the perspective here. I'm trying to figure out how many engines are chilling right now. Is that I can't tell if those vents are all the way out to the outer ring of engines, or if maybe that's only the central cluster still.
So I believe we are on the outer ring now, and we were not earlier on. I'm doing a brief A/B wind back now. Yeah, we were definitely like the center engine, the center cluster, and then it increased a little bit to the central cluster, and now we do appear to be chilling all 33 of them, and that is just me going A/B back in time about 10. If you hop back in time about 10 minutes and then jump forward a little bit, you can sort of see what I mean by how that plume has changed and just gotten bigger.
Yeah, you can see at the beginning of the stream, it seemed like only the 3 center engines were being chilled in, and then within minutes, the other 10 were already chilling in. And now we can see the other outer 20, so that's a lot of engines being chilled right now.
Yeah. Which would sort of lend to what we were just saying, right? That they don't all appear to enter chill down at the same moment, that they seem to start with the central cluster and work their way out.
Something that is impressive to me is like the cascade, the waterfall, like, it's amazing. It looks amazing.
Also,
and I know one thing: Adrian's spreadsheet is updating frantically right now as we go through with all the times and everything.
He's at it again.
Yes.
Finally.
A Gox fall. I like that, Jack. Jack calling it a Gox, a gaseous oxygen fall. I like that.
I do want to mention, we were talking about how the different engines chill maybe at different times. That could be two things. It could either be how it will operationally do it in the pre-launch countdown, It could also just be a test configuration thing that they do right now, and on launch day it'll look different. So worth noting that. But I do agree that's totally what we're seeing in this test right now. Really quick, I want to thank a whole bunch of support that is coming through here. Rob Henderson has become a PadRat membership, so thank you so much. Miska Wolves asked if they're testing the confused media white circles. I think they definitely are. Appreciate that. John Woodley with a Capcom membership, thank you so much. Hope to see you in the Discord. Claire with a PadRat membership, thank you so much. Corporal Daywalker gifting 5 Red Team memberships, so thank you. And then Clag with a PadRat membership as well. So thank you all so much for the support. We greatly, greatly appreciate that. Let's see, here is, I'm trying to figure out, there's a question and I'm trying to figure out what they're asking about before I actually ask the question. This question asks, what are the 2 new circles near the center going to do? I'm trying to figure out what they're looking at.
Oh yeah, they're probably referring to the 33 engine.
Oh,
photo.
the ones that we've seen from underneath that we keep not knowing the answer
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
So,
that one.
yeah, I don't know if we have this picture available to come up again, but when SpaceX tweeted an engine view of all 33 engines, we have been like rapidly speculating what those things are. Some of us speculated, I was speculating burst discs initially, but I'm also starting to second guess that myself because it's not usually at the bottom of the tank you would put that. I suppose you could, but that's probably not where you'd put it. Other people speculated like a dump of some kind or some other vent or valve. It's probably something along those lines, but we don't know exactly what it is, and we haven't really heard it. Okay, let's see. I'm going to bring in some more questions here. Again, tag us at NASA Spaceflight with questions. We are working up to static fire testing. This is what the goal of all of these tests is to do. Spin prime, pre-murders, those test individual engine components as you work your way up to actually firing your engines at full thrust for a couple seconds. Chat asking what propellants are being used here. So the liquid oxygen tank, which you can see is frosty near the bottom, it's near the top of your left-hand side. It's the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank is frosty, and I believe that is when the that is actually being filled with liquid oxygen. The upper tank is also a little bit frosty. However, that is the methane tank, and the recondenser is not on, which means that it's not being filled with methane itself. They're probably using nitrogen for that tank. But since they are chilling the engines, and the engines do normally get chilled with actual liquid oxygen, and that would also preclude a spin prime test chilling the engine for a bit, it's more than likely that the liquid oxygen tank is actually being filled with actual liquid oxygen. So that is, I believe, what we are seeing here. To the best of our knowledge, that's what we're seeing. And again, we're just reporting on everything that we can observe from this perspective here. All right, so like I said, this is all building up to a static fire test. And there's some questions in chat about how many engines do you think they would fire on the first static fire test. The first one, I think we've kind of assumed is a subset of all 33. They would not fire all 33 the very first time. Remember, they fired 6 at a time on ship 20 before, and then they fired only 3 on booster 3, the only time a booster did a static fire test. And so they would likely start somewhere around there. Maybe they could get up to like 9 or something, you know, trying to work out into the inner cluster of engines, but they are not going to jump all the way to 33. At least as far as we know, that is not the plan. Hopefully that answers that question. And then another question, do you think they could static fire both a ship and a booster on the same day? Well, if they closed the road, cleared the pad, loaded both for propellant, and then did one right after the other, I don't see why they couldn't. That would be a fun day. We have seen, I mean, we saw them that one day they static fired ship 20, what, like 6 times or something? It's possible to do multiple static fires in the same window. So, in theory, sure. I don't know if they will, but that would be pretty cool.
Our
That
cameras
would be
will
interesting
probably
from a fuel
get crazy.
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex, did you have something to add to that too?
Oh yeah, I was just saying that our cameras will probably get crazy and dizzy. Like they will be looking at one, and the other one it will be we'll be like watching tennis, I guess.
Luckily, we have lots of cameras that can point in different directions, so...
Yeah.
And a really quick speed run here. Redstone with a Pad Rat membership. Iron Kerman with a Launch Director membership. Iron, thank you so much. That is a very generous amount of support. And that's really what helps us keep doing what we're doing. So just a big thank you for tuning in and providing that support. I hope you enjoy all the membership perks. It's really cool of you. Thank you so much. Oh, man. Also had a couple other memberships come here. Lurkicus with a Padrat membership, King with a Padrat membership, and Redstone with a upgrade to the red team, so thank you again. And then Bradley with a Capcom membership. Hope to see you in the Discord as well. Alright, let's see. I'm going to pull in some more questions here. Chat is going a million miles an hour, but I will do my best to pull out the good questions here.
Boy.
So Galaxy asking, what is that venting that we're seeing under Booster 7? So that is what we believe to be engine chill, right, guys?
Yeah. So basically, what we believe they're doing, very similar to what you hear on a Falcon 9 countdown when you hear, stage 1 and chill down, flowing liquid oxygen through the engines to thermally condition them. In this case, not because they are going to be ignited. We are not expecting a pre-burner or a static fire. We're expecting at most a spin prime based on the visuals of what we are seeing. But that's not confirmed either. It's not like SpaceX sends out a memo of what they're going to test. But basically, what we're seeing right now is liquid oxygen being flowed through the engines to thermally condition them as if they were going to be ignited, even though there is no plan to actually ignite them today. And we're confident that there is no plan to ignite them today because the residents of Boca Chica, namely Mary, did not receive the standard overpressure notice that would be required to residents in the village if they were going to introduce an ignition source. So yeah.
Here we go. Really quick, I have to thank Russell, who has dropped a $100 super chat. Russell, that is a very generous amount of support, so thank you so much. Just saying thanks for the coverage. Looks like y'all and SpaceX are working 24/7 to fly 24/7. I see what you did there. Thank you so much, Russell. That is a very generous amount of support. We really appreciate it, and I appreciate the pun there. Good super chat all around.
We do appreciate puns here at NSF. The dad jokier, the better, as far as we're concerned.
Here is a good question from Plutonium239, what a username, who says, is this similar to the wet dress rehearsal that the SLS rocket completed? I would say to a certain degree, but this test is going slightly beyond where they go with the wet dress, right?
Well, there are two ways to think about this. So the wet dress for SLS actually fueled the entire vehicle as if they were going to launch it. And so in that regard, SLS went a step further because right now we do not have any evidence that liquid methane is being loaded into the upper portion of the booster at this point because the methane recondenser is not on. So that's a good indication that methane's not being loaded, which means they're not actually loading this vehicle with the propellant that would be needed in order to ignite the engines. Now, true, this test will actually take the engines. We think that this test will actually take the engines a little bit further than the SLS test took them, because we think based on the visuals here that what we're seeing is a spin prime test where basically they will start up the turbines and the turbo pumps and everything to test those, but not actually introduce an ignition source. To sort of test that the engines can bring the propellant up to the pressures needed for the actual ignition. But so in terms of the engines, yeah, the engines are going to be taken a little bit farther than SLS's wet dress rehearsal, but in terms of the overall system, not quite, because you're not actually loading the propellants needed to light the engines onto the booster at this point.
There we go.
So there's an infuriating answer to your question. Plutonium239. I like how that's one off. But
if I were to compare it to a test by SLS, I would compare it more to the core stage test at Stennis. That will be more akin to what we're seeing right now.
Sure.
Kind of, yeah. Except those also loaded the propellants,
Yeah.
right?
But more like
But
I
more
believe
like
they
that,
also
yes.
made more like that, and also I believe they also did tests with single tanks before,
Yes.
even Raptor tests and things like that, like more subscale tests, so to speak. This is a subscale test with a full complete vehicle. Let's call it that way, right?
That's a great way to put it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to bring some other questions here. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Matthew is asking, doesn't it need methane to get the pump started? My understanding, and I will let Chris or Alex correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are different pumps on Raptor. There's methane pump, turbo machinery, there's liquid oxygen turbo machinery. And so they can test the LOX pumps without flowing any methane anywhere into the vehicle, right?
Yeah, they can
Yes.
test the LOX one. Actually, that's basically what a spin prime test
Yep.
does. And then
Mhm.
the preburner test is actually a fuel preburner. So you just test one of the preburners. Sort
And
of
that
like
would also
reduce-
involve the fuel turbo machinery, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're exactly right, Thomas. Very similar to the RS-25 that powered the shuttle and now the SLS rocket, that has a liquid oxygen turbo pump and a liquid hydrogen turbo pump. The Raptors have the oxygen, which goes to their oxygen turbo pump, and the methane that goes to the methane turbo pump. Yeah.
There you go.
Mhm.
And that also explains another question: how can they do a spin test without a preburner? Basically, you're separating the liquid oxygen side of the engine from the methane side of the engine. And when they go to the fuel preburner test, they will also be spinning the
It's also
fuel
different parts of the
pumps.
engine.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Because on the preburner test, you're testing the preburner, the fuel preburner in this case, and on the spin prime, you test the turbo pump, which are different. You're
Exactly.
testing the pump actually, not like
Yeah.
turbo pump will be the whole thing, but you get the point.
Yeah, and I know we already touched upon this a little bit earlier, but there are 10,000 of you watching with us. So for those of you who joined us after we talked about this, I'm sure some of you are noticing that the upper section of the booster, the liquid methane tank, is getting frosty at its bottom section as well. And we had said something earlier about we do not see the methane recondenser working, so we do not believe they're loading methane. We believe that what this might be is a need to maintain a certain thermal limit at the common bulkhead between the liquid oxygen tank and the liquid methane tank. And a way that you can attain that is actually by loading the inert liquid nitrogen into the upper tank to achieve that thermal limit that you need between the bulkheads. And this would make sense. We saw something very similar with the SLS rocket when it was going through its wet dress rehearsal, where they could only load the liquid oxygen up to 50% before they thermally, for the vehicle's overall thermal conditioning, had to start loading liquid hydrogen into the vehicle at that point. So that's what we believe we are seeing on the upper part, and why that is getting frosty, but why we don't believe they're loading liquid methane at this point.
I'm also going to point out something else I've just noticed here. So if you look at that left-hand side view, that frost ring near the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank, which is also just the very bottom of the booster, you'll notice that hasn't gone up very far. That is likely because to do a LOX spin prime test, for example, you don't need that tank to be full of liquid oxygen, obviously. You only need a little bit. So this would probably be a very partial load test. Don't need to sit around and wait for the tanks to get full. But I'm also noticing before that tank was like a very clean line near kind of like you can kind of see, it looks like basically the ring has started to melt a little bit. Am I seeing things, or do you guys agree with that?
I kind of agree with that, and also the venting coming out of the engines is not as pronounced as it was. It does not look like that outer ring is venting, and potentially not the center ring. We might be down to just the middle ring. We might be down to just the central engines, as we were about 30 minutes ago. So yeah, we're gonna be looking to see what other visual changes we keep seeing here as they continue forward. But it could be that we have seen part of the test. It could be that we are, and we'll have to wait and see what the rest of this test looks like. But testing's still underway. Definitely testing still underway.
Yes. Testing is underway until all of the frost is gone. You know?
Yeah, don't at all take my statement to mean it's over. That's not. Just that it's interesting to see how they test this booster. And remember too, they might be doing different tests throughout the test window as well.
There we go. Also, people asking about the James Webb photos. Turns out they've delayed that by like 30 minutes, so it's now expected at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, for those of you looking at the clock on your screen. Don't worry, we will acknowledge that when it happens. It just hasn't happened yet.
Yes, there is a section of you I know who's watching because you all want to hear my live on-air reaction to that, so don't worry.
I'm one of those people.
Very nice, very nice.
Another question here, how long does it take to chill the engines down to temperature? Well, I don't know. I'll let the back room let me know if we actually know this answer for Raptor, but I know for Merlin, they do it 7 minutes before launch. So that gives you a rough estimate. Do we have anything? Yep,
13
Dipsy.
minutes.
If I stalled long enough, I knew Adrian was going to know the answer. Adrian says about 13 minutes for Raptor, so that gives you an idea. Thank you, Adrian. We appreciate you.
Yeah, no one is asking about Falcon. I know about that one.
Well, for anyone wondering, they start chilling the RS-25s during the actual fueling of the core stage, which starts about 6.5 hours prior to liftoff. But the final actual chill down into their start conditions begins at around for SLS it starts between 5 and 4 minutes. See, this is why we need Philip always. But we
need Philip on
anyway,
on the Starship stream. Let's go.
Yes, but that's the comparison to the other big moon rocket and other rocket that's part of the Artemis program and the engines that it uses on its core stage.
There you go. We've got a whole
Heavy.
bunch. Yeah. Well, okay. There's also Falcon Heavy and.
I would tell you to leave, but you're the most knowledgeable person we have about Starship, Alex. So I would have to show myself out.
But we've got a whole bunch of support that have come here. I want to thank these people, of course. We do have a question from David with the super chat. On the first orbital launch, will the booster and Starship land in the water? If so, that would be a complete loss. They would be a complete loss. Excuse me. Well. And to summarize the recent findings, because I don't want to necessarily distract from the testing going on, but it is of course relevant. The latest documentation with SpaceX updated the FCC about the orbital test flight profile because they were looking for the FCC to approve some communications frequencies to use Starlink for communications on the orbital test flight. And in that document, they mentioned a little bit of detail about the flight profile and basically said they haven't decided what to do with the booster yet. They could come all the way back and try and land it. They could also come back and just choose to do maybe a partial boost back or let it splash down in the water with like a soft splashdown with engines. They've done that with Falcon 9 before. If you were on NSF Live with us yesterday, oh, hey, whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Okay, so we just saw something happen here. We did not expect any sort of ignition source for today's test.
Yeah.
I do not want to jump to conclusions about whether that was nominal or not, because this is the first time a Super Heavy booster is going through this type of flow. So I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. Here is a replay of what we just saw. Oh, I'm sorry, we're working on getting the replay. My apologies, I thought we cut back to it. But we just saw a lot of fire come out for the bottom of that booster. And again, we were not necessarily expecting that. You can see the vehicle still under control. There's venting.
Yeah. And you could see there was a surge that sort of occurred there. Kind of. And there's the audio of it too.
We will work on getting everyone a replay, but if you have just joined us, we're also hearing a lot of venting from the vehicle. You can see venting on the right-hand side of the screen. The vehicle is still under control and everything, but it looks like it's getting pressurized.
Yeah, and we're not going to take our camera views away from this. There was definitely a very loud sound that accompanied flames there, and we did see a sort of surge in venting, not unlike what we would expect going into a spin prime. But again, there was no indication that we were aiming for an ignition here today. And the other thing I will note, very shortly after that ignition there, you can see the chopstick arm on the right of the booster swaying back and forth on that. And yeah, that was definitely.
I'm going to speak in between vents here. The venting is
Yeah.
very loud, which is kind of preventing us from adding commentary, but we're just going to keep an eye on what's going on here, and we'll try and figure out how to get a replay to you, and also try to figure out what might have happened. We're just going to look here.
Yeah, again, if you're just joining us, we're going to try to talk between the venting sounds here. A few moments ago, we did see a surge in venting coming from the engines, which was not necessarily unexpected for the test that we were sort of expecting based on the visuals, which would have been a spin prime test of the engines basically flowing liquid oxygen through the liquid oxygen turbo pump. But we were not necessarily expecting an ignition, nor one of that magnitude. You can also see that the environmental hose that had been connected to the side of the booster was taken off during whatever happened, and we're going to refrain from speculating on what happened. But one thing that was also of note, right after we saw the blast come out from the engine section, we did see one of the chopstick arms sort of swaying back and forth. That would be the chopstick on the central part of your screen right there, to the right of the booster. And then we immediately saw all of the tanks beginning to vent across the booster, including the upper vents there. So just if you are joining us based on the reports that you were seeing that sort of hit social media right after this occurred, that is what we observed. And again, refraining from making any speculation on what it was just yet that we observed, but what we were expecting was to just see an increased flow of gaseous oxygen coming out of the engines as they flowed liquid oxygen through the liquid oxygen turbo pumps. We had not actually seen any sign that we believed that methane was being loaded into the vehicle, and we were not expecting an ignition, nor an ignition source based on the fact that no notice of an overpressure event was received at Boca Chica Village, which is pretty standard if SpaceX is attempting something that would induce an ignition source to the vehicle. So at most, we were expecting a spin prime test today. But what we observed after a sort of surge of gaseous oxygen coming through the engines was a very unexpected ignition and concussive blast that sort of emanated out from the vehicle at that point. But we're not going to make any assumptions as to what that was.
Yeah, I think
but
there's a
definitely
couple
was
things
not
that we can observe.
expected.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
would say
ahead,
there's a couple
Thomas.
things we can observe about what just happened. So if
Yeah.
you are just tuning in, like we said, huge ignition source happened near the bottom of the vehicle, which was not really expected. So what I think we can observe is obviously we saw lots of venting from the engine section. It looked like preparations for some sort of spin prime test. We know methane was not put into the vehicle because the recondenser never came on. So that can pretty in high confidence rule out any sort of planned pre-burner test. That tells
Yeah.
us that the ignition was obviously unintentional. So this is almost certainly, barring some very strange circumstances or some very strange tests that we've never heard about before, this is almost certainly a not intentional and is not a nominal situation. Of course, what we can obviously not speculate about is the damage. We can only see that a vehicle is still standing vertical on the pad. They are still venting from the vehicle. It looks like they are actively depressurizing the vehicle. You see the vents are all still well under control. We can see that environmental control system duct has gone missing mysteriously. So worth pointing that out. And also that's another point of evidence that this was not actually intended because, well, they would have moved that vent out of the way if they knew that they were going to blow it out of the launch pad. So definitely an off-nominal situation. What exactly happened, whether that was part of a spin prime test or whether it was unrelated to a spin prime attempt, that we don't necessarily know. But we do know it was not planned for any sort of ignition because, again, we know they weren't going for pre-burner because no methane was loaded. So that's what we know and what we cannot really know without wildly speculating. And we don't really want to speculate too much, especially around an anomaly. But that's everything that we've observed. So I think we would just leave it at that.
Yeah, and let's just talk a little bit of physics here as well, and chemistry. Remember that what we were expecting that was coming out of those engines was just gaseous oxygen, right? Oxygen, very, very pure oxygen. And pure oxygen environments are more easily ignitable than, the natural sort of nitrogen oxygen environment that we breathe. So just sort of remember that too. Again, we're not, as Thomas said, and as I said, we're not going to speculate on exactly what we saw, but sort of important to remember too that pure oxygen environments can lower sort of what you need to have an ignition of something, even if it's not planned.
I would also just point out, and again, we are going to get a replay to you so we can keep talking about this, but we also don't want to draw attention away from the actual vehicle until we know it's stable. That's why we haven't shown it yet. But you guys tell me if you agree. It didn't, like, there wasn't thrust generated or anything like that. It looked like some combination of high pressure and then combustion of flames, which would kind of go along with, it was just the pure liquid oxygen burning. And so that, it's not a pre-burner test, it's not a thrust thing, but you could see the force of that ignition and the sort of detonation sound that we heard could also go with a high pressure environment, Okay, now here is a new piece of evidence. All right, I don't know if we're going to be able to show this really quick. We have a statement from Mr. Elon Musk. Someone sent him a screenshot of the NSF stream, thank you, asking if this was planned, and he says, quote, yes, booster engine testing. Now, that really does not go around, that does not align with what we just saw. Obviously, he is the CEO of SpaceX, so we should definitely pay attention to what he's saying here. I'm wondering how in tune he was with what the teams were doing today and whether he just thought that was a pre-burner test that was going to happen later.
Yeah. One thing that I will point out, I've been a little bit quiet here trying to hold it and watching things, replaying the event, and I'm just seeing the orbital launch mount just went black. Like the right side, you can see it's like toasty or something like that. So I'm not sure if that was entirely expected
I mean,
Not
a lot of debris went
yeah,
flying too.
a lot of debris, things like you can
And
see it charred, and even the handrails are when were blown out. There's one piece of the handrail that is like, I don't know, bent or something. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Not that I don't really,
It's hard
dismiss
to,
what CEO. Yeah, it's just
yeah,
hard
it's hard to
to believe
disagree
that it
with
was
him.
planned. Yeah, mm, it's just hard to say, oh yeah, it was all planned when you see the condition of the pad right now, right? And the chopsticks and all of that, like all of the stuff that we saw. Um,
didn't we also see a previous test with a booster out on the pad where they kept the chopsticks up high?
Well, the chopsticks we know they brought the chopsticks down because they just yesterday we actually saw them live. They removed some sort of actuator like a piston from one of the arms. So I think they're just down there for easy access for maintenance, and it doesn't really.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. There was a good question about that. I don't think the position of the chopsticks has anything to do with the testing. I think they just had them
Okay.
down there for that.
Okay.
I wanted to point
I
out
guess
something
maybe
from
we weren't.
here.
Yeah. I guess. Oh yeah.
Uh,
Go ahead, Alex. Yeah.
because we're seeing some fumes, perhaps venting of sorts, coming out from the place of the hydraulic power units. And remember, this is the place where the hydraulics are sort of powered for the vehicle, and I believe they also have a battery controller inside. And I want to believe that's venting from the liquid oxygen on the tank, but we'll see. I didn't see any of that before.
Well, here's the thing. Venting would go primarily downward because
Yeah.
the
Mm,
gas is heavier or is more dense
yeah,
than the surrounding air, whereas smoke rises. Because it's because of its density. So yeah, that's not venting.
yeah, that's not good.
So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. As well. Yeah. I guess I just remember having a conversation when a booster was on there, and maybe it was when they had the full stack at some point where I swear I remember us having a conversation about where those arms would be when they go to light the engines and like protecting them as much
Mhm.
as possible and having them wide open. So I guess that's where my head went with, why are the chopsticks down there if they were actually looking to do something like that? That seems like why not have them up higher so that if you did have an issue, you weren't potentially wrecking them or damaging them as well.
Well, this is all very interesting. It's a good thing this is why we spool up dedicated coverage when they move into more serious testing, because there's always the potential for excitement. Um,
Hmm.
I have been
Yeah.
more or less ignoring all of the messages and super chats and things because obviously we've been trying to figure out all of the details that we can from this. But the summary of it all right now is something along the lines of an unintended ignition near the base of the rocket. Um,
Yeah.
Basically, Elon Musk saying that this was an expected part of engine testing today. However, and it is very clear that they were going through some engine testing. It is clear that they were moving into something, whether it was along the lines of spin prime or something like that. Um,
But
but
if
yeah,
that's, that doesn't even look like that's what 33 Raptor engines igniting looks like.
yeah, no, that's
N-
not.
I mean,
No.
that can't be right. I mean, yeah, Elon is correct. They were doing engine booster testing, but was the result expected? Oof. We're gonna have to wait. I kind of want to wait and see a little bit more of that myself, because you can see in that replay, Well, you can see when when we've got the replay ready that how much that arm swung back and forth during the event.
Are all my cameras okay?
The one that's the closest appears to be fine.
I mean, it got turned though. Like the
It did.
pressure wave that I'm gonna say detonation because there was a pressure wave that physically moved the cameras. It shook the camera there close in, but it also shook our cameras that are over a mile away. The cameras physically vibrated when that pressure wave hit them. That wasn't just a fire or a fireball or a fast fire or anything like that. There was a pressure wave that came out of there. I mean, the AC vent is gone. That white vent that's coming down the side, of course, that could have burned or melted in a fire. But our camera is a mile away, shook when they got hit by that pressure wave.
Oof.
So kicking, hey,
Still kicking. Well, I mean, duh, so you don't build a weak robot army.
put a lot of concrete on those things. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, you had them out there doing their calisthenics routines every morning, right, to get ready for it, right?
They don't get to skip leg day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're downloading all sorts of clips. Of course, I don't think we're going to show anything very full screen. As long as that the smoke, it looks like smoke
Yeah.
on the side. That's going up so fast, it may indicate that something's going on inside the booster that we can't see, and we've seen problems with boosters that have things that we can't see happening inside before. If you remember the most rapidest of reuses a year plus ago, but
Oh boy.
still.
Yes.
I mean, there's something coming straight up out of the side of that, so I don't think we're going to cut away. Of course, we're still recording on every camera we have. I'm getting ready to point more cameras at it even. But we have lots of recordings of all of this that just happened, and we're downloading them, but we're not playing them back on the screen yet.
Yeah.
Just in case something else goes on. So,
Yeah.
anyways, I just had to jump in real quick. I'm waiting on files to download.
No,
Yeah.
Das. I think that was perfect. Yeah, because you can definitely see what Das is referring to. So not the vapors that are coming down out of the vehicle and then very slowly working their way to the right and then sort of dissipating. I want you to look up above the base of the orbital launch mount there, and you can see smoke rising from the right side of the booster there, coming out of one of the coverings that we know contains some of the battery components, right, Alex?
Yeah,
that
I'm
are in
deeply
there.
worried about that because if we remember about SN8, for example, they talk about losing hydraulics and pneumatics on the vehicle, and we were very, very worried about potential. Well, we're talking about overpressures on the header tank of the vehicle, so I'm kind of worried about the potential of losing a hydraulic power unit here. I do not expect that to happen, however, because I don't see any indications of the other one being. There's another one on the other side of the vehicle, as we can see on the right side view. Um, I'm gonna be leaning on the positive side here because I just want it to be positive, basically, and I'm sure hope that they can potentially be going into a detanking and not have any issues, sort of like SN8, where we were at the edge of our chairs at that moment.
Yeah, and SN8 is the good reason for why we're saying, like, we know you guys want to see the replay, we know you want to see all of that, but why we're sticking with the sort of live coverage here is because of that uncertainty as they go through testing. And again, just to walk you through what we've sort of seen today, we were not expecting an ignition source. We did not see evidence that the methane recondenser was on, or anything like that. It really looked from the visual like what we could see was a spin prime test with the liquid oxygen. where they would flow liquid oxygen into the liquid oxygen turbopumps of the 33 Raptor 2 engines. We did see that flow increase very much like we would expect during a spin prime test, and very shortly thereafter, a very significant ignition occurred. Whether that was inside of the system, external to the system, we do not know. But it definitely appeared to be unplanned. There was damage that was observed to the orbital launch mounts. Some ground support equipment was removed from the rocket. And we are seeing indication of rising vapors from a battery compartment here that Alex was just talking about with the hydraulic units and everything as well. And that would indicate that it's smoke, not vapor. The vapors sort of coming down from underneath the vehicle is gaseous oxygen that's venting from the Raptors, and you can see how it's behaving very differently from the smoke rising from the right side of that booster and the hydraulic box there. After the ignition, there was a very significant pressure wave that blasted from the vehicle as well, that sent quite a bit of debris up into the air. We did see one of the chopstick arms swinging back and forth after the event occurred. Someone on Twitter did ask Elon if that was planned, with a direct screen grab of this stream and the ignition. And he did indicate, yes, engine testing today. Whether that means that he expected that, or if testing was expected, we're going to have to wait and see. It definitely didn't appear as we were heading into it that it was expected. But we'll leave it at that for right now. But that is what we saw and observed. And because we're still seeing signs of that things aren't potentially completely safe yet with the vehicle, mainly that smoke vapor that appears to be rising from the right side of it, or that we can clearly see rising from the right side of it, we're going to opt not to show a replay just yet. But that's sort of where we stand right now with what we saw, and we're going to continue to monitor and stay with this until we know that the vehicle is in a safe configuration. Because one thing I've noted, Thomas, is that while the frostwing ring, let's try that again, the frost ring down at the bottom does seem to be reducing, the frost ring on the methane tank does not.
What? Well,
or maybe it's starting to, but again, we don't believe they loaded methane into that.
Right,
we
yeah.
believe it was liquid nitrogen, so there would be no need to get that out of there. But we definitely saw that tank vent right after the event occurred. There was a major depressurization event of the entire booster as well.
Yeah. The things to watch for as far as safing the vehicle will be those frost rings starting to dissipate. You'll see the venting from the engine section should also start to dissipate as well, as just all of the propellants and commodities on board are drained and it goes back to ambient states. Still keeping an eye on that part on the bottom right of the booster there as well. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was about to point out that actually, ever since we've seen those fumes on the HPU, I really haven't seen any venting from the vehicle, which worries me even more.
In what way?
Well, from the main tank. Like the vents on the tanks. Obviously, we're seeing venting from the engines, but that was sort of already in play before.
And again, the other thing to sort of remember here, right, is that again, for those of you who have joined us after the event occurred and are seeing what's happened and are continuing to join us, one thing to remember too is that what is coming out of the bottom of those engines is gaseous oxygen, and it's pure oxygen. And a pure oxygen environment, or a purer oxygen environment, is more easily ignitable than the regular nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere that we breathe, right? And that sort of surrounds us every day. So that is also a sad lesson that we learned from the Apollo era as well. Back when our capsules used to be pure oxygen environments, an unintended ignition source could, it can be easily introduced. But again, it is worth noting that Elon, in response to "was that expected," did say yes on Twitter, even though that's not exactly what the visuals seemed to be indicating.
Mhm.
And we definitely do see smoke coming from the vehicle as well right now.
I do want to specify, and some people in chat are letting us know as well, we've looked back at the replay before the whatever event anomaly occurred. Those fumes that we're seeing from the HPU thing near the bottom of the vehicle, that was already happening before the ignition event. That's not
Okay, good to
actually
know.
new. So I don't know if that means it's expected or whether that part was already failing. But just that is actually not a new thing, so we should clarify that. Alex, is that confirmed to be the HPU? Like, do you know exactly what that is?
The box there, yeah, that's the HPU.
Okay. Would there be any expectation that the fumes we're seeing from that could be part of normal operations?
I do think it's different than what we have seen before, just because of the location of the venting. I actually went back and checked that out. I believe it's different.
Okay, good to know.
I mean,
Real
I will
quick,
be
folks.
I will be very happy to be wrong. By the way.
Yeah, I'm sure. I got you. I understand.
I wanted to point that out. Just I made sure before I made that claim, I made sure to actually rewind and be like, is this actually okay? Was this actually here before? So hey, if I got it wrong, I'm gonna accept that, and I'll be very happy. By the way. So yeah, just trying to make that sure that I did my homework, so to speak.
Okay, so I think the vehicle is still, they're going to be working on safing the vehicle, obviously. We're not seeing any big changes or anything. I think we're going to try and bring up a replay. So if you are just joining us, here is what happened about 30 minutes ago and why I believe an anomaly has occurred with Booster 7 testing. There's going to be a pretty loud explosion sound, so consider this your audio warning. Heads up, headphone users. It's a pretty loud explosion noise as well, so just a quick replay. But here is a replay. This is not live. We're going to show you a replay of what just happened. The replay is on the left, live views on the right, as indicated by the indicators there. So let's take a look at what just happened. So you can see that the flow through the engines does We'll see that one more time, I think. So that is what we just saw, and again, that was at about 4:20 p.m. Central Time, so it was a little over half an hour ago. We saw flow through the engines. We were expecting them to be chilling the engines, maybe preparing for some sort of spin prime test or something similar to that. We saw the flow through the engines increase significantly, but then we saw, obviously, that pure oxygen that was flowing through the engines ignite from something.
And I want to point out that Scott Manley in chat, shout out to Scott, is saying that if you look closely at the condensation cloud, you can see liquid drops falling down, trailing condensation. Looks like a liquid leak, potentially.
Well, let's hope it's not again the transfer tube.
I mean, I'm most curious about what the eventual, like, the ignition source could be. If there's no, we knew there was no, we're almost certain there was no propellant on both. No, sorry, let me try to phrase that one more time. No more fuel on the vehicle. We believe liquid oxygen was on board, but not liquid methane. So nothing should be flowing through where the fuel preburner is. Obviously, ignition can also happen in the main combustion chamber, although we've also talked about there's no torch igniters on Raptor 2 anymore, so depends on what the actual ignition source is for the main combustion chamber. I think, I mean, I guess some sort of electrical problem. This is all, I don't want to speculate too far as to where this could be. I'm just thinking out loud that a big question mark is how an ignition source even happened, because based on no overpressure notice or warnings of a potential ignition event, the ignition itself is definitely unexpected. And we are also don't want to cut away from the live view because, again, this vehicle is not safe yet. There are still propellants on board. And so we do want to just make sure that they can safe the vehicle and nothing more develops here. The extent of any damage to both the vehicle and the surrounding infrastructure is definitely unknown at this time, and we probably would not be known anytime super soon. Obviously, the goal here would be to save the vehicle, and then SpaceX people will be able to go and evaluate what happened. Well, Chris and Alex,
Yeah.
you chose a good day to join some Starship commentary. It was definitely not boring.
Oh, yeah.
No one has ever accused SpaceX of being boring, have they?
I don't think so. Some people have said the Texas tank watching has gotten boring. Well, today is a big piece of evidence in the contrary, I think.
I've been here the whole time, and it pains me to not have been involved. But oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those days, like when you're, like, I forget the question I was answering when it happened, but I was actually I actually was not watching the live visual of it and just caught the flicker out of the corner of my eye and looked back at what was happening. That was definitely interesting, like we've been saying.
Someone just tweeted me saying this is a good summary of the Twitter deal.
Oh, jeez.
Oh Lord.
The internet is undefeated. Really quick, I will not have time to get through all of these. I will try to pull in some questions, I think, while we're getting into saving. There's been a whole lot
Yeah.
of membership and super chat support. I greatly appreciate all of that. Obviously, this stream got a lot of attention in the last, like, half hour or so. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get through all of these, but I do want to just give a big thank you to everyone who has put who has joined the membership program or supplied some super chat support. Really, we appreciate that so much, and that will allow us to continue providing coverage of things like what has happened today. Let me see if I can pull in some questions, though. Let's see.
Can I just say that I'm noticing that we were answering one question about dunking this booster on the ocean. Well,
Yeah, go for it.
no, we were. I was pointing out that we were answering that question when the incident happened. So it was a little bit ironic, let's say.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's like the time I was writing about when I was writing the Soyuz MS-10 crew launch article to the station, and was trying to find
Oh
like
yeah.
something interesting to write about. So I was like, oh well, they haven't used the launch escape system in like 30 or 40 years. Let's write about that. So literally had it in the article and in depth of how it works for the mission that they actually ended up using it and needing it on. And it was just
Mhm.
like, okay, weird.
Yes. Oh, I do have a good question here. Yes, Mary is okay. We've been talking with Mary. That's a very good question. Sorry if we did not address that earlier. Um, Mary is just fine. She said she felt the explosion for sure. But yes, Mary is safe. No indications that anyone has been hurt here. The pad was clear, of course. Yeah, but a good thing to reiterate there. Again, I'm trying to pull some questions here. I don't want to wildly speculate. I want to just base on what we've actually observed. Do we know how long the full fueling process for Super Heavy is? Do we know that from like Booster 3 testing or
I
anything?
believe it's just over. Ooh, Alex, do we know? I think it's about. I think it's similar to a Falcon 9, is it not? It's in that same ballpark range, I believe.
You mean the thrust of the engines?
No, no,
No,
no. How long does
the
it take to
fueling time.
fuel it?
Oh, how long does it take to fuel it? I believe Elon talked about the fueling process will take about an hour or so. So yeah, about the
Okay.
same. Yeah, 30 minutes to an hour, I believe he said. So yeah, about the same as a Falcon 9. Falcon 9 takes 35 minutes, but you know, a little bit earlier in the V1.2.
Right.
It used to be 45 minutes, 50, and also Falcon Heavy, for example, is 1 hour before the launch because it's bigger, so it, you know, they need to load more propellants and things like that. So yeah, it's sort of around that.
Again, folks, we are keeping an eye on the booster to make sure that they can safe it. That's kind of the ongoing development right now is can this booster be safed? We haven't seen a lot of venting from the vehicle recently, but there are still frost rings on both the methane and liquid oxygen tank. Also still venting through the engine section, but not the like depress vents that we see higher up on the vehicle.
At least we're seeing on the right side, it's a little bit out of frame. Perhaps Michael can put it on on view here. We're seeing some venting from one of the ground tanks, one of the some of the equipment that they use. There we go. That's actually I think that's actually one of the vaporizers that they use for recondensing the. I believe that's actually the methane recondenser, but I don't know why it's venting again. As I said before, I believe it was like 30 minutes ago before the fireball, whatever we saw. Um, I was saying that we saw sometimes during testing this thing going off. It's a little bit unpredictable. in some senses. It's not like the suborbital one, where it was like it activates. That means methane is being loaded. Sometimes here it activates, and it's not as straightforward that they're loading methane or anything like that. It could also be that it is used for other purposes, related with a tank farm, for example. I'm not really sure. It's just we're still very early in the campaign, to be able to nail down what are the activities that each part of the tank farm does. Sort of like what Adrian used to do back in the day, and he's obviously doing that again, um, just behind the scenes right now. So yeah, it's still a little bit early, but it's still worth pointing out, I guess. Um, that is going off.
It is convenient that that telescope has held off.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually it has it
Still
not?
waiting on that, by the way.
They're probably watching us.
Yeah, it's now an hour later than it was supposed to be. Originally, so yeah, still still awaiting that. What's also very interesting to me is that we don't appear to have visual indications of any substantive change to the vehicle since whatever it was, since the event occurred. Like that frost line on the bottom part of the booster has remained fairly constant. The sort of expected gaseous oxygen flow out of the engines has remained very constant. The frost ring on the upper tank has remained very constant. The only thing we really saw was just that it really intense depressurization event across all the tanks immediately following the event.
I'm taking a look at the frost rings too. Those frost rings really haven't changed recently either.
No.
And that's, I mean, more technically, that points to the levels of propellant that are in those tanks has also not changed.
Yeah. I was thinking also, people sometimes, because if this is eventually confirmed, I don't know, that it was not planned. I do believe it was not planned. Like the condition of the pad right now doesn't lead me to believe it was. And you know, you can believe who you want, but I do not believe that this was planned. And I was thinking though that even though I do not believe it was planned, I do think this was sort of expected in the sense of, accidents happen, right? You're testing something that is totally new, uh, things that are completely like this was the first time they tested engines like this on the mount here at Starby. So it was all new, and they gotta figure it out, right? And accidents do happen. We saw on like last week we saw Terran 1. They were doing some testing at the Cape, and the flare stack just put on fire a lot of grass unexpectedly. Something similar happened to SLS 39B. Things happen when you test things that are new, and sometimes you are expected things, and that's good because you're expecting those. But sometimes even perhaps when you're expecting things, they do not go totally like 100% as you planned them, right? That's sort of the thing that I'm wanting to convey here, that bad things happen, and we sort of have to accept that they happen, of course. But also, as we've seen with the SpaceX many times, they can recover from them.
Well, I was gonna say,
And
is
they
this
can
where
go
we
back.
bring up hardware-rich testing again?
Yeah, right. Our rich testing where they just, fix things. This booster itself got a transfer tube that was
Oh yeah.
that was very, very crunchy, let's say, and it was repaired. It was put back on the pad. They tested it. It seemed to work fine, and now it got installed engines, grid fins, and the chines and everything. So look, things happen, and as long as they can fix it, even if they cannot fix them, they could just put another booster back. We saw booster 8 being stacked on the pad, so like, look, this is not something to be overly concerned about, but it is true that if it's not expected, they'll find a way and they'll repair it. That's something that we should let people think about that and try to come to their own conclusion. But that's what I think about this. It's things happen at every place, every company, every agency always has any sort of accident when you're testing something new. That's sort of the message that I wanted to say. Yeah. Mostly because I do know that there could be people being like, "Oh my God, SpaceX," and there's people like that, right? And I do want to emphasize to those that have a little bit more level-headed, that they are more level-headed. That yeah, things happen, and man, it's hard to finish this train of thought that I have right now, but yeah, it's just very complicated to do something of this scale.
Chad is wondering if they could be loading liquid nitrogen in to keep the vehicle cool. Generally speaking, the process for safing a vehicle is all about draining any commodities you can and just getting to ambient conditions rather than actively loading a few commodities and things like that. I don't know if y'all have any thoughts on that. My guess is that that would not be a course of action that they'd take.
Not usually, from what I've heard, no.
Right. We did see one of the chopsticks move from the explosion. That's definitely something to keep an eye on. See if there's any damage there. Obviously, I mean, the chopsticks are movable, obviously, so the chopsticks might be fine. But that's something to keep an eye on. And yeah, a question, if methane wasn't loaded, how was that large plume produced? It was not thrust. Pure oxygen is obviously very flammable, and so if it was only liquid oxygen loaded, which is what we based on everything we observed, that's what happened. Only liquid oxygen was on board. Excuse me. Pure liquid oxygen exposed to an ignition source can absolutely produce that amount of fire. And if that's combined with pressure, that would produce some sort of detonation. It does not have to be methane and oxygen mixed combustion, which, again, we are fairly certain it did not happen because we had no indications that methane loading happened. The methane tank got frosty, but the recondenser was not active. That points to liquid nitrogen being loaded into that tank, not methane. And yes, we are aware of what Elon has tweeted when he was asked if this was it was asked whether that was expected, and he said, quote, "Yes, booster engine testing." Now, we are, I'm going to say, very skeptical that the outcome of this test was what was expected. There are no indications that an ignition source was supposed to be present, and no indications that the ignition was expected or nominal or planned. So the most probable outcome is obviously they were expecting to go into engine testing, but that ignition was a off nominal result.
Thomas, how do I sound right now? Do I sound okay or do I sound terrible?
No, you sound good, Des.
All right, good. I disconnected and reconnected. I think something telling if that pressure wave that came out from the bottom of the vehicle was expected. I feel like they would have given an overpressure notice.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. If
Right.
ignition was expected, we would expect the overpressure notice, and that's why every time people ask, "Is a static fire today?" The reason we keep saying no is because those notices have not been delivered. They have not reached the point in the test sequence where we would expect actual ignition source. We're expecting some sort of spin prime testing first. But yeah, still get. I mean, I keep looking at the frost lines on both tanks, which haven't really moved, at least not noticeably. Plenty of vapors coming from the engine section, and those two things have not really changed recently.
No, they really haven't, and they've sort of been sustained that way ever since what we saw. In that regard, I mean, in that respect, right, the vehicle is stable, at least.
Right. Okay, Chad's asking me to clarify. Yes, I know pure liquid oxygen on its own is not flammable. I should specify. A pure oxygen environment lends itself to supporting combustion is maybe the better way to phrase that. I know Chris was talking about earlier, for example, the previous old Apollo pure oxygen environments, which of course lead to Apollo 1. You still need something to actually combust the fuel of some kind. We know methane was not present, but other commodities can also act as the fuel. I was purely supplying the fact that the engines were a pretty pure oxygen environment, so there was plenty of oxidizer to support combustion, is I suppose maybe the correct way to phrase that. Apologies if I misspoke or was unclear earlier. Okay, I believe we have... Hold on, let me double check really quick. Oh, nope, not yet. Hold on. Stand by. Okay, there we go. There it is. So the video of what we have seen, again, less than an hour ago, Booster 7 experienced some type of anomaly, and there is a multi-angle replay. All of our cameras combined into a bunch of different angles of what just happened. There's a video live on our YouTube channel now that is being shared into chat. If you need to see a replay of what we've been talking about and what we experienced less than an hour ago, please go ahead and take a look at that video. We will be staying live here as long as we can to try and see if they can save the vehicle, which is still an ongoing development. But the actual anomaly there's now a new YouTube video on the Nest Spaceflight channel with all of those replays. So please check that out to see what happened here with Booster 7. In the meantime, I'm going to keep reading chat here. I think we might be getting close to the telescope thing finally, by the way.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you'll soon hear some squealing from Chris, I guess.
Yes, you will. Yeah, I've got 2 monitors, so it's all going well.
And I'm gonna recognize probably from me too.
I guess I should pull that up too rather than just refreshing Twitter.
Yeah. I have it open, definitely. Not that we're not gonna keep our attention out of Booster 7, but it's also important, I guess,
Oh, very
to
true.
keep an eye. That's why we have a lot of screens. If you ever see our monitors and our setups, we have many screens. Those that work here at NSF. In fact, I think Michael has some sort of like a wall entire of screens. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
seriously.
I'm really jealous of that.
Again, I'm gonna keep looking through chat for some questions and things. I'm trying to read chat. Chat is mostly just like freaking out still.
Well,
The secret sauce to Raptor ignition is now just to have random ignitions. I don't think that's it.
it's just to have random ignitions. I like that.
This was not a static fire test. There was no overpressure notice provided. Um, no indications whatsoever that ignition. In fact, all the indications that ignition was not planned. People asking what the indication was that methane was not loaded. The recondenser was never turned on, which is the system required to load methane. Yeah, like that is the indication that methane was not loaded. Again, a lot of this is very new. We've seen booster testing. This is not the first booster testing, and we have seen them load methane into booster 3 before. So we know some things, such as the recondenser is active when methane flows places. So some of this is definitely new things that we have not actually got to experience before, but some of this is also, there are things we can point to suggest why we're pretty sure methane was not loaded onto this vehicle, and why that ignition was something else. It was not methane and oxygen mixing, you know.
I'm just going to jump in and say maybe, I don't know, maybe there was methane involved. I hate to be the methane guy, especially after the whole, if that was methane, it'd be igniting in the flare stack thing. But I mean, if you look at I just edited the replay that we just posted live on YouTube. So if you want to see the replay from multiple angles, go check that out. There's a shockwave. There's a shockwave that looks a lot like the detonation shockwave we got when SN4 went pop, or boom, or detonate, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, hey, we've got a lot of flow through the engines all of a sudden.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there was methane involved, whether it was latent methane around the pad or methane from the actual tank itself. I mean, I don't know how full flow stage combustion spin primes work. I know earlier you guys were talking about maybe that's nitrogen in the CH4 side or what, but yeah, seems like that could have been methane, and that, yeah, I don't know. a nice perfect mix of methane and liquid oxygen found an ignition source somewhere, because that detonation, you don't get a detonation like that with a accompanying shockwave without having two gases mixed at the exact right amount. So yeah, methane came from somewhere. Is kind of what I'm leaning towards. I'm not sure where or what or how, but just based on looking at that footage over and over again while I tried to cut that video together as fast as possible, it just serious SN4 vibes. Thankfully, Booster 7 is still intact, but yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to throw that in there. I'll be quiet now. Also, hi everybody. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. And Jack was the one that jumped on editing those replays together, so a big thank you to Jack for handling that while we were live here. I do want to know I mean, not just the ignition source, but the, like, fuel source for the combustion is interesting. I mean, I would like to know what could supply that, because really it doesn't look like the methane tank was loaded.
Yeah, that was. I mean, well, hopefully we learn more. My main thing. Oh, sounds like the James Webb, the telescope happened.
The telescope did happen.
But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that there had to have been some sort of mixture coming from somewhere, and I'm just happy that we're hearing Booster 7 do some venting now, and it's not just sitting there like SN8 when they lost control hydraulically of SN8 after that static fire, however long ago that was. I guess more than a year now. Wow. So Booster 7 appears to be, venting and happy and hopefully not in any imminent risk, although we will keep our eyes on it, of course. But yeah, that was an interesting observation, let's say. We had an observation.
An observation. Oh no.
Boy.
And speaking of an observation, oh my god, this image is amazing. It looks like a bunch of gems. Also, I really like how James Webb has a nice, like the 6-pointed star because of the way the mirrors on James Webb are.
Is
I know
that
I'm
what
talking
that
about
is?
something the viewers are not. I think it is. I could be wrong. Wow. We might take a quick look at it here while we also watch and make sure we keep our eyes on Booster 7, because you never know what'll happen in
Right,
Starbase.
yeah. This is the trade-off, Chad. What we're really talking about in the back channel right now is whether we show it or not, because we don't want something to happen to the booster while we're looking at the image, you know what I mean? There it is. There is a quick preview of the very first image from James Webb. More to be released tomorrow, I believe. But check out that image of deep space taken by the James Webb Space Telescope, just released a couple minutes ago.
Chris G, what's your reaction to this?
Honestly, haven't seen it because I'm trying to do something else in the background right now for the booster stuff. So hang.
We will get Chris's reaction. No worries.
I'm just gonna say my reaction is just my jaw is on the floor right now, because that's an amazing picture.
Yeah, I can't wait to read things that smart people have written about what that image means.
Very inspiring. I feel so inspired.
I think the frost wing. Tell me if you guys agree. Is the frost ring on the methane tank subsided?
The one on the oxygen tank has gone up, or at least it seems like it's that kind of frost that appears when you depress the tanks.
From the pressure drop, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
It's like this light frost that. Oh, we see some more venting from the engines.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's quite a lot of venting, actually. I wonder if that's the dump that we were talking about. Remember the two dots on the engine section?
Oh
So
yeah,
we
sure.
were talking on NSF Live. The potentially could be for venting, for not venting, for dumping. And I wonder, see all that pool of condensation. I'm leaning to think that, and if you see it the streams, it seems like it's two streams, although it's now a little bit weird because
Alex,
it's
do you
dark.
hear that? Listen.
Oh yeah, there's
Oh,
a fire
and
near the
there's
base of the
fire.
launch tower.
This is bad.
Oh,
This
Yeah.
is bad.
There are things cooking off over there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you've got smoke and light and even some sound coming from the base of the tower there.
Yep.
I'm gonna bring Mars around as well.
yeah. Sorry, because I didn't have my volume all the way up precisely because of the explosion that we saw before. I was a little bit worried that I will be blown out.
No,
It's
no,
okay.
that's
why we talk about it.
yeah, that's okay, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it has now just been an hour and 8 minutes after the event that occurred during engine testing for Booster 7, and there is now a series of pops and sounds that we heard at the base of the launch tower, and there is now thick black smoke and a fire emanating from the base of the orbital launch tower here at Starbase that you're seeing here live. This followed engine testing that was going on with Booster 7. And we saw a good flow through those engines, and then an ignition source there that created a pressure wave and a pretty significant fireball there now. And now we have a fire burning after a series of loud sounds and flames at the base of the orbital launch tower now.
I'm
Or
wondering.
or rather, I should say, coming from the vicinity of the base of the orbital launch tower.
There's a lot
Yes.
of welding equipment laying around on site because they do a lot of welding. I'm wondering if maybe that was a bunch of. This is just pure speculation. If that was a bunch of like acetylene tanks and whatnot cooking
Like
off.
small tanks, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't seem like any really massive explosions, but obviously not good. And the thick black smoke we're seeing is also not good. But hopefully that was just some ancillary hardware. But it does kind of look like from this view that there's a little bit of orange at the bottom right of the launch tower. So definitely, I mean, this will be a setback a little bit for the program, but they'll pick up the pieces and move on. It's ultimately will be a blip on the radar, but we are currently watching what to me, was my opinion, looks like a test gone awry.
Yeah, definitely with you there, Jack. I mean, that overpressure, I mean, that pressure wave was significant during the event that we saw an hour and 11 minutes ago.
And this is why we stay live.
Yep, this is why we did not end
Indeed.
coverage before.
Yeah.
The big thing is that Booster 7 is intact so far, knock on wood. we didn't, we don't want to
Jack.
see any further. You know what? I realize now I shouldn't have said that, but
Just gonna say, it's time you said
yeah,
that.
I mean, hopefully things do not get worse than this.
You
It's
still
like
see
in
that
a
fire
movie.
burning.
It's like in a movie when someone's like, "What's the worst that could happen?" I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I apologize.
Every once in a while, if you look towards the right, towards that test tank, I'm still seeing
Yeah,
flames lick up every once in a
flames.
while.
Ye-
Oh, yeah, and
oh,
there you can see it
there we
really
go.
good from this view. I'm trying to figure out what might be burning there.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the explosion happen, there was a significant amount of fire and deflagration afterwards, and that fire could have caught any number of things on fire around the launch site, as it did not appear that the launch site was prepared for any kind of engine firing to happen. So there's probably a lot of stuff. I mean, just look at the AC duct that was attached to the booster, because you can't work in a confined space without having mitigating the effects of bad air. If you don't want to suffocate while you're working in a confined space, like say inside a booster, that AC duct was obliterated. Like any number of things could have been both broken up into small pieces by that shockwave and then ignited by the resulting fireball, which was quite large. So it could just be some stuff that got turned into tinder basically and is now smoldering over there by the base of the launch tower, or straight up burning. But I mean, that's how an atomic bomb works, right? Is the shockwave splinters everything into tiny pieces, and then the resulting heat wave or fireball ignites those things, and it's not good. So obviously, non-nuclear explosion here, but still an explosion nonetheless. And it does sort of look like that fire might be growing. That black smoke is no bueno.
Yeah,
We're
definitely
seeing
getting
flames
thicker
as
too.
well.
They're letting the magic smoke out on a really big scale.
Oh no. It's really
guess
hard to
no
get that
smoke
magic
today.
smoke back in, as we all know.
The expected smoke.
Oh, right.
Sorry. Not sorry.
No, sorry. Not sorry, exactly.
Yeah, just to sort of help you orient with that, or never mind. We're back on a different angle now.
All right.
Yeah, you can see over. You can see over on the booster what you were saying earlier there, Thomas. That drawstring on the methane tank does appear to have uh, gone down
Yeah.
significantly, almost disappeared, which would be a good indication that they took cryogenics out of the out of the upper tank area of the booster here. That definitely a separate operation than the fire that we see burning on the ground by the in the vicinity of the orbital launch tower there. Again, if if you're just joining us, what we saw was at 4:20 p.m. Central Time, we did have what appeared to be what was going through an engine test of Booster 7 that resulted in an ignition, a pretty big pressure wave and fireball from the engine section of the booster. We did see one of the chopstick catch arms swinging back and forth after that event. And then we did see the booster sort of enter this stable phase where nothing about it visually really changed. And now we are beginning to see indications that they have drained the cryogenics out of the upper part of the booster. But then about 16 minutes ago now, after a large, after the engine sort of gushed out is the word I'm going to use there, some gaseous oxygen, we saw fire down at the base of the orbital launch tower vicinity. If you check NASA space flights at NASA space flight on the Twitter feed, you can see the replay of that there. Uh, that we tweeted out, and we have been monitoring that large black cloud of smoke that has been here ever since for about the last 17 minutes, again in the vicinity of the orbital launch tower.
Also worth mentioning that obviously we're seeing this fire at the launch site now. They have been dumping almost pure oxygen from the vehicle
Yeah.
for a while, which does not aid the suppression of fire, if you want to put it that way.
No, in fact, it greatly aids the spread of it.
Yes.
Pure oxygen environments are very susceptible to flammability and ignition of various materials that normally would not ignite in a standard ambient air environment. And Apollo, the fire in the crew module of Apollo 1 on January 27th, 1967, is one of the hardest lessons that was sort of learned about the pure oxygen environments, and it's why our spacecraft today do not have pure oxygen environments in their crew cabins. So definitely dumping all of that, pure oxygen into the environment, as you said, Thomas, definitely not good when you potentially have other fires already going in the area, or have other things that were susceptible to ignition sources in a pure oxygen environment.
Yeah, like I was
It's
saying,
clear that. Oh,
there could have been some kind of small fire from the explosion that LOX dump hit, and then that caused something else to ignite, or just caused whatever smoldering thing to have a oxidizer source, or. But yeah, you generally don't want to add liquid oxygen to fire. That's not good to do.
Alex, did you have something too?
yeah, I wanted to say that if it wasn't clear before, I think this is pointing to an anomaly way clear now than before, I think. Just because of all the not expected things that we're seeing. Let's put it that way. You obviously don't expect that fire on the tower.
Yeah, pointing out that while it might not have been a static fire attempt, it is static and on fire.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
Just saying.
That's good. I like that.
It sounds like a farmer's insurance commercial. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
Oh, that reminds me. There was a recent I think it was a Raptor side where we were asked when do we think there's gonna be a static fire test, and I believe you guys said it was going to be last week, and I was like, no, it's gonna be the week of July 11th. Where,
Well,
huh? Not that far away, I guess. I just didn't expect it to be this way.
And well, I mean, as we definitely got our taste of today, the unexpected arrives during any test, and I think DOS, I want to go back more than a year to the SN8 flight, right? And when it landed, and we knew something was immediately wrong, and we didn't cut away from it, right? And that obviously, if I have my ships correct, that was the one that achieved the quickest reuse or reflight of a starship. But it's one of those reasons why we don't cut away from things that don't necessarily look right, because there are so many variables going on here that anything can happen even under normal operations.
Yeah,
This is why you test.
Yeah.
Imagine if this was pad 39A. That would be no bueno.
Right.
That would definitely not be good.
Yeah.
This is what Starbase is for. Well, Starbase is not for burning, but it's in case something bad happens. They did the test here and not at Kennedy.
Exactly. Exactly. Chad is asking what the fire department situation is at Starbase. Is there a local fire department, or does SpaceX have firefighters?
SpaceX has a fire truck.
Right.
Remember the SpaceX fire truck from back in the day? I think they would not be going out to the pad right now as
right, yeah, because now the pad is
situation
not a stable place to actually deploy humans.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but as soon as it's safe enough for crews to head out there and start assessing or fighting whatever the fire is, you bet they will. But currently, there's an active situation ongoing at the launch pad, which is again why we're still alive, and you don't want to send people into harm's way when you're not quite sure what's going to happen next. I forgot about the SpaceX fire truck. Wow. This is, in a lot of ways...
I had not thought about it in a long time.
Right, yeah.
In a lot of ways, this is like a return to form. I mean, it feels like early Starship days again, which makes sense because booster testing has not progressed anywhere nearly as far as Starship testing has. We haven't done a full booster static fire. We were just going live today expecting something maybe even up to a spin prime test, and here we are. I mean, SpaceX is learning from first principles how to operate a booster on the pad. And Mary in our back channel is reporting she doesn't know what happened to the fire truck. She hasn't seen it around in a long time. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for that, Mary.
Well, so that fire is still kind of lingering there. You can see that black smoke, and I don't know what that points to the fire actually burning right now. I don't think we know exactly what's back there in that part of the pad area.
Yeah.
This is, I'm not a firefighter. This is complete speculation, but it does sort of look like it's less thick black smoke and kind of more diffuse black smoke and maybe more gray. So hopefully it's burning itself out or consuming available fuel and will go out. It doesn't appear to be growing, knock on wood. And yeah, so hopefully it runs its course. But yeah.
And again,
Still looking through chat to see if anyone asked any new questions or anything like that. I am still looking through that, just for the record.
Yeah, and just for situational awareness, that smoke is sort of coming from an area in the vicinity of the base of the launch tower, sort of between the test tank there that has the sort of little white cap on it and the and the tower itself. You can sort of see it a little bit better there. That the smoke is definitely between the tower and the test tank.
Do we think there's been some sort of either ground side or vehicle side situation where they're intentionally not getting rid of the locks in the tank? I mean, it seems like you would want to have all of this depressed and empty by now, but it's clearly not.
Well, I mean, we did notice earlier that the LOX dump was in relatively close vicinity to a fire. I wonder if they're trying to hold off because of that.
Yeah, good point. Duh, Jack.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but they were also dumping logs earlier, like before the fire really kicked up, which maybe that's a hindsight thing, but
yeah, and I mean, the other thing too that's sort of the consideration is exactly exactly what the health of the booster is after this today. It might be another reason they're holding off on draining the liquid oxygen out of the lines and everything, or via the lines as well.
mean, you can see, just to point out, that not just the health of the vehicle, but the health of the surrounding infrastructure too. I mean, I've seen there's stuff like dangling from the launch mount, which is
Yeah.
probably not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, I was going to say that's very clearly there, isn't it?
I will take a quick opportunity just to say thank you everyone who has tuned in. Obviously, things like today are not really the reason NASA spaceflight does our coverage. Our goal of the coverage is to show progress and exciting spaceflight events, and some of that includes off-nominal testing. As long as that's conducted safely. Again, there was no personnel at the pad. We have no reason to think any humans were harmed in this. Hardware can always be repaired and replaced, so all of that considered, obviously we're all rooting for progress as well. We're all rooting for all the tests to be successful. But we do thank everyone who allows us to bring all of these events to you all, so you can all keep updated with what is going on, and we can all follow this development of this vehicle together, because when you go down the line and this vehicle goes orbital for the first time, you'll remember times like this too, as sort of a remember when they couldn't do a spin pipe test or whatever they were trying to do today. This is all part of making that progress too. So just a big thank you to everyone who's tuned in and everyone who goes above and beyond by sending us extra support and things like that. Really, really do appreciate it.
There's a question here that I wouldn't mind getting everyone's take on too, and I'm happy to start myself. PebMets was wondering, saying NASA had concerns about Starship's impact to 39A. I'm wondering if this has heightened their concerns and if it could force SpaceX to modify their plans for that pad. I wouldn't go that far personally, but I'm interested in what everyone else would say. I mean, does it sort of highlight why the concern exists? Yes, but SpaceX had sort of been upfront that Boca Chica was their test center and that the Cape was going to be like we're ready for operations, right? Very early operations, yes, but early operations. So no, I don't think this. And again, we'll wait to see exactly what happened today. Again, but I wouldn't say that this has an impact on Starship flying from 39A.
Yeah, Chris, I'll agree with you. Like we were mentioning earlier, there's a clear distinction between the roles of Starbase and 39A as far as Starship goes. I don't think any of us expect 39A to get a propellant load with a Starship at 39A until the vehicle is already operational, not in the development and test flight phase, which is what Starbase is for.
Yeah, that's sort of also what I tried to say before. I know I explained myself very poorly. But you gotta think about the timing for 39A. We're probably thinking of a timing perhaps a year from now is sort of what we're thinking here. And many things can happen from here to a year from now. And if you think back of how Starship evolved over time, yeah, it's risky, but look, launching something of this scale is obviously going to be risky no matter where you put it. That being said, it's also true the timeline perspective here, that if it's going to be a year from now, where's this program going to be in 1 year? How many tests are they going to be running on these boosters by that time? How many flights we might have seen by then? So obviously all of that is going to be retiring a lot of risk, and I'm not sure we're going to see the same thing at 39A, but it's true that this thing can happen here, it can happen in 39A, or it can happen elsewhere. And SpaceX is already they have already seen this kind of thing where a whole launch pad blows out, and we saw that with Amos 6, right? So yeah, there's still that risk, even for a rocket that that rocket that exploded on Amos 6. I believe that was the 28th flight that was planned for Falcon 9. So even then, you still have risks, and I think it all comes down to just accepting it, that things like this can happen, and as we've already seen, they have proposed alternatives. So it's a balance here. It's not black or white. It's always something in the middle where you take some risks and you plan for the worst, so to speak.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a good point, and it should be mentioned that I hate myself. I'm about to say the thing. Space is hard.
Yeah.
It is.
I really hate that phrase, but this is a brand new vehicle with 33 engines, basically brand new engines. It's a very complicated thing, and that's why we were so excited for booster testing and booster engine testing to happen, is because we're going into uncharted territory with a very complicated brand new thing, and it's brand new testing. So unexpected things sometimes happen. Again, that's why you test. So in a way, we shouldn't be so surprised about what we've seen today, although it was extremely surprising. None of us expected to see anything like that today. I know. Maybe just some like fancy venting from underneath the vehicle, but yeah, that was far more fancy venting than I think anybody expected. But Booster
Fancy
7
venting. I like that.
Yeah.
Spicy venting.
Yeah, spicy venting. Thank you. So yeah, Booster 7, very complicated. This is why you test, etc., etc. Space is hard. God, I hate space. Space should be easy. It's 2022. Can space be easy, please?
I'm gonna try, and since we're waiting around for this booster to try and get saved, I'm also gonna try and speedrun some questions, but we've had a lot of support come in here, and I do want to thank everyone who has sent support our way. And also want to try to acknowledge as many of these questions as we can. Obviously, chat has become very active in the last part of the stream here. But Joseph brought on as a red team member, so thank you. Harvey as a flight engineer, that's a very generous membership level, so thank you so much for that, and special thank you. Couple Capcom members, David upgraded to Capcom, so thank you, and Kerr also joining at the Capcom level, so thank you so much. Misplaced Optimism, now there's a good YouTube name for the current situation. Padrat membership, appreciate that. Arne with a red team member, thank you so much. Let me see, and another Padrat from Dagger41, appreciate that. Let's see, there's some questions in here as well. Oh, Taylor Van Kane was asking about the white tube thing that was hanging from the booster, and of course has now mysteriously disappeared. That was an environmental...
Oh no, it didn't mysteriously
well,
disappear.
maybe not mysteriously.
You saw it leave with the pressure wave, like.
But that was the environmental control duct, so they could control the environment inside the booster when there are personnel at the pad working on it. Obviously, it wasn't in use at the time, but they kept it connected.
I think it's safe to say it's now outside the environment.
It is not outside the environment. No, it's in one environment and now in another environment.
I think there's lots of pieces of it all over the environment now.
Good jokes. Let me see what else. Fallout Perspective says, just celebrating that this is the first time cryo is simultaneously flowing through all 33 Raptors. That's a good point. They did reach that.
Yes.
Crewpack says, love your streams. Hope to live to times when space travel is as common as traveling by plane. I agree. Thank you so much for the kind words there. Moldy Space Industries with the Thomas Fan Club and the James Webb Hype Club. Thank you so much. Let's see. Andy, I don't know if I can answer the question. The message says in Tim's interview, Elon said there are people with 8K cameras talking about us. I know we're not the only ones out there, but we've certainly got lots of cameras pointed everywhere in Starbase. I don't know, Das, we ever going to get a behind the scenes of all the equipment in Starbase? I don't know how much of that is secret sauce or whatever.
How about when I finish everything, I'll do a behind the scenes?
Oh, right, okay, good. Good point.
We'll never be finished with everything. We're always improving.
Of course. And that is, of course, and on a serious note, thanks to all the support that we get. We do want to continuously support and improve everything. Bob Brown with no message but just a $50 super chat. That's very generous. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support and joining in. Let's see. Tommy with a super chat as well. Thank you so much. Roger with a Padrat membership. Thank you. I've got this. I've seen this mentioned a little bit. I'm not convinced this is the case. I'm gonna let you know. I'll mention it out loud. See what Chris and Alex think. Overlord Raven suggests that the booster might have a slight lean to it. I don't know if that's just my eyes. Like, it's nothing super obvious.
I
Do
don't
either of
see
you
it.
think that?
I don't personally know.
I mean, all of our cameras got hit by a shockwave.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That's a
Yeah.
very good point. I would warrant to guess that it's not the booster.
Yeah, I mean, we know for a fact, like, we always go through a bunch of steps to level the close-in camera, and that one got hit hard and turned to the side. We actually had to pan it to the left a little bit to get the booster framed again. The ones out at the beach a mile away, I would not be surprised if the tower is a little bit tweaked one way or the other, because all the cameras got hit by a shockwave. So we do take a lot of cares to try and level them, but on the sand and the beach with the blowing wind, and then it's hot, and then it's cold, and it rains, and then they get hit by a shockwave from an exploding whatever from the bottom of the booster. It's tough out there.
Yeah.
Do I sound nominal when I say that, or do I sound terrible again?
You sound good to
It's
me.
not good to me.
Okay, cool. Chat, do I sound good? Like,
Check. Can we get a 5x5 check on DOS?
let's just say I have a lot of windows open watching a lot of things right now.
Oh, that's fair. Ted says 5x5. All right, that's good enough for me. Richard Smith is wondering if a hydraulic leak could have provided a fuel source. I suppose that's in theory possible.
Hydraulic fluid, I don't think would easily go into the gaseous state. That's sort of why it's hydraulic fluid, right?
Right.
It doesn't like to be compressible or change state. So I don't really feel like hydraulic fluid would have made a cloud of something that was flammable and could be mixed with the oxygen that easily. I will personally stick to my guns and say when you see a pressure wave like that, it's because you have some sort of premix happening. It's not like it has a little leak on it or there's a puddle of gasoline somewhere. Like a puddle of gasoline will not do that, right? It'll cause a big fireball, but it will not cause a pressure wave like that. So it really looks like there were something flammable and then lots of oxygen mixed around all together, and then an ignition source hit it, and that gives you that big pressure wave. So, where did it come from? Where did it go? I don't know, but that really did look like some sort of very flammable substance mixed with a lot of oxygen in the air, and then ignited for a detonation.
So you're saying we should nickname Booster 7 Cotton Eye Joe? I'm sorry.
There you go.
We got the reference. Oh, man. Alright, let me see. I'm going to keep going through these as best I can here. One question asking, could SpaceX get in trouble for this because they didn't put out the correct notices? Well, it wasn't intentional. I don't know if they can get in trouble for an unintentional... Like, it's not that they didn't put out the notice knowing that they were going to have an ignition source. So I won't speculate too much on that, but it's a good question.
Yeah, if they meant for that to happen, and that was an expected result, and they didn't put out notices, that's sort of a big deal. But if they didn't expect for that specific result, like the overpressure like that, and the detonation wave and the huge fireball, then, that's a different sort of thing. So,
yeah. Thank you, Aaron, for that really good question. Let's see, what else? Roger upgraded to the red team level membership, so thank you so much, Roger. Another 10 pounds that says that's an automatic FAA investigation and delay. I don't know. It's not a flight anomaly. It's a ground testing anomaly. I'm sure the FAA will be informed of what's going on right now, but I wouldn't, I think the delay will be much more a result of the fact that it happened rather than the FAA investigating why it happened, because SpaceX has to know why it happened too and fix it. This is a hardware readiness situation, if that makes sense. Chad again saying, is Mary okay? Yes, Mary is okay. We've been talking to Mary actually in our back channel here. Everything's good there. We don't believe anyone has been hurt by this.
again, that's why they have the pad cleared and the road closed and the beach cleared and all that sort of thing. Like when they're pumping stuff around like this, that's why they clear things out.
Yeah. Mike with a super chat. Thank you so much for your support, Mike. Raven says better happens now than when it's fully fueled. That could be a good point.
Just want to really quickly point out that the black smoke from that fire definitely appears to be thinning further. It's kind of just
Yeah, I
now
agree.
like diffuse
Yeah.
gray price. So, diffuse gray smoke. So, yeah, that's trending positive. Definitely good.
Corporal Daywalker gifting 5 more Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Been showing a lot of support. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, Corporal Daywalker is one of those folks that's been around since the beginning too, and or at least very close to the beginning, and always very generous with the support. So thank you so much, Corporal.
Well, Kev says Raptor 2 is apparently a full flow immaculate combustion cycle engine.
That's funny.
Um,
I do wonder what the ignition source was.
Right.
If you go sort of like frame by frame, which is a really good King Crimson song, by the way. Shout out to prog metal fans. If you go frame by frame, it appears to start sort of instantly from all over. Like with the SN4 explosion, you could kind of go frame by frame and see, you know, with sort of it came from the vehicle side. Like the very first image. Here, I'll post this in our member Discord, which is available to Capcom members and above. The very first image from our closest camera, and from indeed all of our cameras, they were not operating at a high enough frame rate to differentiate where it came. It was so instant. It goes from nothing to the entire orbital launch mount enveloped in an explosion, in a single frame, in 1/30th of a second, or faster than 1/30th of a second. Otherwise, we would have caught. So, I'm very curious as to where that ignition source came from. Here, I'll post this in the member Discord, and the members can discuss amongst yourselves. But yeah, I'm super curious what happened there. I mean, it could have just been as easy as there was something hot sitting around the launch site, like a light bulb or an exposed wire or something. Well, you get a fuel air mixture like that, nice perfect mixture. It just searches for anything.
We're getting more sort of surging venting noises. Did you hear that change in the audio?
Yeah.
Every once in a while, yeah.
Yeah. That's
I'm having a really hard time telling how the frost is changing on that left-hand side view. I can't tell if it's dissipating or not.
It looks like it's like running down. You can see sort of the vertical runs in it.
Right.
Completely gone.
There, I posted the 2 frames in the member Discord, so you can see before and after basically, and it's just immediate.
Let me see, I'm going to keep coming here. What other questions can we pull through here? One question. Were the chopsticks stabilizing the booster while steady firing? That's what I was looking for. No, the chopsticks weren't actually connected to the booster. They're down near the bottom because they were working on maintenance or repairs to the chopsticks. In fact, yesterday we saw them removing some hardware from one of the chopsticks, so I think our consensus is that the sticks were just down there so they could access them better. They were not. You can see in that view, they're not connected to the booster. They weren't there for stabilizing it or anything like that. Good question, though. Jim Cavett says, now I really can't wait to see 33 Raptors singing. I agree. Ninja says, I know it wasn't planned, but it did happen at 420, and it's Elon we're talking about. There are crazy coincidences for sure. And then, yeah, Sam asking if methane wasn't loaded, how was the large plume produced? The big question is like what fuel was being burned and what the ignition source was. If there's another, Jack was talking about earlier, there could have been another methane source other than the main prop tank. What that could be, I mean, that's the problem. I don't want to speculate too much because I don't know what other sources of methane or what else other fuel or fuel for that combustion could be. Because, like we talked about earlier, oxygen on its own wouldn't do that. Oxygen is the oxidizer, you still need a fuel. But indications are also that the main methane tank wasn't loaded, so there was either methane or something else elsewhere. People mention hydraulics. I don't know, it's hard to tell. But that is definitely, I think, one of the big question marks about how this happened was. And it's very possible that only SpaceX will ever know the answer, to be completely clear and set expectations.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to assume that a huge cloud of flammable gas collecting around the base of Super Heavy is not going to be normally part of their procedure, right?
Right.
Like, it is for some rockets, like the Delta IV, they chill the engines with hydrogen, and so it gets a huge cloud of hydrogen at the Delta IV, and they have the sparkers down there, like, intentionally to burn off that hydrogen as their rocket goes. That's why Delta IV is the flame festival, right?
Yeah.
But that is a normal part of that process for Delta IV, and they've planned for it, and they burn it off in sort of a fireball intended fashion. But that doesn't produce a pressure wave like we saw here. So I don't think a huge premixed cloud of flammable gas is part of their normal process.
Probably not.
I would assume they didn't design it that way.
Safe assumption, I think, Das. Nico says, love you guys. Any idea when we can hear Stephen Marr on the commentary stream again? Not that I don't like you guys. Stephen was on the Starlink launch last night.
He's around.
Yeah, he's around. A lot of times when we're at the Cape, he's not on commentary because he's busy being a photographer. But, yeah, he's on. He was on last night. If you haven't seen the launch last night, the Falcon 9 appeared out of the clouds. It was a whole thing. It was pretty cool.
It was a whole thing.
Jack was up on top of a mountain. I mean,
yeah, Jack was on a mountain. We had protractors and MS Paint involved. Like,
yeah.
figure out where the rocket was going to appear when you can't actually see the rocket. It's just, the top of the marine layer we were looking at.
Right.
I'm still mad I panned right too far. I hate myself, but whatever. I'll get a monitor and it won't happen again. Maybe, hopefully.
I'm also sort of mad you panned right, Jack, but you can't see it. Like, the sun was going down right in your face. You got the little camera monitor. There's, like, nothing you can do,
Yep, lesson learned. Next time we'll do better.
VR headset with HDMI input.
There you go. Let me see. I'm going to keep pulling Nico, who just says, hold, hold, hold. Yeah, I think that's warranted. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you everyone, for all of the support. Also trying to look through. I'm still looking through to see if there's other questions too, such as this one. Could Zeus carry a fire hose? Talking about the robot dog, the Boston Dynamics dogs. I'm not going to say no for sure, but I don't think I've seen that use case.
Well, you've seen, like, when firefighters handle the hose, there's so much pressure coming out of it, you have to, like, brace it, right? The pressure coming out of a fire nozzle would blow one of the Boston Dynamic robots away. Like, it would not be able to withstand the pressure coming out the hose, or drag a filled hose. Maybe it could, like, sort of position a hose and then drop it on the ground, and they turn it on, it would go straight.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, seriously, I mean, I know a lot of people are tuning in, thanks based on what happened, obviously. Everyone's sending a whole lot of support, and I really just do want to show our appreciation for that. Thank you all so much. If you're looking for another way to support our stream, I do want to keep mentioning that the NSF store is a great way to show. We have these new metal prints that are out there. A lot of those are Starship related. There's also some Falcon 9 and SLS stuff in there. But yeah, if you are looking for some new wall art, that is a brand new addition to the NSF store. Really high quality metal prints that are obviously very durable and a little bit different look than the like gloss prints or matte prints or whatever. But yeah, highly recommend checking those out, and they're all from your favorite NSF photographers. Stuff from Mary, stuff from Nick. Yeah, thank you all so much who support us that way. There's also, of course, all of your regular merch, your t-shirts and things like that. And yeah, that's just another great way to show your support and help us do what we do and help improve our equipment and hope that the truck camera is still alive after what happened an hour ago.
Make more blast-proof robotic cameras.
Yeah, blast-proof robots is a thing.
The metal prints are far more resistant to unexpected pressure waves than the canvas or the printed like paper ones. Like if you get a metal print, it can take an unexpected or completely intentional pressure wave coming from the bottom of the booster.
And actually, I'm getting word really quickly here that apparently the discount from yesterday is still active. If you order 2 or more metal prints, you get 15% off both of them.
Oh.
So that's interesting. I didn't know that was still going on.
Apparently you just add 2 to your cart. And if you
you got 2 or more in your car, you'll get 50% off your metal prints. So if you're looking for wall art, now you have an excuse to get 2 of them.
If you get 6, you can actually make a metal box.
There you go.
Use it like to store things or as a small bunker for a cat or something. And you'll qualify for that 15% off discount.
Yeah, no discount code or anything needed. But thank you to everyone who supports us that way, and thank you to our folks in the back channel for reminding me about that Discord. The Freudians, their discount code for telling me in Discord. Thank you. All right, let me see if I can get some more questions here. Could they send a drone to check it out? In theory, we've seen SpaceX do drones for inspections before, for sure. I haven't seen one go out so far today. Maybe they weren't anticipating needing it today. I don't know. Testing the flammability of the launch site. Don't think that was the intended test today.
It really looks like those the black smoke from the area over on the right-hand side that was cooking off has really died down now.
Yeah, definitely. It's like not gone yet, but yes.
Remember the remote-controlled fire sprayers?
Yep.
I don't think there's anything like that around this pad, is there?
We haven't seen it, and we haven't seen them using it.
Huh. I wonder if that will be something that gets installed now.
Yeah, it might have been part of, well, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because they had one over near the landing pad when they were planning on using the landing pad, right? And we saw them hose down starships on more than one occasion.
Right, yeah.
Sometimes, but...
Yeah, with limited results.
Limited success.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if we'll see them add those over at this side of the pad.
Yeah. I mean, they have stuff like that at refineries and stuff. So you have big storage tanks, and every so often they'll have these... I don't know if the refinery ones are remote controlled. I imagine they are remote controlled, but they have little stations that have water pipes going to them, and they have nozzles that can clearly be panned and tilted. So I would be really surprised. I mean, this is basically like a reverse refinery, right? They're not taking the raw materials and making the fuels. They're taking the fuels and turning them back into raw materials and kinetic energy. And heat, I guess, too.
Davey is asking if we can get a Starbase and is not for burning on a t-shirt. Some of these messages.
I made a GIF of the 2 frames. I'm gonna post that in the Discord as well.
Okay, cool.
It's yeah, I mean it's just instant. There's no obvious ignition source. I don't know. If you want to tell me how I'm wrong, go in our members Discord, available to Capcom members and above, and tell me how I'm wrong. But I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than it was from the perspective of our close-in camera, it was instant at 30 frames a second.
Yeah.
Just a reminder that the members Discord we're talking about, NSF members or members of the YouTube channel at the Capcom level or higher can check out the NSF Discord that we're talking about here. And it is a place where we do a lot of really interesting spaceflight discussion, and the community is always so helpful with us keeping tabs on everything because there's so much going on, especially at Starbase.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. It goes from the big, I guess, fuel air mix or whatever it was to a fireball that completely engulfs the orbital launch mount. I mean, it's an instantaneous ball of fire the size of the entire mount. And that
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It goes from the mount being fine, one frame, and the next frame, which is 1/30th of a second later, the entire mount, literally the entire mount, is engulfed. I'm gonna see if I can make some of these from multiple other angles that we have. And don't forget, there's the YouTube video that we just posted with the live replays. There'll be a daily video also later today with additional footage and footage of the fire and all that stuff. There's no shortage of coverage coming from us on this, but yeah, if you want to talk about it, come into our member Discord and have a chat.
John Ryan with some super chat support. Thank you so much. Again, I want to run through these as quickly as we can because I do want to thank everyone who supports us. Corporal Daywalker, another 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much. Remy's with the 10 euros saying, in case the robocams need new smoke detectors or something. WWW with the asking again, where are the drones? We have not seen any drones go out there, which is an interesting observation. I don't know if there is a reason for it. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but we have not seen any sort of inspection like that. They might simply be waiting for this fire to kind of burn out, because it is definitely dissipating over there. Dog Crust just says, thanks for the coverage of the testing of this brand new thing. Thank you so much for tuning in and for supporting us. David Wilson asking about possible hydraulic failure. That's definitely one of the possible explanations we've been talking about. Peter Shaw upgrading all the way to flight engineer, which I think that's the top level of YouTube membership you can do. That's very, very generous. Thank you so much. You get all of the perks you can get as a YouTube member at that level, so thank you. And Railroads with the Launch Director membership, which is another really high up there level, so thank you so much as well. Alphabet wondering, could a potential sign of it being an actual test that the depress wasn't immediate? That's not, I understand the line of thinking there, but generally speaking, it's not conclusive. I understand what you're saying. Since they didn't depress right away, was it potentially actually expected? We've talked about how we weren't expecting an ignition source because of no notices and things like that. All the pre-anomaly indications were for a inert sort of testing. Then the depress vents did happen a little bit later. So observation for sure. I don't think it's not conclusive because they also could have been delayed by whatever broke. You know, the depresses might have had to have been manually commanded or things like that. There's a lot of different scenarios that dictate when all those events occur and things like that. A very good point, though. Thank you for bringing that up. John Ryan with a Capcom membership. Thank you so much. Neil asking if the anomaly, or do we think the anomaly was from the booster itself or the orbital launch mount, and which would be a bigger setback?
That's kind of what I was trying to figure out with that, with the GIF and with the looking at the frame-by-frame imagery. There's no obvious source of ignition. I mean, for all I know, the source of ignition could have actually come from the engines themselves. They could have, I don't even know. Maybe it's like, okay, how about this? We've seen them engage in oopsies during other tests. There's the SN3 crumple pop where there was a testing configuration error and they drained the LOX tank while keeping the methane tank full and the whole thing kind of crumpled. And, you know, there have been times, or of course SN4, or SN1, which popped. There's times where their testing procedure has had issues. So it could have been a test procedure issue where the engines were inadvertently commanded to ignite or do something that resulted in an ignition from another source. But yeah, I wish we had like 120 frame a second camera out there or something like that. But the 30 frame a second camera that we have up close, which you can see there on the left, that gave no obvious a source of ignition. It just immediately it's all ignited, and I don't even know the speed with which that happened. I'm not even sure what frame rate you would need to capture that. I mean, detonations are famously like basically instant. So, yeah, from our imagery, it's hard to say source of ignition, whether it was booster side or launch mount side or what. It's just instant.
Yeah, they're all tucked up in there. I don't know that you could really say what it was. It just went from a big cloud of stuff to a big fireball of, I guess, fire. So I don't know, but the breaking news, right?
Yeah.
I'm happy about this. I'm very happy about this. Please go on.
Thomas?
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. I thought that's what's going to do it. The tweet that people keep mentioning that Elon said it was expected has been deleted. So Elon Musk is no longer saying that this was an expected result. So I think he may have been brought up to speed on what actually happened and realized that that was not the expected outcome of the engine test. So I think that's kind of all the confirmation we need. We were skeptical when he first tweeted, but clearly he was just getting caught back into the loop on what was going on. I do not think this was an expected outcome.
Yeah,
I'm really glad for this, because part of what is so great about Twitter is being able to get information from people at companies, including Elon and SpaceX, and the credibility of that information is important. And being able to take what is said on Twitter, even though a tweet does not reality make, stainless steel Starship Cybertrucks, if anybody remembers that, not a thing. Although maybe someday it will be, who knows. But point being, it's important that we are able to trust what is told to us on Twitter, and it was just very obviously not expected. And you could sort of tell from the phrasing of the tweet, which it was like, yeah, they were expecting to do engine testing today.
Right, yeah.
They were not expecting to accidentally ignite today, because again, there was no overpressure notice, and the launch site was very obviously not in a state that was prepared for any kind of fire or static fire testing. So good. I'm glad to see that tweet deleted. I was biting my tongue a little bit earlier, like, man, this just doesn't sit right with me. It does not, I just obviously seemed wrong. But yeah, now that that's been deleted, I think that kind of puts to bed any question of, was that supposed to happen? No, it was not supposed to happen.
Right.
To be fair, right? Somebody tweeted at Elon a picture of our live stream, but it was a still frame. It was just an image. It wasn't a video, and it didn't have sound. And so what Elon was responding to was just a picture of fire underneath the booster. It could have looked like a pre-burner or whatever. So Elon might have looked at that still image and said, "Oh yeah, we're supposed to do a pre-burner or whatever," right? And he said, "Yeah, they're booster engine testing." But maybe what Elon did not see was the fact that it was a clear explosion with a detonation and a pressure wave. Now, if they're doing pre-burners, aren't they still supposed to put out static fire notices?
Right.
Maybe Elon's not totally in the loop on that. Like, he's trying to push them hard to get it done, and he didn't know if they put out static fire or overpressure notices or not. But he was looking at a still picture of a fire underneath the booster, and it wasn't clear from that still image that it was an explosion or a pressure wave or a huge sound that shook the cameras or anything like that. But he did go back and delete that tweet where he said, yes, booster engine testing. That's why I took a screenshot of it, y'all.
Yeah, and he's a busy guy. He's running how many companies and has how many offspring, and he's he's a busy person. So it makes sense that he could glance at something like that and say, "Yep, engine testing," and then only to be later brought up to speed by his subordinates. Like, actually,
yeah,
maybe do the classic like pulling on the collar thing. Like, well, maybe I'm not.
When you say
quite
expected,
yeah, for varying definitions of expected.
So, Jack, are we going to go back and edit the video we put out? And change it back to say anomaly?
Stop it.
Because Elon said it was anticipated, or it was expected, so we can't call it an anomaly because that's what SpaceX was trying to do. But it sure wasn't expected to us, so we were going back and forth on exactly how we should label that video because we want to be accurate, right?
Yep.
If Elon says, no, that's what we meant to do, then okay, that's what we meant to do. Was that a bird?
I was gonna say, did we just get the camera's getting attacked by everything today? Raptors, birds.
Jeez.
I think the only thing that could make today better is if Grackle decided to stand in front of the camera and watch things along with us, because you gotta love Grackle Cam.
I hope that Greco was not around when the pressure wave hit the camera.
I hope, for its sake, I hope so as well.
Greco's on the top of the truck or whatever.
We do have a question here from Joe. Is it just me, or is the top of that it's supposed to say hydraulic cover gotten noticeably darker, or is it just shadows? I don't know. So we're looking at, to bring everyone up to speed, there's kind of a box near the bottom right of the booster on your left-hand side view that we've seen some fumes coming out of. Those fumes were coming out before the anomaly happened, so we're not sure whether that's a result of anything off nominal. But the top of that box has gotten a little bit darker, which could be a sign of fire or something. I don't know if anyone here has any thoughts on that observation.
It's hard to tell. It does look like it's sort of singed or something up there, but it's hard to tell. From any other angle, the chopsticks are in the way.
On the side of the booster?
Yeah.
I think it's a reflection of the chopsticks.
Chopsticks, yep.
Okay.
And it might be now that the sun is going down to the right-hand side of that shot, right? To the right is going to be the west, and maybe the sun changing has changed the way that the booster is reflecting the chopstick on that side. Because it does look like it lines right up with the chopstick. Chopstick? I guess that's singular of chopsticks, right?
Yeah. So yeah, again, I mean, I think that frost is also continuing to kind of dissipate too, but the booster has still not quite been saved. You can see there's still lots of vapors from the engine section.
Yeah.
Why don't we go back? All right, so now that we've gotten that tweet's been deleted, probably more or less confirmed that this was a major anomaly. Why don't we go back and take a look at this again with that new information? Remember that we can pull up this replay. Reminder: loud noise warning. There is a loud explosion warning, so check your headphones just in case. But here's a replay of what we've been talking about for the last couple hours. The live views on the way.
Headphone warnings. You'll see the big spurt beforehand.
Yes. I don't think I noticed until just now how badly the camera got moved.
It got moved.
Oh yeah.
First thing I know.
The AC duct just getting absolutely.
That was
Can I
the deep.
request that one more time, Michael?
So there's a bat or something like that, like a bird.
Watch the
flying
AC
off?
duct.
Alright, this replay is purely to watch the AC duct.
Yeah, and the bird afterwards. Watch.
It does just kind of disappear, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, what the heck that is?
That bird had no clue what was going on.
No, I hope they're alright.
It really did look like a spin prime. Like the big whoosh.
Right
that came-
before, yeah.
Yeah.
It did look like a spin prime, like we see at McGregor all the time. There you go.
That
Thank you.
part was very familiar.
Yeah.
It looked great right
It was
up until then.
afterward. Yeah, it was right after that. When it was like, that's not normal.
There's the AC duct in several pieces. Oh. Yeah, jeez. And also just noting how much that right chopstick moved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we have.
Yeah,
go ahead,
Tom, you take it. No, you go.
I think we have another NSF team member who wants to offer some thoughts on what's going on. Chris Bergen, do we have you on comms?
Yeah, good evening, good morning.
Yeah, hey Chris. I can't imagine what's keeping you awake at this hour.
No, well, I was basically thinking everything's fine, and suddenly, yeah. And of course, we had the Elon tweet, and then Elon's deleted that tweet, but I think because he was looking at a screenshot, which rather than quote RTing my tweet, which had the video clip of it. Lesson for you all there, kids. If you're going to RT a clip, you will get more context from it. And I think if Elon's seen the context of it, he might have realised that was not necessarily nominal for what was going on there. We were expecting a spin prime test. That was not expected. And that's how I tweeted, in fact, straight away. I said that was unexpected, and it was unexpected. We weren't expecting any kind of fire, and even a pre-burner wouldn't have caused that much of thrust. We saw the camera shaking. So that was more like, a full-on full-on test, it was something had obviously not gone right there. Luckily, Boost 7's still standing. We don't know what condition the engines are in or anything else. I mean, the tower's still standing, thank goodness. Hopper would survive it anyway. Hopper's immortal. Yeah, there's nothing going to go on there. I think the take-home for me, just, now a few hours after it's happened. By the way, it happened exactly on 4:20. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4:20.
Which means it was 2
exactly.
hours ago, by the way, for those keeping track. It's crazy that this was only 2 hours, that it was like a whole 2 hours ago. Guess we've just been talking too long. But anyway,
Yeah.
sorry.
It's just, to me, the context for me is this is a test site. These are test vehicles. Booster 7 was actually dead for a while. Boost 7 was going to be a no more booster at some point because the transfer tube had squished during a previous test. So this booster technically is kind of a bonus round now. It's kind of like being used when it probably was going to be scrapped at some point. But luckily, they replaced transfer tube and they're building booster 8 down the road. I think if it's a procedural error that's caused this, that's something where, providing there's no critical damage to the orbital launch mount, anything like that, they could technically, if it comes to it again, remove Booster 7 and put Booster 8 there, and Booster 8's been stacked.
Right.
So it wouldn't be a massive delay. In the context of things, we just don't know. We just don't know what the damage was, or if it was just procedural, because I'm trying to think back to a previous test where they lost a vehicle, and it was just procedural, rather than anything like, oh, this is a critical design error, we've got to go back to the drawing board, and that would then preclude them using Booster 8 at any point, because that would be an impact on the vehicle that's designed the same way. So for me, it's a wait and see, and all being well, they can just save this vehicle, they can inspect it, and we'll see what happens in days to come. Several things will either happen. One, they'll either just basically maybe put the Raptor mount, the stand back in there and just check the engines out. Maybe they'll go back into a test where they'll repeat the test. This time it all goes well. But, even if the worst case scenario is they remove Booster 7 from the test tank, they could just put Booster 8 there, providing it's not a booster issue. I don't think it is. I think it's procedural, if anything, just from the way everything is still safe right now. It vented straight after the test as well, so the vehicle was still responding to commands. I'm
Right,
optimistic,
yeah.
but I'm always optimistic about these things. It's so hard because we are speculating. We haven't got the data. We just don't have a flight leak. We haven't got John Innsbrucker giving us a rundown of what happened. So we just don't know.
You know what? Just listening to you right now, Chris. You know what that makes me think of? Whenever there was an anomaly with the shuttle or something with NASA, they always say like, controllers freeze your panel. There's like some sort of terminology where
Lock the doors.
Yeah, lock the doors and preserve the state of your console. So that could even be part of why we haven't seen any large material change to the state of the booster, is perhaps they just sort of froze and are assessing what happened and everything that's going on and the state of everything and checking where all the switches are and what's been flipped and what has, I don't know, that kind of going out on a speculative limb there, but that just occurred to me while listening to you to explain what's going on. Maybe they're just very, very slowly analyzing what has occurred and where all the pieces on the chessboard are, so to speak.
Yeah, Matt Holland says a lot of positive spin, Chris. And yeah, to be fair, that was positive spin, but I'm kind of an optimist in this thing. I want this to work, and that's probably making me a little bit unobjective about the whole thing. But at the same time, I could be one of those SpaceX shorties who thinks everything that goes wrong is great news to them because that proves them right. SpaceX is bad, Elon is bad, blah, blah, blah. So maybe I'm somewhere in between the two, because I don't believe that. I want this to work. But I'm also using some experience with the previous tests going back to start. We've been covering this since the very start, remember? And we've seen some dramatic failures, and they've bounced back straight away from it, and they've achieved something from it. And this is something you want to happen during ground testing rather than 10 seconds off the pad. So again, that's my positive spin. It is maybe a little bit objective because I do want this to work, but at the same time it is experience based, but with speculation. So it's hard to be correct about this because we just don't know the data or the information about why this has gone this way.
Yep, gotcha. And I think it's worth reiterating that clearly this test could have gone worse because the booster is still there. But yeah,
It
it'll be
could've- it
hard
could-
to know what the impact of this is going to be without inspections and things like that.
Yeah, if you want positive spin, it could have got worse. It could have exploded. It could have taken out a tank farm. It could have taken out a tower. But it wouldn't have taken a tower. I think the tower would still be standing, but it had done some damage to it. But the tank farm, I've always worried about that. If they bring Boost 7, if Boost 7 flies now, if they bring Boost 7 back to the chopsticks and it has a wobble at the end and goes into the tank farm, that's bad. That's really bad. Whereas if it just drops down onto the mount, or more like near the tower, I think the tower will just keep on smiling. I think it'll be something where it's structurally sound to at least cope with something like that. But yeah, the tank farm might always be my concern. If something goes rud at the launch site, the tank farm would, take a brunt of it, and that would be quite bad because that'd take a long time to repair.
Yeah, definitely. All right, here we go. Here's another update. Elon Musk, replying to none other than Chris Bergen on Twitter, says, "Yeah, actually not good. Team is assessing damage."
There you
All
go.
right, so
you have
there
it.
is your final official, can no longer be disputed in any way, shape, or form confirmation that this test was not good. It's a quote from the CEO. Obviously, he's been brought into the loop on this.
Why is it replying to that shuttle fan there? That's weird.
I mean, it is worth pointing out that we go to great pains to not make things up when we are speculating, to be clear that we're speculating, and to not mislead our audience for any sort of reason. Like, we are watching this along with you. We try to provide the best information that we have at any given time, and our best information at that time was that the tweet from Elon was not correct, and that what we had seen was unexpected and not planned. And it's nice to have some confirmation of that. And just thank you to everybody in our audience who understands that we take our job very seriously of bringing you the latest information and news in Starship and spaceflight in general. And we're not just going to make stuff up and misrepresent the truth or pretend things are a certain way for any reason. Like, we're trying to be as transparent and clear about what we are seeing and what we are thinking as possible. And when we speculate, we say that we're speculating, and when we're pretty darn certain that something wasn't supposed to happen, we'll say that. Maybe some of the doubters can trust us a little bit more next time.
Yeah. I mean, that sort of slapped you in the face. Like, when a Starship does a test like that, it should not create a pressure wave. Like, that's your big clue there, right? So I was pretty comfortable saying that was not something that really should have happened.
Yep.
Tell you what,
But
fair
thank
play
you.
to him. By the way, fair play to him, because he didn't have to do that.
Right,
yeah.
no.
He could have just basically, if you look at some other companies, they just wouldn't even entertain the idea of publicly replying, especially when it's like, actually not good. So, yeah, fair play to him.
Yeah, I mean, other companies, we probably wouldn't have heard anything for days. And it's like, we're
Yep.
assessing, and then, you don't hear anything. And then it's like, yep, we had an
Yeah.
anomaly. Here's a bunch of PR-y type statements, and that's that. Like, props to him for doing that, and I definitely appreciate it. I want to be able to take the things that he says on Twitter, at least the things related to Starship and not just like the meme stuff. I want to be able to take that stuff seriously, and I want to be able to trust the information that he is giving us. So that definitely helps me in that respect.
My reply, I mean, some people will say, why don't you reply with some kind of hardball question? Sometimes you just don't do that.
Yeah.
Not when
Because
they
it's just not-
blew up
yeah,
a
it's-
booster.
Yeah. Oh, is that a disaster for Starbase then, Elon? You just don't do that. It's just not the way to interact with people who are good enough to at least give you some information, And that's what generally, that's my general thought. Thanks, Elon. Hopefully nothing too bad. Everything's still standing. What I would say, you've got to be honest about these things.
There are times to ask questions. There are plenty of press conferences around. That's where we
Yeah.
have no problem asking questions.
Well, I guarantee I'll get some DMs saying, "Whoa, why are you so soft? Are you a big Elon fanboy?"
No.
The thing is, I don't care.
Well, I'm
Too
gonna
old
say,
to care about nasty DMs.
I will say a little bit against of the whole Elon fanboy. We've seen, for example, other CEOs are also engaging on Twitter. I mentioned before that Tim Ellis, for example, confirmed the other day on Twitter. There was a fire at their pad.
Oh,
and he was
yeah.
like,
Yeah, that's
hey,
true.
you
Yeah.
know, there was a grass fire from the flare stack, the booster. You know, they were testing turn 1 booster out there. It was okay. He actually showed a picture of, hey, everything is fine. You look, it's like nothing big happened, but these things happen. And he replied, and you know, it's something that it's not just Elon, it's also other people out there, and we welcome that. Like, heck yes, more stuff like that, more openness. That's sort of that thing that is very welcomed in the industry, I guess.
Wait for the venting to stop. Because if it was anybody else doing the testing, they would be like on a missile range 100 miles from the nearest paved public road. So no one would have a camera right next to it like we have here at Starbase. A lot of people don't realize how spoiled, how lucky we are with the way that we're able to follow along what goes on at Starbase. Like, this is not on the far side of the mountain range at White Sands Missile Range where you have to hike for 3 days up a cliff in order to get a telephoto view of what's happening on. Like, that's not what it is. It's a public road right next to it. So
I'll beg in NASA for pictures of SLS in the VAB, and they're scared about China nicking the plans.
oh yeah, and then like 60 days later, you get, okay, here's the approved photo.
Yeah. They've got better, I must admit. KSC's got better about that, because it was quite funny in the early days. Philip Sloss, who was brilliant with our SLS coverage, he was like pulling his hair out over it. This photo was like 2 weeks old.
Yeah, well, I mean, all right, what do we want to keep looking at here as far as them safing this booster? Because, I mean, the frost is still there.
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing. People on Twitter are quite rightly pointing out SLS is probably going to launch first now. I think that was
SLS
probably
was
going to be the
launch
case.
first
But
anyway. I've
I
been
was
saying
thinking
that for
SLS was
forever.
definitely going to launch first. Yeah, I think SLS is literally like 6 weeks away. I reckon, probably something like that.
About that,
That
yeah.
That's going to be exciting. Come on, I mean, that we talk about the tests are exciting, but launches of these massive rockets, huge rockets. I mean, I'm a child of shuttle. I've never seen Saturn V launch live. I wasn't born. But be able to see SLS and Starship launching, it's going to be crazy. And they're both
We still
working together.
have-
Artemis, they're both working
Yeah.
together.
Absolutely. I want to keep. We're still getting lots of super chat questions and other questions, and I want to try and acknowledge as many of these too. Some of these questions are repetitive. A lot of people are asking about the Boston Dynamics dogs. Would love to see them because I think they're fantastic. They're so cool. And they definitely could be used in these kind of situations. In fact, that's kind of what they're designed to do, right?
Yeah,
So, Hannah, thanks for the question there. Sorry, Das, were you saying something?
No, I said for inspection. Yeah, like you absolutely
Right, yeah.
need to go tromp around and see what the status is.
And yeah, Will, looking at that that top part of the hydraulic power unit, at least what we think is the hydraulic power unit, getting blackened. We're pretty sure that's just reflecting the chopstick arm, which is black, because the gases that have been coming from that are not new. That's been since the very beginning of the test, so still not totally sure about that. Don Frederick with some super chat support. Thank you so much. Pamela, love Booster 7 as Cotton Eye Joe. Man. All the merch ideas always come from streams like this.
Where did you come from? Why did you blow?
No, Jack.
Where
no.
did you come from?
Yeah.
No, Joe.
Copyright strikes.
Dream taken down by Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah, we don't want that.
5-pound super chat for at least one 300 frames per second camera on every test. Donkey Hunter asking, do you think they'll remove the booster from the stand? I think that is going to depend on the inspections, right? Like, no way to know that yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, we've seen the Raptor inspection stand. It's that big thing that roll backwards and forwards. They can inspect it on the mount. They've got all the accessibility there. The question is if anything internal has gone wrong. Again, I'm kind of edging towards procedural. Just from experience with previous, I mean, we're talking about RUDs. This hasn't rudded, so that's one thing.
Has just added more information.
Ah,
Right.
There we go.
Yeah. we've got another reply. First of all, Jonathan McDowell joining in on the conversation. Shout out to our friend Jonathan. Just mentioning that in the big picture, it's still the early days of Raptor 2, still learning. Good luck with the analysis. And Elon's reply, quote, cryogenic fuel is an added challenge as it evaporates to create fuel-air explosion risk in a partially oxygen atmosphere like Earth. That said, we have a lot of sensors to detect this more later. So obviously
That's
still
the
very
important
early
part
in the
here,
analysis. But
in my opinion, more later.
yes.
So he's promising at least more information.
Well, the cryogenic fuel that Starship uses is methane, and
that
it's
it is.
at higher pressures and colder temperatures. And if you have liquid methane that's just outside, it evaporates and creates a cloud of methane. So
Right,
that
yeah.
statement seems to imply that methane was involved, and it was methane that was gaseous, that was mixed
Right, yeah,
in.
gaseous methane, though.
You got it. That's what he was saying there. So, like, RP1 wouldn't do that, right? RP1
True.
is just fancy kerosene. It would just be in a puddle on the ground, or it would soak into the dirt, or whatever. RP1 doesn't evaporate that quickly like a cryogenic fuel would. So that's like when ULA loads their rockets, the Atlas, they can load the RP1 days in advance, and it just sits around. They don't have to worry about it boiling off or evaporating or anything like that, because it's way more stable than the cryogenic fuels that Starship uses. But here, since they're trying to get even more performance out of it, they use the cryogenic fuel. It's denser that way. You can get more bounce for your ounce, or whatever the way you want to say it. I guess density and ounce, whatever. You know what I mean. But it does make it more complicated.
I guess it's time for SpaceX to use rofies, like it's a list.
Well, what did he say? They have sensors to detect it or something?
Yeah, as I said, that said,
Yeah.
we have a lot of sensors to detect this, referring to the evaporating methane, I guess.
Yep, and we see that at McGregor on McGregor Live as well. There are specific lights around the facility that our understanding is they're methane detectors. And if there is a certain amount of methane detected in the atmosphere, they'll actually go red, and you can see red lights in places. We see that happen when they're doing things like chilling boosters and stuff like, or chilling engines and stuff like that. So clearly, that is a technology that they have, and I wonder. Certainly, they had some of those sorts of sensors around here. I imagine that somewhere there was a big board at SpaceX test control that should have been going red like crazy as those methane detectors detected that there was more methane than there should have been in the atmosphere around the booster. That's literally a thing they have. Literally a thing they should have. A big board somewhere that goes red.
We're talking about rofies. I remember the hydrogen igniters on the shuttle. there was something I always really found fascinating. About T-minus 10 seconds or 15 seconds, I think it was, they'd spark up and they'd ignite any escaping hydrogen that was coming from after the RS-25s. And the irony about those was, as soon as they fired, if they're scrubbed at any point, it'd take them 2 weeks to replace them.
Yep. We've had some longer delays or like recycles on Delta 4 as well. Like if the road,
Don't remind me.
Yeah, what was
I
it?
wonder
there was
with a
71
rapidly
from Slick 6 that was delayed like a month and a like I went to Wyoming for a shoot and then came back and it still hadn't launched and then I was able to Delta Heavy. Why?
Well, I wonder. I mean, we're talking about a rapidly reusable launch vehicle. Maybe that's why I didn't want to go down that route where there was one part of the element that would take a long turnaround.
I think you're absolutely right. Same thing as like not using frangible bolts or explosive nuts or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a learning curve. We're all laughing as a city on Mars.
That's true.
We're all visiting it. I don't think I'll be around.
Nico is saying, sorry for the duplicate question there. No worries. I know I'm trying to get caught up on Super Chat questions and stuff. There's so many of them, so no worries at all. Thank you so much for your support. No worries. I know Stephen Marr will be on commentary again soon. If we say his name often enough, he'll just show up. Would you guys like to speculate on the condition of the Raptor engines on Booster 7? I'm gonna not go there, but if anyone else on stream wants to, feel free.
It was a pressure wave. I mean, I'm pulling footage off of our Mars cam, and it was not looking at the pad at the time. It was actually looking at S24, but you can see the pressure wave go past S24 and over the suborbital test site. That's what I'm working on pulling right now. So, I would not want to be a Raptor engine on the orbital launch mount.
Yeah, I
No,
would not want
probably
to be an engineer working on the Raptor engines or the shielding or the piping or the plumbing or the orbital launch mount or any of that stuff right now because it probably took a wallop. Although the orbital launch mount itself is kind of like a battleship. Like it's built like a absolute beefcake. So I bet you the mount is hopefully maybe mostly okay. But yeah, I'm super curious how the booster and various other subsystems around the launch site are. I mean, I wonder if that pressure wave could have broken some GSE piping or what have you. Like
Oh,
that
yeah.
that would be bad.
I'll say one thing. I think the boosted quick disconnect is all fine because it commanded the vehicle to vent straight afterwards. And the commands will be going through electrical lines on the boosted quick disconnect if they're working anything like the shuttle quick disconnect, which is both power, utilities, and communications.
Yeah, that makes sense. It certainly could have been a lot worse. And in the grand scheme of things, this will be a minor setback. But very curious to see what sort of repairs are going to be needed to be made.
really quick, I think we have another angle that we wanted to show, another replay. Again, this is going to be a replay. This is not live, but it will still have the very same loud audio. So if you're wearing headphones or you got the volume up, consider this your warning. But there's another replay of the anomaly that occurred a couple hours ago from a different angle. Let's take a look.
Wow.
All right, well, that's not.
It broke the replay. It was so the pressure wave was so big it broke the replay.
Really
There
thin.
it is.
There we go. Okay.
Again, this is a replay. This is not live. Oh yeah, you can see some shockwave there.
Yep.
I can imagine Hopper speaking to Ship 24 first time.
I'm looking forward to the Daily Hopper comic on this.
Oh yeah.
Yeesh.
That was the replay audio, wasn't it?
Yes, that was the audio from the replay. That is not live.
And to be clear, the audio is from up close. The camera is like 4 or 5.
Whoa, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, at least I don't see any tiles dropping from Ship 24.
You know,
Good eyes, Alex.
I was starting to get questions in chat. Any tiles fall off Ship 24?
That's not the biggest concern right now.
Yeah, I think there are bigger concerns. It's a valid question, though. All right, we got a bunch of new memberships here. Ocasio first became a Padrat membership and then upgraded to Capcom, so thank you twice, Ocasio, for your support there. Joe Augustine with no message, just some super chat, so we really do appreciate it. And then let's see, Hans with the Capcom membership, thank you. Donkey upgrading to Capcom as well, thanks. Here is this is a really generous $50 super chat from Fabian. This is 2 to 3 frames before the explosion, you see a small light in the wide north-facing shot, just barely on the orbital launch mount. Subtle, but could be the ignition source. We'll have to go back and look at that maybe. But Fabian, thank you so much for the very generous support there, and we'll take a look at that. Let's see, here's that replay again.
Watch the camera to shake.
Yeah, look for how the explosion shakes the camera. It's like 6 miles away, so there's a delay. There you go, jeez. That is a camera 6 miles away from the explosion.
I wonder if you were at Isla Blanca Park, if you would see the shockwave like coming across the water.
I bet you would.
Wow.
Tim
Yeah, I
did
think
tweet that
he would too.
he felt it where he was and heard it.
Well, I guess we need to install a microphone there. Of
Again, reiterating, these are all replays.
Well, we're getting live venting noises mixed in with the replay noises.
Yeah.
Like, for a second, I was focused on something else, and I heard the explosion, and I was very confused. Grief.
And they're very loud, and they like to
Yeah.
overpower people who are trying to talk. But yeah, pretty immediate depress, friends. I know we were talking about that earlier. The depress comes pretty quickly.
This is just good old-fashioned Texas tank watching.
It really is.
Spicy edition.
Spicy edition.
You remember when Starhopper blew out that flamethrower or like it was amazing. I remember pictures by Mary and Tim, like all the people out there
And Jack.
recording, and Jack.
Yeah, and Jack.
Okay. Well, you actually were with Tim too, so that's probably what came to my mind. And I remember this big flame that came out from Starhopper, and I remember at that moment thinking, oh gosh, this is gonna be exploding, like, right? And you know, it's those times when we're at the edge of our seats. It's like, oh, is this gonna be going bad, or it's just like mildly bad, right? It's those times where you're like, is this gonna be some fire and nothing more, or this gonna be something bigger? But yeah, oh, that test surely shook off everyone back then. Now it's like, oh yeah, an explosion. We're used to those here.
We've got a message here
mean-
from Mary Lynn Dittmar. Kudos to Chris and team for all the great work all of these years. Signed,
Oh, thank
Ops
you.
Analyst. I think we know that name.
Yep, Maryland is now with Axiom.
Very famous.
They're doing fine work.
Mary, thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate that. And
Wow.
appreciate the kind words too.
Did anybody see that?
Yeah, I saw
The
that.
bird?
Was,
Maryland
was
got
that
an
a-
eagle.
Was that an eagle or a falcon or some sort of raptor? Not engine?
Like an eagle to me.
Not to be confused with the other raptors.
It should have been a falcon, just checking in on its bigger brother.
But it was also
I
a
think Super
raptor.
Heavy
Falcon
needs some
doesn't have
lessons from the
raptors.
Falcons.
To be honest, falcons have had many issues in the past.
But they've learned from them. Falcon is the veteran now.
Oh yeah, of course. Just not
You want
saying
some-
that it was trouble-free.
Do you want some positive spin time from me again? I'll give you some positive spin time.
Alright, go for it.
Right.
Come
Remember,
on.
we're seeing all these successful landings now, aren't we? Drone ships, LZs, and what have you. And they've been a run of successes. And they did say that even at their best period of operational success, they would still lose some, especially the drone ships, because the drone ship landings are harder. And they're having runs of successes. If you go back to all the almost, well, it's now a joke YouTube video by SpaceX themselves, how many companies would do that, how not to land an orbital booster. All those tests they had where we thought, well, it's never going to come off. And then suddenly they started making successes. They lost a few afterwards, but very few. And now it's just run and run of successes. That's how SpaceX do things. They go through, they push things to the limit, where they will lose things and they will have some failures and they'll have some issues. But ultimately, that's the track record you can go back to, seeing how they're doing now with Falcon 9. So I always use that as a positive spin. I hate positive spin, but I'm going to use it anyway. As a way of saying, look, you know, these things happen, and their record is they always bounce back from them.
Yeah, definitely worth noting for sure. Corey Combs says that NASA spaceflight coverage is getting almost 24/7, like the booster and ship. It's been 24/7. We
Oh,
had
yeah.
24/7. Starbase Starbase Live is coming up on what, a year or something?
300
Yeah, tomorrow.
days. Tomorrow is a year.
So 24/7 coverage of Starbase has been a thing, and I mean, FleetCam was before that. If you technically, 24/7 camera from NSF was FleetCam was the first one. But yeah, thank you so much for the kind words there, Corey.
Yeah, that would have been It's what, September before the July? Lead Cam said it's here a long time ago. That's not anything.
Yeah. I think we even made a birthday cake or something. I don't remember.
And it goes without saying that the reason we've been able to do 24/7 Starbase Live for a year now, well, a year tomorrow, is because of all y'all members supporting what we do. So thank you again to all the new members on the stream and everybody helping us do what we do. Because putting a bunch of cameras out in the middle of nowhere and somehow having them function day in and day out with little to no human intervention, or just limited human intervention occasionally, is no small undertaking and actually quite expensive. And thank you again for everybody for enabling us, and more specifically DOS, to get that done, because holy cow, that's how we've been viewing the test today.
Yeah, it's been a lot of work, y'all.
Yes. Let's see. Got a couple new memberships that are still coming in here. Adam Joseph, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Rob to the Red Team. Justin gifting 10 Red Team memberships, so thank you. Matt with the Capcom member. The Shrew with a Capcom membership, an upgrade, thank you so much. Burger with a... Oh yeah, we don't asking about if it was the launch table that was the problem. We don't. It's hard for us to know, and obviously SpaceX won't know until they investigate either, whether it's like a GSE side or a vehicle side issue.
That's an important context. It's not like SpaceX not telling us, or Elon knows he's not telling us. He literally has probably been very well. He is being very honest there and just saying, look, more later, because they need to inspect this, and they can't obviously send people back to the pad just yet. That's not particularly safe to do, sir. So it's something where we'll find out in days to come, and we'll be watching as well. We're talking about Starbase Live. We'll be able to watch what they do, how they inspect it, what happens to the booster afterwards as well.
And Shrew actually upgraded all the way to the launch director, so Shrew, thank you so much for the very generous support. We appreciate it. Chris Brown with we were kind of talking about this earlier. The idea of a loose electrical connection could be a potential ignition source. That's definitely a possible explanation, and that ties, of course, right in with the high oxygen environment from all that liquid oxygen being flowed through the engine. Combined with, like Elon's mentioning, some sort of evaporated fuel from somewhere. So that's definitely tying right in with that discussion. Thank you for the support and the discussion there. Fabian with a Capcom membership. Your name was giving support earlier as well, so thank you so much. And Little Pond with the Red Team membership, so thank you.
Really quick, Fabian joined specifically to talk about the frame-by-frames we were doing in the member Discord. And then they pointed out some cool imagery from Starbase Live, like trying to find a source of ignition. So shout out to Fabian for joining and for providing some cool insight.
Is it me, or is the smoke now coming out stronger?
Oh yeah, there is a lot more smoke now.
That's a lot of black smoke.
So folks, if you're just wondering what we're looking at, if you look on the right-hand side view at the base of the tower, that smoke was dissipating a little bit ago, but that's definitely picked back up.
I wonder if Zeus has turned up with a fire hose.
I was gonna say, I don't see flames though, so like that could be the result of
black
firefighting
smoke
or something.
bad though. If it was getting hit by water, you would expect to see like gray or white smoke.
Or just lots of
it's
steam.
Generally indicative of water hitting a fire.
Something is definitely picked up there though. Poor Michael on Twitter.
What's Michael doing now?
Well, he's just got the he's obviously
tweeted,
Twitter updates on all this, and before he said the fire on the pad now seems to be fully extinguished, and so he just tweeted the fire is back. Maybe I should just stop tweeting.
Jinx.
Yeah, Michael.
It's okay, Michael. We appreciate the updates.
Yeah, it's been...
But yeah, that does not look like it's done.
Yeah.
It's not right.
And I can see some flames actually. I just saw.
Yeah, at the bottom there. Yep.
Yeah, at the bottom. Yeah, you can see some of them right there. Again, as long as they are contained to that place, I think we're fine. The problem is if they spread, and so far we haven't seen the fire, the flames, and all the smoke is spread. So that's still, silver linings here, right? We'll be looking some positive sides, even though there's not a lot of them right now.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Obviously, we don't want that to cause any further issues. That booster is still not technically safe because there's still some locks in that lower tank, we think. Again, hard to know exactly what we're looking at here. We don't know exactly what's in that area of the pad and what could be burning. That's just something worth keeping an eye on for the health of not just the pad itself, but the vehicle that's on it.
Test tank 7.1 thinking, I could have been crushed by now. What's going on?
What's all this smoke?
Ship 24 a little bit farther away going, what's going on over there?
Yeah. It's
And
definitely a Daily Hopper cartoon.
No, I was going to say, I keep saying I'm looking forward to the Daily Hopper content from this as a silver lining.
This is rapidly deteriorating.
Oh dear.
Hopefully, it begins to peter out in the same way it did previously. But this looks to be even bigger than it was at its height previously, and it's odd that it started back up. So, come on.
Folks, obviously we're going to continue to provide the views and coverage of what's going on as this situation eventually wraps up, but obviously it's still a very active situation now. And as much as we'd all like to say we're completely unbiased, obviously we are also all hoping that no further damage is done. So...
This is where we need Jarek Eisenman to be a hero and come over with a big, massive water tanker plane. Just put it out in one go. Sorry, guys, I've got this.
What a storyline that would be.
And to be honest, Thomas, you said, well, not to be...
Oh yeah, look,
Oh,
those
dear.
flames are getting a little closer.
Yeah, that's not good.
Is that a whole bunch of lock stewers there in the foreground next to the stairs? Those silver tanks?
Looks like
They
it.
might not be oxygen, it might be, but those are typically what you would hold like an industrial sized amount for using with welding or what have you. Oh,
There you
I
have
don't
the
like that
flames.
fire at all. This is rather unfortunate, and hopefully it will not end up being a super large setback and just a bump in the road. But either way, not looking hot right now. Well, looking hot, looking bad. Not looking great.
Yeah, and Thomas said something about, well, not to be fanboy. Look, we are all concerned when something bad happens to any company, right? Like something like this, we are always with, expecting the best, that nothing wrong happens, and it would be silly to say, oh yeah, we want it to explode or something. No, like totally not, the opposite, right? And that applies to everyone. So yeah, that's not something, oh, because this is a SpaceX and whatever, this is for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, a big thank you to Mary for setting up this camera, but I'm just going to observe the fact that is a lot of oxygen coming out of the bottom of that vehicle right now, and those flames are not that far away.
Luckily, oxygen itself is inflammable.
Right.
Wait, does inflammable means the same thing as flammable?
Or
Oxygen
Yes.
itself needs a fuel source.
Yes.
Well, the only problem will be the opposite, that the fire could kick up because of the oxygen, because you're giving more oxidizer to the combustion.
Yeah, that would be bad.
That's sort of the problem.
That
Hearing
does not.
venting every once in a while too, by the way. I haven't been able to pick out where it's coming from, whether it's the GSC vent or the boosters venting every once in a while. I haven't been able to pick it out.
Does not look like tasty fire. Do you not want to breathe smoke that looks like that?
Yeah. Do have a message in chat just asking about if this is the end of the line for Booster 7, how far off is readiness for Booster 8? We were mentioning that earlier. Booster 8 was stacked recently. Obviously it would need engine install, and I think it still needs grid fins and stuff like that, but relatively not far off to answer the spirit of the question. And that's one of the benefits of having a very rapid production rate, especially during development, is that you can quickly recover from failures. You can also quickly implement fixes to previous failures.
Seems like the fire is, again, dying off, which is good news. And one thing that I will point out about that is that I'm actually not more concerned about future boosters or vehicles in general, more like that pad. All the damage suffered from this anomaly will probably take a little bit while to repair. Well, first of all, to clean up. You can see all the burned pieces there, right there on the overall launch mount, the legs and everything. Still, it's not really that huge of a big deal. It's obviously all the piping, all of the little bits, right? And that's gonna take a little bit of time to go. And yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a zoom here of the damage to those legs, and you can see pipes there that are broken. And so those little things are actually the things that will obviously take more time, and things that will, once they actually figure out what's going on, what happened, and ways to fix this, and so that it doesn't happen again, that's what I think it's going to be taking the most time.
Well, one thing, Alex, is that we're not seeing the flames in this view now, so that's one thing.
Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. That's totally the good news here. The fire seems to be out now, or at least not with.
Yeah, I've had the smoke is almost entirely gone.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Good.
This has now become Texas fire watching. Except that we can't.
Has anyone here
gone.
actually played Firewatch? It's a really fun game. Now I want to play Firewatch.
It's been a minute, but yes.
It made me feel things I didn't know I could feel.
Yeah. I'll keep some more messages coming as we keep an eye on the situation. Again, still pretty active. That booster is still venting and things like that. Klepto noting that you can see debris thrown upwards from the top of the chopsticks, possible indication that the chopsticks are damaged. There's also a lot of temporary hardware on the chopsticks, like scaffolding and stuff. So, depending on what you call damage, if it's just stuff like that, probably not too consequential. But
We're actually a little bit of piping here of the most recent dailies that we have had. They were actually upgrading the chopsticks. We saw a new hydraulic actuator for the arm here on the right side view, and they removed an old one. We saw a new one coming. It was delivered to, I think it was to the launch site. So perhaps that was also one of the upgrades that they wanted to do. So yeah, I mean, if they wanted to do that upgrade, now they're gonna be having to do more work, I guess. But yeah, they're probably gonna take their time to look at all the bits that got damaged from this.
Hey, Chris Bergen, I know it's up late over there on your part of the planet, so we're gonna stay live. We've got plenty of people around, but Chris, thanks for coming in and offering some thoughts. I think we're gonna let you go and let you get some
Thanks,
sleep.
yeah. No, my pleasure. Again, my sign-off note is the overly positive spin. There you see, that's why I need bed. I can't even speak. But my positive spin on this is, look, this is testing. Those of us who have followed spaceflight for decades now know these things happen, and that's basically why we see successful launches, because they've gone through this rigorous process of testing, and they've had failures, they've had the issues, they've had things go wrong, and they've learned from it. So that's why you can have some positive spin on this. But yeah, on that note, goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, have a
Bye,
good
Chris.
night, Chris. Alex, how you doing? It's not exactly a pleasant hour where you are either.
Yeah, it's 2:17 a.m. here. But obviously, you know, after all this stuff, it's hard to concentrate on just, hey, let's go to bed and all of that. Also, I woke up late today because I was a little bit busy yesterday with things, and yeah. And
Nudge, nudge.
well, first of all, we had a launch, right? But there was
Yes.
more things that were coming up soon. So yeah, I was a little bit busy yesterday, and I slept a lot in, and yeah, so it's late here, but I'm not really sleepy, and obviously with this, I don't think I will be able to sleep.
An unconventional form of adrenaline, if you will.
Yeah.
Or caffeine, whatever your
Yeah, well,
whatever gets you up.
Yeah, I cannot drink caffeine because I just get very anxious. So yeah,
I got you.
that's how it goes. I actually told this in a recent in a recent live stream, and everyone agreed that yeah, I get very excited about things and very anxious about things.
Sorry, we've established before that I'm the only engineer that doesn't drink coffee, so I'm right there with you.
Well, I'm
and then
not an
again, and then
engineer.
chat roast me when I misspeak and say something stupid. What was it that I lost
We should-
I joked
should
yesterday
roast
that
you
I should
some
lose
good
my
coffee,
degree because
so
I
you
said
know
something.
that coffee is delicious.
Oh, hold on, what was it?
I said something yesterday, and Chad was like, "Take away his degree."
Yeah. If you give me 1 minute, I can fight it.
Oh, great. No, yeah, let's just get into that. All right, I'm gonna go back to chat messages while you do that. This PenMed saying
If
NASA
Booster
has a
7
large
can be
amount.
roasted, you can be too.
Okay, all right, listen. PenMeds, NASA has a large amount of engineering cameras around the pad for a shuttle, and I assume SLS. Does SpaceX have the same sort of thing? Oh yeah, SpaceX has cameras everywhere. In fact, I mean, if you look closely enough at like the launch tower and all the surviving infrastructure, I know there's cameras on Starhopper. Yeah, there's lots of cameras there. Oh, that's what it was, Alex. I was reading the launch windows wrong. Okay, that was just me misreading something. That's very.
Yeah, but still.
There's no Mars transfer window in 2023. Fun fact.
Yeah, you were talking about that, and I was off stream. I was not in that stream, but if I was there,
You were like,
I would
wait,
be-
that's not right.
Yeah, I was like pulling my hair off because I was like, but if you know that it's every 26 months, you know, I was like, oh geez.
I was trusting what I was
you
reading and
disappointed
not
me.
the fact that I was reading it wrong. So that's completely on me, and I
You disappointed
sincerely
me.
apologize. Oh man. All right, and now chat's pointing out. Michael says he's an undergrad mechanical engineer who also doesn't drink coffee. Well, okay. You get to join the club once you graduate. Lots of undergrads claim they don't drink coffee, and then college happens. So it's okay, you know. But yeah, see, I'm not the only engineer. I'm one of very few engineers who don't drink coffee, apparently. Anyway, this is totally irrelevant, and I should talk about chat messages. Space Q is asking, do we know why it's still venting? Well, the speculation, and to clearly label this, it is speculation, is that they don't want to dump a whole lot of liquid oxygen out, especially, I mean, before very recently there was a fire near the pad. It looks like that may have been extinguished. We don't see any more smoke from that. But there may be concerns about venting a lot of oxygen at once, so they're letting it vent a little more slowly. Also could be some problem with the vents themselves. I mean, who knows what kind of mechanical issues the booster is experiencing right now. So there's a couple different explanations, but... Alright, chat's just talking about engineers who do or don't drink coffee. So, alright, well, I'm glad I'm not all alone there then. W. Raker, just some kind words there about what we were talking about earlier with making sure we're accurate in our reporting. So thank you there, Raker. We appreciate your support. Miska Wolf says someone forgot to give the booster a Slurpee. Happy 7-Eleven day. Let's see. Official Park, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. Nelson Clark with the Red Team member, so thank you both. Shizo with the saying that they bet the check engine light went on. I would say this qualifies as a check engine situation, yeah. Oh my goodness, Jerwa with a very generous $50 super chat that says for the DOS bot blast proofing fund.
Ah,
there you go, DOS.
A lot of those.
It's concrete. The answer's concrete.
The answer is concrete. Well, speaking of concrete, actually, another message here. Muddy Creek looks like a portion of the concrete berm was damaged during the event. You can see a top corner shattered after the shockwave hit it. We'll have to take a look at that, too.
Really? Are all the bricks still in the wall?
Something, just another brick in the wall.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was going to say all in all,
where my brain
all
went
the
right away.
bricks are still on the wall.
Another question asking for some speculation here. Do we think that Booster 7 will fly now? I'm leaning towards no, but that is very, very early speculation that should not be taken with any amount of seriousness.
I'm gonna say, I kind of expected something to just pop up and make Booster 7 not flight worthy.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, those engines have got to need attention.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Nico with another message is saying the 1-year anniversary of Starbase Live lines up nicely with the upcoming James Webb photo reveal. Also, I must say, DOS, you have a nice voice. There you go, DOS.
Oh. Well, thanks. Are you sure you're listening to the right person?
DOS is great. We always enjoy having DOS on here.
I'm always around. I'm just not always talking much because there's a lot of back end to keep going these days.
DOS is always working these streams. You just don't always hear him exactly. Michael is saying, don't have much to give, but thank you. Please, Michael, that is more than enough. We really do appreciate it. It's all above and beyond support that we're so thankful for.
You can also share, like, subscribe, those things.
Yeah, seriously.
Tuning
in and watching already is so much. We appreciate that.
It's the usual stuff that everyone says, but that's because, you know, the algorithm is like that. But it's also because we want to spread the word out there, and that's sort of the thing that we are here for.
Trevor noting that the chopstick actuators that were removed yesterday may have been why the chopsticks moved so much during the explosion. I don't know if that was... It could have been, I suppose. I also think the chopsticks on their own just have a decent amount of give. Obviously, they're moving devices, so there's probably room for them to kind of naturally sway when force is applied via explosion. So possibly, but I'm not for sure, I guess, is my comment on that. But thanks for the message there. Johnny, maybe pure oxygen coming into contact with an oil or grease can cause an explosion. Again, talking about a hydraulic leak. Obviously, we don't know for certain, but that's definitely been one of the theories. Oh, here's a good question from Kyle. Do we know if they have enough Raptor 2s on site for the next booster, Booster 8? I guess this is assuming that the engines on Booster 7 are done.
Oh, that's another one thing that I can pipe in to make people check the dailies. We actually saw at least 3 engines being delivered recently, and I believe we also saw last week more engines being delivered. So every week or so we see at least a few engines being delivered, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are like halfway done with the next set of engines, like easily, with all of the engines that we have seen. Because reminder, the ones that we see are probably like half of the amount that
Right.
they already have there, because we only see them when they actually deliver them, and we have Nick or Mary out there, or something like that. But they can also deliver during the night, for
Yeah,
example.
and gone are
So
the days where they deliver the engines like at the
mm,
main entrance, like right out in front, basically super obviously. Now they kind of do it off to the side, kind of behind a fence. Like you have to be a little bit more
yeah.
eagle-eyed to catch them now too. And like you said, they could also deliver them at night. So yeah,
Mm.
I agree with that assessment. Good call.
So if we've seen something like 6, 7, 8 engines delivered in the past month or so, take double that, and that's probably the amount of engines that I have right now. And you wouldn't be that far off, probably.
Very good question. Blackhawk, no message, just the 20 New Zealand dollars, so thank you so much. And then Bitterford with a $50 super chat. That's both very, very generous, so thank you both for sending your support our way. Citizen Blue, noting that it might be a good time for a deluge system. Well, yeah, of course the deluge is mostly there for sound suppression rather than fire suppression. Fire suppression is usually a different system, but again, that fire hasn't come back yet either, so I'm wondering if that is handled. Obviously the road is, the road is closed. The pad is clear right now still. So keeping an eye on, what are they, how this booster will finish getting saved and how teams will be able to get to the booster to do their inspections and figure out how to move forward. Joseph asking about any chance of an FAA violation. I'm sure the FAA will be informed of all the data that comes from this. It's not a flight anomaly, so it's not, it's different when you're just testing things on the ground, but I don't think this would be, I wouldn't connect this with any strong setback to, the launch licensing process or anything like that. Yeah.
Also the fact that what they did was unexpected. So,
Exactly.
if you're going to do a test that is within the limits of the FAA approvals and everything, and then something unexpected happens that falls outside of the scope, but it's unexpected. You're not doing it with the intent of breaking the FONSI or the PE or whatever they have with the FAA. So I should stress that even if there's something that goes out of that scope, it was unexpected at all, and they can go out there to the FAA. Hey, look, this is what happened, and come to a conclusion. And at the end of the day, that's how it goes. Like, it's not. I don't think it's a huge deal in that sense. It's obviously a more huge deal when you consider, again, launchpad infrastructure, perhaps the health of the booster, the engines, and all that sort of stuff, rather than the paperwork side where, oh well, now the FAA might sue SpaceX or something like that. I don't think that's gonna be a thing. I don't think that.
Cat wants to know if there's still potential for a static fire this week or not. Anyone want to hazard a guess on that one?
Oh no, I'm just gonna say that. I don't think there's gonna be any static fire this week. Well, yeah, Michael is putting out that we actually had a static fire.
We already
sort
had,
of.
it was a fire and it was static. We've already talked about this.
Yeah.
No. So bad. DJ Red Rover with a question. Is it me or is that left chopstick touching the booster? I believe not. They're both near the bottom of the booster, but separated from the booster itself. As best we can tell, neither of the sticks are actually touching the booster. They're just down there for access because they were messing with the actuators, and of course they are mentioning that the boosters are not actually on there right now, and they're kind of free to move around, which we saw after the explosion. But yeah, no, the chopsticks, I don't believe, unless they moved somehow, I don't believe they're attached to the booster. Gary with the Red Team membership, thank you so much. And John with the $10 super chat, thank you both. Appreciate that. Here is a good question we can talk about here. Nitrogen, wouldn't the booster be mostly okay, as the underside of it is meant to withstand a lot of force and heat? Well, obviously this was an off-nominal situation, but the point still stands. Do you think that part of the booster might have been built to withstand the environment it was accidentally put into today?
Well, I will point out that the structure seems to be still in one piece, so it's not blown out to pieces. So I guess in that sense, you could say it's mostly okay. Now, is the underside, for example, the aft dome or the engines or any of that okay? Yeah, I have my doubts. I think that it's a no there. They are not okay down there.
Right. Jim Davids with the Pad Rat membership, and then Citizen Blue with another message. No ocelots were harmed during the testing of this booster. Add this to the environmental assessment, I guess. But thanks for the support there. And yeah, now the chat's still asking why are they still venting? Well, it's that LOX tank still has frost near the bottom of the tank, so there's still liquid oxygen on board the vehicle. It's all just being vented through the engine section rather than well, the tank might be mostly depressurized, but there is still propellant on board the vehicle. It's hard to know why they can't finish detanking. There could be a couple different reasons. Obviously, when an off-nominal situation happens, who knows what systems are working and which ones aren't, at least from our perspective. So
we're getting more questions about the angle of the booster, if it is normal. It's just the camera got shaken by the explosion, so it's not leveled. We promised it was leveled before.
It was leveled before. The cameras have been subjected to anti-leveling forces.
Anti-leveling.
And yeah, chat also still asking anyone spotted any drones or the robot dogs. We have not seen any of that, unfortunately. Not sure if they're doing any sort of inspection like that. Obviously, they also have cameras mounted throughout the launch site, so some of us, just like the cameras that we're looking at. Although they get some better camera views, I think. So they have other ways to inspect the vehicle too. They might not need to send a special drone or anything. They use those frequently, but. And Jim Davids with some more support. Again, no message, but just saying thanks. So we appreciate that. I'll try and keep some more questions coming in, stuff like that. Grayson with the optimist speculation that the bang was energetic but not meaningfully forceful. Hopefully only lightweight stuff flying around, but not much structural damage. Yeah, I mean that would definitely be hopeful. It might also be optimistic though. We saw the shock wave, and we saw how far away that camera view that was 6 miles away that got shaken by the shock wave. So that could be problematic. But we're gonna have to wait and see what SpaceX says, what Elon says, and how testing moves forward. So. Let's see. Question, what's going on by the legs? Right now, but I'm assuming you're talking about the legs of the orbital launch mount. That's just oxygen venting from the engine bay because there's liquid oxygen still on the vehicle. I think that's all you're seeing. There's no fire there that we can tell or anything like that. It's just oxygen vapors and water vapor condensing from how cold the oxygen is. If they utilize methane without sending out an overpressurization notice, then that isn't good. Yes, correct. However, again, here's the thing. So Elon has been talking about, or mentioned in that most recent tweet, I should say, that let me see if I can. Let me get the exact wording because I don't want to mess it up. But he was talking about the methane.
Research that. I could remind one thing, that they can actually not send an overpressure notice and use methane, as long as there's not an ignition source. The problem
Right,
is
yes.
we saw an ignition source of sorts.
Right, obviously.
We saw an ignition somewhere else. So obviously that was not planned, most likely. We were actually talking before that happened that we're only expecting at most a beam prime test or of sorts, because it was like they haven't sent an overpressure notice. They could potentially load methane, but we weren't expecting any. Like reminder, the notices talk about T minus 10 minutes siren. There's no T minus 10 minutes siren if you're just gonna do a load of methane on the vehicle, right? Like there's not really a T minus 10 minute. You just move the methane from the ground tanks to the vehicle tanks, and that's sort of it. And also another thing that I will point out, when we've seen the igniter text tests, for example, those also use methane because for the torch igniters, they use gaseous methane to light the torches. I've sort of made the comparison sometimes that it is like a lighter where you have a spark and then you come with a gas, in this case gaseous methane, and in the case of a lighter you use the gaseous oxygen on the air. In the case of Raptors, they use gaseous oxygen delivered by the GSE, and so that's also one of the tests that they have done with methane that doesn't need an overpressure notice. In fact, they didn't even need a closure of the pad. Well, not the pad, the road. The pad was actually closed, and you will see some people clearing the area, and there was no one at the OLM and things like that for basic safety. But it wasn't really that big of a deal in the sense of how the scale of that loading methane and burning methane was. So yes, an overpressure notice is not needed for loading methane. It is needed for anything that entails an ignition source for that methane. So, pre-burner tests, static fires, and launches too. So those kind of things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Here's the exact wording from that Elon Musk tweet, by the way, to get back to this question as well. That cryogenic fuel is an added challenge as it evaporates to create a fuel-air explosion risk in a partially oxygen atmosphere such as Earth's. And so that basically alluding to the fact that obviously that he's alluding to the fact that methane was present somewhere in the system to help create this situation. The observations that we saw from the main methane loading process where the recondenser comes online and then you can start pumping methane into the methane tank, which is the top tank on the booster. We never saw that recondenser come online, which is why we've come in kind of saying we don't think they loaded methane into the main tank. There could be other sources of methane. I mean, there's methane in the GSE, there's other systems all and around the GSE and on the booster that might have had methane from other sources, or maybe they loaded methane in some other way. A lot of this is very, very new. But it does sound like he's alluding to the fact that they think methane was present in the explosion, which would make a lot of sense because it can't just be the oxygen. Oxygen aids combustion, but you still need something else that's going to burn. But originally we were speculating that there must have been something other than methane, but if methane was present, that does not necessarily cause a problem with the overpressure notice, because again, as long as the ignition source was not an intended test, that overpressure notice is not actually required. Doesn't make it good that it happened accidentally, but it's not against what the notice procedure is, if that makes sense.
Let's see. I will look for some more questions here. Oscar's asking if the chopsticks were actually moved by the explosion. They can't see anything when they watch it back. I mean, I'm looking at the footage.
The right chopstick was absolutely moved. I mean, it was like swaying after the explosion.
Tough because the up-close camera moves. Keep looking at it. I'm unsure. I'll take your word for it, Thomas.
Yeah, I got a couple messages saying that the left stick looks like it got really close to the booster, or like hit the booster. I don't know if we saw any of that. I definitely saw the right booster move a lot. That is what we saw in the replays.
The right arm.
Yeah.
I wish there was a right booster. Can you imagine a super...
Oh, sorry. Did I say right booster?
a 3-course super heavy. Oh my god.
Oh man, we already talked about that. It's already been done in Kerbal. We've gotten the cursed route there before.
I mean, I'm watching the half-speed replay from truck. I can't tell if the chopstick is moving or not.
I don't see the chopstick hitting the booster. At least the left one is wide open.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
I guess the right, yeah, it does. Yeah, it opens. It's, I don't think it's necessarily the explosion moving the chopstick though, but yeah, you can see it opening up a little bit slowly as the fire dissipates. Well, let's see. If you're wondering why we're still alive, it's because we still don't know what could be happening. The booster is still sort of in a steady state, the same state that we've seen it in more or less since the event. I guess it did do some venting for a little bit. We saw the lock stump happen, which seemed to either cause or invigorate some small fires around the pad. And now we have sort of more steady state and waiting to see what happens next. You can see from our various angles all the different robot cameras. Basically, the state of things. That big black cloud of smoke, that second round of smoke appears to have dissipated again. So, we're like coming up on golden hour and sunset. You can see by the like kind of glorious lighting. And now we just sort of wait and see what happens with Booster 7, I guess, right? We're not gonna stop being live until it's obviously okay, and we're I don't know if that means road open or what, but that's the state of play.
It can be pretty visibly clear if the booster is done venting and things like that it's completely detanked or whatever. So right now the signs are just that there's still liquid oxygen on the vehicle, and for whatever reason they have not finished safing the vehicle. The vehicle might be in a stable configuration by this point, but that's different from fully safed,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just keep
thinking about SN8 over and over again. That time that they did the static fire and some shrapnel damaged the avionics and hydraulics, and it was just in that is it gonna blow? Isn't it? I think Elon was tweeting about it and stuff. The burst disc saved the day in that case, and the header tank didn't pop and hurt the vehicle, but just the whole idea of the thing sitting on the pad and you don't know what's going to happen next, and you're just like, is it okay? Is it not okay? Will it be okay soon? Question mark. That's the vibe I'm getting still, even however many hours into this we are right now. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just the path from getting here to fine is what we are going to be watching.
Also, another thing, Alex, that's a good point in our back channel, just mentioning another thing that we can keep an eye on. If the road closure for today gets extended, that could give us a clue as to how long this might take. Obviously, we're kind of coming up on the end. The road closure is filed for 10 p.m. Central Time. So we're a little over 2 hours from that.
Yep.
So that's something to keep an eye on. If they don't extend the road closure, they could mean that they're almost done. If they do, that we'll know how much longer,
Yeah, that's a really good point. Road closure is an indicator of what the state of things are. I mean, hopefully things are under control by that time. They don't need to extend, but maybe they will end up having to.
I think even there's some language into their environmental assessments and stuff like that of how often, the different, because there's limitations on how often and how long they can close the road and stuff like that. But there's also different language for if it's an anomaly and not that it's not their fault, but not planned. That's different, and so they have the ability to extend those closures, obviously.
Yep. There's some wiggle room.
Yeah. Really quick, I think since we're still live and we still got this booster to keep an eye on, I think we got Ian Atkinson joining in on the comms. Ian, NSF writer Atkinson, is that you?
Yeah, I think that is me, Thomas. How are we doing? It's been a been a day for sure.
Thanks for joining us, Ian. Yeah, it has been a day for sure. What started as a normal booster watching stream, if only we knew.
Yeah, that was eventful. I was actually watching it, and co-watching the Webb picture unveiling,
Mm-hmm.
and wow, I was actually tabbed out. I heard you say, "Oh wow," and I looked over. I'm like, "That's not good,"
Nope.
because yeah, that was not expected. There was no overpressure notice. We didn't even think there was methane being loaded because the recondenser wasn't active. But then all of a sudden, big blast of something from somewhere ignited by something. And yeah, it's strange, I guess is the best way to describe it. We didn't expect this to happen.
Exactly, yeah.
But that's testing for you. That's why it's so fun and exciting to watch.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, even if you think about it, like having severe damage to like your first test article, because Booster 4 did do cryogenic testing, but like Booster 7 is the first true all up ready to go test article, it seems.
Booster
And
3 just like crying in the corner.
I guess you could say that too, but yeah, but like even if you look back to like the Saturn V program, they blew up 2 second stage test articles in a row until they got it working correctly. Like something like this happening is not too far out of the realm of possibility. First time you have Raptors on booster, a large amount of Raptors on a booster. First time you're testing on the orbital mount, a lot of firsts happening here. So something like this isn't too shocking. There wasn't extreme damage, knock on wood. So yeah, very interesting. Unfortunate that something bad did happen, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's a lot of lessons learned, be it a procedural error or a hardware error, GSE error. A lot has been learned today for sure.
Let's see. Andrew Cap, thank you for the support. Say, love the coverage and commentary. What options do they have if they cannot safe the vehicle or safe it without doing much more damage to the launch mount tower and surrounding area? I mean, I think at a certain point you just let everything slowly boil off,
Right.
and wait, some amount of time after the point at which you think everything is boiled off, for margin, and then you send crews out to the pad. Like they are allowed to release methane into the atmosphere. They are allowed, obviously, to release oxygen into the atmosphere. So they'll just do that passively until they get to a point where there's nothing left on the vehicle. It is sort of odd that we haven't seen them do that yet.
Yeah, I mean, also this kind of brings me back to what was it, SN9, I think. I remember there was a point where they unhooked the umbilicals and they weren't able to connect them back in, and they lost it was the time where they hit concrete up into the engine section. Oh, SN4, thanks, Alex. I don't know how you remember all
Oh no,
of
it was 8 with the
yes,
like the
yes.
Martite or whatever.
Yep, the Martite, and it severed the pneumatic lines, and they had to just let the vehicle just passively evaporate. This reminds me of it. I don't know if there's a similarity in that they've lost control of the booster from the explosion. Doesn't look like it since they had the venting immediately after the, I don't know, explosion, whatever we want to call it, fireball.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite immediate, but it did appear to be venting in a controlled manner after the explosion. There's also it has been venting periodically, and we saw the LOX dump happen. So it seems like they still are in contact with the vehicle, right? Because we've seen controlled actions happen. You're right, but still, it sits there.
Yeah, it brings up the question of like, why haven't they A, drained the propellants, and B, done any more depressurizing? Unless maybe they're not confident in the GSE, the fill drain lines being even intact or completely safe.
Yeah,
Because,
that's something. It could also, I was speculating earlier, maybe they just have everything sort of frozen in the control center, and they're looking through all the data and looking at where everything was, where all the switches were switched, to figure out sort of what happened, if it was like a test configuration error, or if they don't know what happened and they're trying to figure it out, and they're like, what was it? A static spark somewhere on the pad, or a loose wire, or was it something we did? Or you kind of want to, when there's an anomaly, you kind of want to freeze and and see if you can figure out what's going on and what happened and why it happened before you continue, because you don't want to make things worse, like by dumping a bunch of locks on a fire.
I wonder how we know that. But yeah, and it seems like they're just passively letting it all come out of the engines. Maybe they're straight up just venting it out of the engines at this point. But yeah, interesting to see. And also, on the top of the left-hand screen, there's still some ice. There's still some ice on the methane tank. Oh no, that's not the oxygen tank. My brain's kind of shutting down here.
Oxygen on the bottom, methane on top.
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, there's still a lot of or at least a good bit of propellant left in here. So either they're gonna just open up the valves, let it go off during the night, or just slowly vent it during the engines or through the engines as long as they can.
Yeah, it's if you're in a state where the booster is, actively losing but very slowly losing the propellants inside it, and like we're in a known. I'm completely just guessing here if it's not clear. Like we appear to be in a known okay state, and eventually the booster will, I don't know, lack any propellant left in it, and then they'll be able to go to the pad and check things out. But if they switch from this state into another state, they could make bad things happen. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Just like let everything calm down, because there's already been so much they don't even know what's damaged at this point. We don't know the extent of their camera setup. We don't know how much they can investigate to see what's wrong. So you don't want to brute force it, or you can make the situation worse. Because throwback to SN4, Jack, you know this better than anyone. If they have like a pipe breakage, or the GSE didn't connect properly, and you start leaking methane, that could make an even worse day. So being careful is beneficial all around.
So I guess we saw the booster get frosty. We saw it looked like the spin prime test. It was when the event happened, or at least it looked like there was a surge of venting right before it happened, right? And then we saw fire, and then we saw the LOX dump, and then we saw the small, black smoke creating fire that went away. There was another one that went away, and now we're kind of just waiting. But
yeah,
it's just a matter of time, and they'll get this thing safed. Let's see, where is the panel? Boom. But yeah, good question from Andrew in terms of safing the vehicle, and thanks for the support. Robert Wood, thank you for the curly L. LB, I don't know if Das is still here. LB saying, question for Das, have you ever thought of using a tethered drone to get a bird's eye view so it can only fly up? Tethered drone.
I don't know if
I'm
that's
sure
allowed.
Well, yeah, that also with Starbase, it's a no drone zone, but maybe in general they're asking? I don't know. Either way, if there's a camera solution, I bet you've thought of it, right, Das?
Yeah, that's just the same as a drone. Like, we've talked about balloons and drones and tethered, and what if we do this? And like anything that is airborne above ground level, whether or not it's tethered to the ground, is going to cause a problem for SpaceX, so we would not do it. So we thought about all those different things, and basically all no-go.
So what you're saying is no camera dirigible?
Yeah, no dirigible. Yeah, not a thing.
Darn it. All right,
Yeah,
well.
Thought about it.
Good question, though, and thanks, Das. John, thank you for the generous support there. Paul, also thank you. They say, please post the video from the 6-mile camera without time delay, quote, fixed. The reality is way more impressive as it impresses on the viewer the actual power of the event. Keep up the good work. That's not a bad idea. Like, when we post our videos and the way we edit them, I like to include a mix of the time delayed and not time delayed because they're both useful, I think. But we have another video. We posted the kind of like the quick reaction video with views as quick as we could, but we have another one coming up that's being edited as part of the daily videos that we do every single day that'll have additional footage from around Starbase from today. Maybe we'll have the editor include that clip in that manner for you. Thomas, if you're listening, do the thing I just said. DJ Redovers, thank you for the support. They say if you pan up right now, you can see the stick touching. I guess when we were talking about the chopsticks earlier. It's also you just made me say pan up. I hate myself. It's tilt up. You tilt up and down. No, not you, Thomas. Other Thomas.
Oh, I was so confused.
We have 2 Chris's, 2 Thomases. Oh boy.
Yeah,
This is getting too much.
it's getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Oh. There are trucks either on the road or right off the side of the road there in the center. Did they open the checkpoint up, or are those right before the checkpoint?
So that would be after the checkpoint.
Okay, so either they broke in or they opened the checkpoint, which is much more likely.
And breaking news, of course. I'm joking a little bit. We are going to edit that way. The editor just responded. Thank you, Thomas.
Yay.
Not you, Thomas, but other Thomas.
Yes. I got it that time.
But yeah, people. There's 2 cars on the road. Interesting. It doesn't. This would be after the hard checkpoint, so this is it's likely SpaceX employees, and we'll see what they end up doing next.
Yeah, this is interesting because the vehicle still has propellant inside. I mean, given the frost line not existing on the top, I'd assume there's little to no methane in the vehicle. Therefore, it's pretty safe.
At this
Well,
point,
that's what
I
we were
make
saying
no
earlier,
assumptions
for the
about the
record.
presence of methane. Go ahead, Thomas.
Well, no, I was just saying we were saying that earlier too, and well,
True. But I mean, there was a frost line on the top, though, right?
right. Well, we were
There was.
expecting the main tank was just nitrogen because the recondenser didn't come on.
Oh.
We were speculating that the common bulkhead might have had a thermal constraint where they put some nitrogen in that tank to keep the bulkhead cold for the liquid oxygen. That
Mhm.
was our guess, and we labeled it clearly as such, I think.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Jim Cavett says, thanks for hanging with us. Thank you for watching, Jim. Thanks for the support. David, thanks for the support. They say, thanks for all you do to try to provide such interesting coverage of this and all events. You're quite welcome. You keep watching, we'll keep doing it. And hopefully SpaceX keeps doing interesting things. I mean, I would prefer a Starship flight over an explosion, but explosion also good. Well, in terms of being interesting. A cat that speaks Japanese. That's interesting. That's an interesting name.
Huh.
I'm no expert, but following the explosion, I can confirm that the booster's pointy end up and the flamey end is down. Lol. Well, thanks for the support.
Does the booster have a pointy
I
end?
was gonna say the booster
Yeah.
doesn't really
Blunty
have
end?
a pointy end.
If it had a pointy end, that'd be really bad for ship attachment, or something went really wrong.
Drew, thank you for the support. They say, notice that the electrical panel doors from the OLM are buckled in. We'll have to look at that a little bit closer. And James, thanks for the support. They say, third super chat's the charm. I do think this was a spin prime test, but looking at some footage frame by frame, I definitely see mock diamonds. Mock diamonds.
Mock diamond.
Oh,
I don't think you saw any mock diamonds.
I did
Yeah.
not. I have not seen that, but I will look again. Cool. So how about some more viewer questions while we wait to see what happens with these folks on the road here?
Cool.
Let's see. Project Create is asking, are these Raptors dead now? What do you think, Ian?
Ooh boy. At the very least, I would not attempt any sort of further testing with them without doing a rigorous inspection, possibly including uninstalling and inspecting. They've been through a lot in the oh, there's a drone going up. Is that
Yep.
SpaceX maybe?
Yeah, that's definitely SpaceX. So
Oh,
they'll
I
be
was about to
checking
say.
out. They'll be checking out the situation with the drone, presumably.
Mhm.
Is it going out or is it coming back?
I don't
I don't know
know.
if it's going out.
Because there's a second drone they just launched as well.
Nice.
Interesting. But yeah, because if that's not SpaceX, their bank account's about to be $10,000 lower.
No, pretty safe to say that's SpaceX.
Yeah,
I think.
definitely SpaceX. But the Raptors, are they dead? Yeah, I wouldn't test them right now. I would say good shot that they're dead. With that kind of shockwave, explosion, all of that happening, at the very least, there's going to be some damage. We saw in Tim Dodd's recent interview with Elon discussing Raptors. Actually,
The
they have to be
shrouds.
yep, exactly. They have to be shrouded to protect them from heat, not only from the heat of reentry, but probably also a bit from the heat of themselves.
Yep,
So if
yep.
you have a fire like that with methane going freely about, the methane is probably going to get into the engine section in some way or form. So you're going to have a fire back there, probably in some way. I would not retest these engines. But then again, I'm not SpaceX. I am not a engineer yet. But
it's pretty. I mean, they could always send some crews out. Spend a couple days looking at them and doing some checkouts. Maybe replacing some wiring and stuff. Maybe they're good to go. But like, not now, certainly, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I could definitely see in the coming days them reinstalling. Well, I mean, I think to take all the engines out, the outer engines too, they would need to roll it back. Maybe I'm mistaken.
We have seen a new platform of some kind.
That is true. That might come in handy now to do some rapid checkouts or changeouts.
But yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it'll be fine. It's too early to tell. Maybe they'll swap out one or two. Maybe they don't have to swap out any. We will have to wait and see. But good question. Kevin Riley is asking, so the right chopstick had its actuator removed, right? So it's kind of loose at the moment. I am unaware if that's something that's happened. I know they've been working on the chopsticks.
It happened yesterday during NSF Live, actually.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I don't know if that. It wasn't clear to me. Maybe Chad knows more than I do where they removed it from. So I'm not sure if that's the only reason the chopsticks are movable like they are right now. I think the explosion might also have something to do with this. Because we saw the chopsticks move from that. But yes, to the point of the question, they had that. They did have hardware removed from the sticks yesterday. It's why the chopsticks are at near the bottom of the tower, so they could get to them.
Aha. So yeah, I guess it would be kind of loose at the moment.
Oh, light just turned on. So at least there's electricity at the site.
There you go.
That's good. But yeah, it did appear to swing open after the explosion, so it must have, I don't know, if it doesn't have the actuator, it must have been from the explosion that made it move. We're getting some nice sunset views now.
Yeah, beautiful. The eve of an interesting day.
Action-packed day.
Yeah. I also saw one of my friends, Anthony Future Martian, was saying they're surprised that the stairways you can see on the left side of the left camera, they're surprised the stairways are still intact.
Whoever built that scaffolding, well done.
I'd trust that scaffolding at this point, yeah.
Let's see. Renee, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Drew Narciris? I'm probably butchering your name. Narciris? Either way, Drew says the one guy on the road looks like he has a drone controller. Yep, we've seen him flying a drone. This must have been from when he was about to take off. That drone was an absolute unit.
Yeah, that was huge. Probably got a big camera on it to zoom in and stuff.
Do fancy things flying through the air. Chaz is asking what the status of the 2 tracking dishes are, if they're still pointing at the booster. We can
Were
take
they
a
even
look.
pointing at the booster to begin with? I honestly don't know.
One is not.
One, yeah. Typically, I only ever remember seeing one pointed at a vehicle, but I haven't been to Starbase in a little bit, so I could be wrong. I see one. Can we pan the camera to the right a little bit?
Yeah, I know that like usually they just have one there, and then the other one is used on like standby, I guess, or for like dragon tracking if needed. Oh,
yeah, they're both up.
Both up.
Cool. And you can see the roadblock right there too. That's the hard block.
Looks like a lot of cars parked nearby too.
Actually,
along the road. Maybe it's just an illusion.
Wait, like off on the left?
On the left and the right, but again, maybe it's just normal.
I think that's just
cars.
that's pretty normal.
Yep.
It looks like not a very well. Obviously, it's not going to be a very busy night because the soft road block is probably up too. So.
Yep.
Wow! Look at that plume in the sunset.
That is gorgeous. That's one thing. Boca Chica never has a lack of beautiful sunsets and sunrises.
Nope. Let's see. Questions. I don't know if I haven't verified this or not, but Jan is saying the drone is a DJI Argus and made for spraying liquid, usually used for agriculture. I'm gonna quickly look into that while we continue on here.
Huh.
Never heard of that myself either, but I can see how
Me
that
neither.
might be relevant.
I mean, judging by like the size of any drone in general, that probably can't have that much. Maybe like a few gallons. I'm not sure. I'm surprised they're not sending their robot dogs out now. I mean, honestly, maybe they are out, but that's another thing that could be very useful here.
Yeah, it would be hard to see. I like how the wind has shifted throughout the day. Now it's blowing the plume a completely different direction.
Yeah, it's coming in from the Gulf. I wonder if there's any damage to the GSE, not just with the pad itself, but also with, like, say, the tank farm, electrical subsystems. There's probably going to be some thorough checkouts of the entire site in the coming days, the tower, everything, because the fireball the fireball after the explosion went up the tower. So the first few levels of the tower are going to have at least scorch marks, but potentially maybe some electrical wiring damaged, things along those lines. I think there's going to be a lot of intensive checkouts we'll be seeing. A lot of people on cherry pickers, or
yeah, that's a safe bet.
Lifts, I guess they're called.
Definitely a safe bet.
Yeah.
My concern would be the shockwave. I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm just a guy that likes rockets and points
Yeah.
a camera at them sometimes. But like, yeah, shockwave, which was like clearly visible, not good.
Yep.
That would be my executive summary.
I mean, I tend to agree. It's not that great. It definitely wasn't good.
I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying it definitely wasn't not bad.
Exactly.
It was the opposite.
Final answer, Alex.
Let's see. I don't even want to. I'm not going to even try and pronounce your name, but we have a super chat asking what the damage to the area would look like from a fully loaded booster and ship if it were to rapidly disassemble. That is a horrific thought that I'm not going to make light of, but I think the actual direct answer to this would be, depending on the method of rapid unscheduled disassembly, like if it crumpled and all the propellant sloshed and caught fire, or if it all detonated like an ammo explosion, or what. But it would be bad. It would be extremely, extremely bad. And,
I think it's easy to visualize the after effects. Imagine a flat field, just full of metal debris. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it would not be great.
I mean, it's worth mentioning that the launch infrastructure, like the launch mount and the tower, are built to be very resilient. And like you said, depends on what exactly happens, but the damage should hopefully be limited to the vehicle and some of its surrounding infrastructure rather than the greater area around it, more or less, because they're gonna have incorporated that into their flight plans and their procedures and designing the infrastructure and stuff like that. It's designed to be resilient to a certain point. But yeah, so we also just hope that, that doesn't have to prove itself.
Yeah, just in terms of things that could go bad with Starship, that would be pretty much the worst possible thing. Like, I wouldn't really be so worried about the ship exploding as it lands. I mean, we've seen that. It appears to be really not a big deal at all, unless you're SN11, which we don't talk about SN11. But having even the booster coming back and hitting the tower or something, or just missing the catch is it's mostly empty. It's like a big steel can. Not that worrying to me, but a full stack doing a RUD of any kind is just horrible chaos that I don't want to consider. Because I want to go to Mars. Can I go to Mars, please? Looks like there's a.
We're hearing there's a drone.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Oh, I see. The blades are just barely to the left of the black pickup truck. You can see them sticking out. Yep, there it is. I see it. It's just hovering on the ground. I wonder if that's one they brought back or if that's a
Or
new
just
one.
resting. Yeah, I'm like, did I miss it landing?
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, that is what is that? A hexacopter? That does look like that Argus drone that one of our viewers mentioned.
And there's one out flying by right above the vertical small tank, right by B7.1. That drone's so big, I don't know if it's just flying to the right or if it's actively flying to the launch site.
Yeah, right. It's one of those things where perspective kind of gets you a little bit because it's you're like, is it moving just z-axis away from me or is it? But yeah, it looks like it's going away. It's quite a hefty drone. Here, we'll get some more
Beautiful.
camera on it. And there's like, it's got a little friend too.
Little baby drone. And also something to point out, we know that they do have the ability to extend road closures in special situations. Well, we don't know about the ability, but road closures have been extended in special situations, such as when like SN15 landed, or maybe it was SN5 landed. They extended it throughout the whole night to let the vehicle boil off. This may be another situation like that if they can't get the propellants off in time. We're just going to have to wait and see.
I'm like rapidly trying to learn more about this drone.
Doing research.
30 liter spray tank.
Oh, wow.
That doesn't seem like that much to me in the context of
for-
like firefighting. It's just this, like they're advertised as an agricultural thing.
I mean, I'm just picturing that like as a drone. That's about 7.5 gallons ish. That's
I
a
knew
lot.
you will put it as gallons.
Hey, Alex is back, everybody. Just to insult me.
Well, now and later on the website it says a 30 kilogram spray tank, and this is for their like latest and greatest model.
Well, I mean, 1 liter of water is 1 kilogram, I think.
Don't ask me.
It looks like the drone is making its way to the launch site. It's getting smaller and smaller, so.
So if you have a spot fire somewhere that you want to put out, is that much liquid? Are these firefighting drones? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
I guess, because fertilizer is... You would take a lot more fertilizer than what that drone could carry. I'd assume it's just like firefighting.
I will learn more about this drone later.
Look what you've done. You made Jack get interested and stuff.
I don't think it's a firefighting drone as the viewer suggested, but I am interested in the use of a large hexacopter like this, whatever style or brand exact vehicle it is. It's interesting. I mean, we've seen them fly a bunch of different types of drones. I don't know if this is even a new one or what, but definitely, obviously, like they're definitely observing the situation on the ground and trying to figure out what the next steps are.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens. And again, we may not hear exactly what happens. The operations at Boca Chica are not really classified, but it's just like not in SpaceX's interest to let us know everything that's happening. Like they didn't tell us, hey, we're doing booster testing today. We had to figure that out from the road closures and everything like that. So we may not hear exactly like, oh, the hydraulics were damaged. Oh, the Raptors were damaged or whatever. So will be interesting to see what they do over the coming days in terms of inspections, replacements, disassembly. And wow, it looks like a lot of venting on the ground there. And the right camera.
Interesting.
Yeah. Zoomed in view of the launch site there. Let's see if you can spot those drones. I'm not seeing any drone action here. Maybe they're on the other side, or maybe they're hovering somewhere and they're camouflaged in.
Yeah, they can be hard to spot.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh. Yeah, there's like a big wooden post right in the center of the screen, and right above that, there's a little black dot. We think that's one of the drones that they're using to inspect the site.
Wouldn't it be nice to have it in hands now?
Well, we might get a better view of it from one of the other cameras here.
Yeah. And again, the road is closed to, at least to non-SpaceX employees. Oh, there's the big one. There's the big drone flying around there in the center.
Yep, it's coming back. Looks like it's coming back.
Yep. Yep, making its way around.
It seems like that would be such a fun job.
Oh yeah, I imagine they have a little like iPad they're watching on or something.
Maybe a little bit calmer most days, but still fun. Flexia is asking if the methane frost line, or the frost line on the methane tank, has melted. I think that's basically gone at this point, right? We're just looking at a little bit of frost left on the LOX tank.
Yep, it seems the methane tank is mostly or entirely empty. The LOX tank is the one that they are slowly venting through the engines.
Drone's coming in for a landing on the left, and Booster 7 just slowly venting LOX out of its engines on the right.
I'd like to imagine they just unfurl a big like blanket with just an X logo on it to land the drone on.
They used to have, at the restaurant, there used to be a deck with like a drone landing and launch pad.
Yeah.
I forget what it was. It had like a name and everything, like one of the drone ships. I forget what it was.
Yeah, it was another.
It was another culture ship name, right?
Another fine product from the Nonsense Factory, I think.
That's awesome.
But yep, the several days probably of inspections are beginning right now with those drones. It's gonna be interesting to watch.
Galaxy is asking if the explosion was intentional. I think at this point we can say no.
Yeah, probably not.
I don't think anyone will expect an explosion.
Brenner is asking, how is there LOX still coming out of Booster 7? I know there's a lot in it, in the booster, but man, it has been like this for hours by now. It's a good question. I mean, I think the answer is there's a lot of it.
Yeah, there's enough to make a significant frost line. So there's more than a bulkhead full, that's for sure.
I mean, it's also just when it's evaporating, that's a pretty slow way of getting rid of it.
Yeah, and it's been, the frost line has gone down significantly. It's just been very, very, very slow, so. Oh, the Booster 7 has come back to life again and start venting.
We've been hearing vents every once in a while.
Looks like we have tracking on the drone.
Michael, are you messing with the auto track software?
I was just about to ask, are you tracking the drone?
Well, you know, another landing tracked by the auto track, I guess.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that is a big hefty hexacopter. Interesting that we would hear venting occur as it's coming back and landing. I wonder if that's just correlation or if there's any causation there. Is that some new, like that lower pitched venting? Is that new too?
Yeah, that could be tank farm. That could be booster. Maybe the launch. Maybe the launch mount venting itself.
And it just stopped. Interesting. Maybe they sent the drone, checked everything out, and now they're gonna proceed with final dumping and depress or what have you. Like make sure all the fires are out and we're good to go.
Maybe the drone was inspecting the quick disconnect umbilical. Yeah, and Rasmus here is asking, how long is it going to take for the locks to boil off? It could be an all-nighter, like what we saw with SM5.
I keep hearing those vents, but I can't. When I look, I don't see them.
Yeah, it has to be tank farm.
Well, it could be vents that aren't facing the camera. It sounds like booster to me,
There is
but
a
I could be
booster
wrong.
vent.
Oh yeah, it's up there. It's on the
It's
mythic
alive.
tank.
Oh, yep.
It's there.
That was a
That was
So-
top of the methane tank, which is interesting because I thought
Yeah.
I was more focusing on the lock tank.
I was about to
So-
say, well, we have more cameras, you know. And then I look up and it was like, oh yeah, it's on the methane tank.
So that kills the theory that they've lost control of the vehicle.
Yeah, I
Right.
definitely didn't. I hadn't thought that they'd lost control. I'm probably just as simple as there were two separate fires, and they wanted to send a drone out and make sure there wasn't a fire before they resumed venting things into the atmosphere.
Especially methane. That they're venting methane right now, so
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, they're
I'm
venting
still,
pressure from the methane tank.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm unclear.
that would
Again,
be
at this
methane
point,
gas,
I
right?
make no assumptions about the presence
Well, to
or
be-
not of methane.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
okay. So is he actually putting water into that drone?
Oh boy.
Sounds like he just put water in the drone.
The
That's
not
really
venting
interesting.
can be. I was about to say, the not venting from the booster could just be an abundance of caution. Like, let's not touch it, you know, and not make things worse than
Yep.
they are.
Yeah,
Could
I think
just
that
be
makes
as
perfect
simple as
sense.
that.
Especially since when they did that LOX dump or whatever, when
Hmm.
whatever started that first fire and made it worse, that you want to not make things worse.
You can
So they
actually
just
see
waited.
some venting very lightly, I think. Like it's just still releasing very, very slow. Or it might be my eyes playing a trick here.
I don't see any venting.
Might be my eyes then.
I'm looking at the Discord preview, which is lower quality than what goes out on YouTube, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Me
don't see it
too.
either. I did earlier.
So we'll wait for more action from Booster 7.
I was about to say, it's a little bit weird that they're loading water and so little of it. I was thinking maybe that's for Susan Apollo. Do they drink water?
Is
Even
that
though
for-
they are robotic? For the dogs. The robotic dogs.
Yeah, maybe they're putting some food in there too.
Can I get one of these drones and have it dispense like cherry Coke at me?
Ooh, chocolate milk. The
I
chocolate
guess
milk
that would
sounds
actually be
fine.
terrible. It would just succeed in making everything sticky.
Oh, and it
was
sounds
a-
like one of the robot dogs was spotted.
Oh,
Oh,
like wildlife.
a wild dog.
They're
I know they
called
do-
coyotes.
Yeah,
They're
that's
called-
coyote.
What- Oh, it's the little dog?
We're all talking to Michael and Stream Can here,
Michael,
Michael, by the way. Fun fact.
Yeah, letting y'all listen to him.
Yeah, if we start talking awkwardly as if we're talking to someone who's there, that's Michael.
People out there saying like, what are they talking about?
The NSF team has officially lost their minds.
Okay, back to work.
That's not really new, Thomas. We lost our minds way long before.
Oh yeah.
So yes, there was some wildlife on the camera. Briefly. Let's see. David England is asking for a replay for those that missed it. Do we want to go to a replay right now, or we want to kind of focus on what's... I mean, there's kind of some action happening with the drone and whatnot. I imagine they're going to take off again and dispense liquid. Is it really? Could that really be enough water to make a meaningful difference? If you have I guess if you have like a really small spot fire.
I mean,
I have
it really
questions.
depends on how exactly they're using it.
I'm wondering what they're even spraying it at, honestly.
Turtles.
I don't think the FAA would be happy.
Keep
Or
the water
EPA.
for the turtles.
Some more venting from Booster 7.
And I should point out, there's a lot of more condensation now. On the right hand side.
What about the right hand side?
I should say on the right hand side of the left view.
Oh, just more vapors on the ground, yeah.
Yep. More and more vapors.
I mean, I think signs point to they're finally safing this vehicle.
Yep.
Hopefully, maybe.
Have we got a shot on the LOX cam yet? The LOX line, I guess?
I don't think so.
Because maybe it's receding. If, again, a big guess here, but if they saw with the drone and they're reconnecting GSE and detanking the oxygen, again, huge guess there, but maybe they're starting to safe it properly.
Yeah, we'll have to get we'll move the camera in a minute to check out the bottom and see. It's like, do you look at the bottom and the LOX, the frost line, or do you look at the venting up top, or do you want a wide so you can see if something bad happens and you get the whole shot, or do you want a close up so it's oh man. Choices.
All problems solved by more cameras, by the way.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. But not that I disagree. I do not disagree. Jesse Paul's asking for a full recap. Jesse, we thought they were going to do some engine testing. We thought at most they would do a spin prime test because there was no overpressure delivered. They appeared to flow cryogenic propellant through 33 engines. I mean, it looked like all the engines were chilling down, and then it looked like a test occurred, and then basically there was an ignition. It appeared unplanned based on the state of the launch site, and again, the lack of an overpressure notice. It looked like a detonation. The booster seemed oh, look at the plane on the right. The sunset contrail from the plane.
Oh, yeah.
Booster 7 is not slowly sticking out like a crazy vent. No, that's a plane. So yeah, there was an unplanned ignition. It appeared to damage, at least some very minor damage to the launch site with the ventilation hose connected to the booster or next to the booster, staged there for when they opened up the tank again. That got obliterated, and there was 2 relatively small fires as a residual as well. Shook some of our cameras, but not a big deal. Mary is fine. And yeah, we've just sort of been in a holding pattern, I assume, while they let the fires burn out and get into a position where they're comfortable venting everything and saving the vehicle and reopening the road. So that's where we're at. 2 residual fires, 1 one detonation and or explosion. And yeah, it looked like it was a LOX and methane mixed air, fuel air mixture, basically. So again, SN4 vibes. So that's your full recap. Thanks for watching.
I think the scientific name is a big boomy cloud.
Spicy air gas. Yeah.
Yes, the spicy air.
Let's see.
Looks like the venting is stopped from the engine.
From the engine section, yeah.
Either that or it's significantly slowed down. But you can see the recondenser. That's that little plume of gas in the center, but maybe they've shut off the engine vents finally.
That's what it looks like.
Very cool. And still some venting on the bottom left there from the GSE, the tank farm.
Trending positive. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. I mean, the big ticket item is going to be those people, not just the drone operators. I went past the checkpoint, but then we're just there to operate the drone. If we see people can actually go back to the pad, that would be a really good sign.
Yep, that's basically the sign that you know that things are going to be okay, because they're not going to send a crew to the pad if there's super huge amounts of danger.
Right.
Really quickly, I just want to thank the folks that are doing super chats. I don't want to get too far behind here. Thank you, everybody, for your support, because that's how we are able to do this stuff. And basically constantly be on call to go live in case something explodes in Texas or elsewhere. Ooh, are they about to take off on the drone again? Looks like they're in the truck. Well, at least the truck brake lights are on. Maybe they've been on. But yeah, looks like the drone's going to take off again here. But yeah, I'm going to run through some super chats really quick. Thank you again to everybody. Nico is saying, do you have people from both coasts on stream? Please tell me where the best foods in the area that a foreigner should try. That might be out of scope right now, but maybe maybe DM a West Coast person and then DM an East Coast person and get your recommendations.
I mean, we have both East Coast and West Coast people on stream right now, as well as I guess European coast for Alex.
Yeah, and as European, most particularly Spaniard and Hispanic, I'm gonna say anything Hispanic that you can find on the US is usually the best. I'm just gonna say that.
And there goes the drone.
And the little baby drone too.
Yeah, somebody, where is this? Drew says that's not a drone; it's the mothership of the smaller drone. I guess it could still be a drone mothership though. Space Shuttle Discovery is using this as evidence as to why it's better than Starship. Disappointed noises. Pebmets, thank you for the support. They say if any wildlife in the area was harmed from the shockwave, I can see operations suspended until an investigation has been completed following a remedy to prevent a repeat. I mean, that's possible. Hopefully no wildlife was hurt in the making of this Starship.
It also depends on the scope of the damage, I
Yep.
guess.
James Juries is saying let's hope for getting a better look tomorrow at the damage. And they keep thinking about Apollo. Is that?
Oh, For All Mankind.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I was trying to I was like, I know what this is.
For All Mankind spoiler.
I'm not gonna do spoilers. Thank you. Leadmaster, thanks for the support. They say check the various replays of the explosion. You can see lots of hydraulic lines and control cabinets being ejected from the arms, tower, and the pad. Both arms move outward as a result. Yeah, I mean, I think that's accurate. It was an event. Thanks for the support. Jimmy J, thank you. They say, could they be venting the oxygen through the engines to try and cool down the entire area?
Nah.
No. Good question, though.
But they're probably not. That's usually not how they handle these kind of things.
I think we've seen today that adding oxygen to something on fire is not good.
Yeah. Perhaps liquid nitrogen, but oxygen, no.
Antimatter, thank you. Said they say I thought they were going for nominal, not abominal. That's amusing. Greg Dietz, thank you for the support. They say thanks for the marathon coverage. Chris Brown, thank you for the support. They say venting that's blanketing the ground. It could be SpaceX deliberately venting nitrogen to suppress any fires or ignition sources. That's plausible. We just mentioned that. Good call, Chris. Andrew Cap saying fire suppressant foam, not water. I mean, that's possible, yeah. Maybe that makes the payload more effective and worth it. James Jury says it's drone in time, and John Koffler, thank you for the support. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all the new members, too. Enables marathon coverage such as this. And if you can hear a dog walking around in the background, I apologize. She's a good dog.
Never apologize for a dog.
I just put it out that.
Robert is asking, Did the booster move at all from the explosion? I don't think we really saw the booster itself move, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it looked pretty solid. I mean, if it moved, that'd be a big problem because it's being held down in 20 places on the orbital pad.
Also, it's we had some questions earlier. Is the booster leaning? It's like, no, that's just the camera, which is now leaning thanks to the
Yeah.
explosion.
Thanks, SpaceX.
The camera was level once upon a time.
Poor Nick and Doss are gonna have to go back out and reorganize all the cameras.
Let's see. Luke is asking, do the GSE tanks look toasty? I don't think I saw any toastiness in the GSE tanks. They're pretty far.
Yeah, I didn't either. It was a very brief fireball. There was force behind it, but it wasn't like persistent fire near the bottom of the vehicle.
Yeah.
The shockwave definitely reached them, but I don't think the fireball actually went that far away.
Yeah. I think the only thing I really saw that was toasty is the orbital launch mount and legs.
Toasty legs. Damn, now I'm hungry.
I'm like imagining what that would be, and it's definitely like in the area of the supermarket or gas station, wherever you buy your trash food, that's like got all the Hostess stuff.
Yeah.
It would definitely be like some sort of cream filled, maybe with sprinkles on it. Toasty legs. And it would be spicy. Somebody make that.
Hey, another idea for a shop.
Darky's Box says, thanks for the great extended coverage. Everyone ignore mainstream media tomorrow. That's true. There will be a lot of gloom and doom about all of this. It's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. So nobody run around like the sky is falling. But yeah, brace yourself for all of the headlines tomorrow. SpaceX explosion, blah, Texas. I mean, yeah, there was an explosion while they were testing a rocket. Guess what? It's a rocket. Sometimes they explode when you test them. It's okay, as long as you're really careful when you test them. Let's see. Is the drone headed out or coming back?
It's hard to tell.
It's hovering.
It's there.
Yeah, it looks like it's hovering, maybe?
Like, it does look like it's just chilling there.
Could just be flying back.
Oh, well, now it's
turning rotating. Thin RMX is asking, how many tons of fuel does Starship have?
Well, right now we don't know.
It didn't have anywhere close to a full load when they were doing the testing.
Yeah, nowhere near 10% probably.
Yeah, not a lot, but there is a little bit in it. Nowhere near full load.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be in tonnage.
Yeah, as for the full load, I believe it is 3,400, or Elon, both Elon and SpaceX has said either 3,400 or 3,600, so something between 3,500. and it's 4.6 that, so it will be 760 tons of methane. That's total now on the booster.
Say it again, there was some venting.
Oh yeah, sorry. It will be 760 tons of methane when fully loaded. Again, we didn't see anywhere near close. Not even half of it, not even probably 10% of it.
Got it. Dar Twill is asking, why are they venting from a damaged area of the booster? If there is damage from explosion, why not use the vents to dump blocks or recycle? It's been venting for a long time. I mean, it kind of goes back into the same thing we were talking about earlier. Sometimes you just kind of want to wait and not make things worse by doing nothing. if you do something, even if you think it's going to help, you can also make things worse. And we don't know necessarily that the engines are damaged. They could be fine. We just don't know that. Wow, Gravely.
Go ahead.
Gravely Dawn. Thank you so much, Gravely.
Oh wow.
With a $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Doing this ain't
It
cheap.
feels bad. They didn't say anything. So hey, if you want to say anything, do it.
Yeah, you don't. I have nothing to riff on now. I just have to be genuinely thankful, which I definitely am, because we've been live for I don't even know how many hours now, and yeah, it's a lot of data and just a lot of personal time. So thank you. All right, big drone down.
Yeah.
Mini drone coming down. I love that there's two. There's a little guy and a big guy.
The understudy.
The intern drone.
The senior engineer and the intern. But yeah, it looks like venting has significantly slowed down. I don't know.
Still a little bit though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's still like the LOX dump line, or if that is the engine chill line, or basically coming out of the engines.
And looks like the frost is basically gone, right?
Yeah.
There's still a bit left, but that could just be residuals boiling off.
So it looks like they're pouring something into the drone right now. That guy has what appears to be a big plastic jug of water.
You know how covering
or some
has
liquid.
required a lot of us to learn a lot about cranes? I feel like we're entering the phase where we're about to have to learn a lot about drones.
I thought I knew about drones. I'm a commercial drone operator. I have my license and everything, and I did not know there was a drone you could fight fire with, which is what I'm guessing they're doing here.
But there's no fires, though.
I mean, unless you're spraying gasoline on them.
I mean,
let's make it worse. Just spray kerosene.
Maybe if there's no fire, there's warm spots, or spots where where something is smoldering.
Yeah, maybe the hydraulics area that caught on fire, or the whatever that was area by the tower.
Yeah, like the base of the tower. Yeah, they could just be, because they'll do that with airdrops of Phos-Chek and like the fire retardant out here in California all the time, where even if it's there's no large venting.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Back to.
Will it be again another lockdown? And it stopped.
I saw some people in the chat saying, "Is it a gas-powered drone?" And I'm just picturing them out there pool starting a drone.
Man, those pull starts. I've never stopped hating them since I was a kid. I'm sure I could. I haven't done one in a while, but I'm sure I could do one no problem now. But when you're a kid, those pull start things are like the bane of your existence. It's like if you ever want to prevent someone 13 and under from getting access to anything, just put a pull start attached to it, and they'll never be able to get it ever. Sorry, what'd you say, Ian?
I was just saying those are childproof for sure.
Yeah. All right, so booster is still doing its thing, and look at that, more venting.
I was actually pointing out before the first fire that when they do this, it actually looks like two streams, and that will basically be the same as what we saw in that picture that many people were asking us, oh, what are the two dots? Well, we sort of thought about it, and we came to the conclusion that they might be dumb holes for the LOX tank, and this kind of confirms that. But well, I wouldn't say 100%, but at least on the right track. You can see there again.
So you think that's coming? That's coming from those two cylinders, like the two dump vents or whatever you want to call them, looking things, not the engines.
Yeah, I will think so. At least with a limited viewing that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, so they Michael sums it up in a tweet. They brought out a firefighting drone and are resuming LOX dumping. Looks like. The view on the left kind of makes it look like the test tank is venting, but it's not. That's a ground a GSE vent behind the test tank.
And all the while, I'm just, again, in another part of the news today was the James Webb pictures, and I'm still seeing more and more stuff coming out, and it's amazing.
Yeah, good point. As we keep watching the booster continue to do these little periodic dumps of LOX, looks like, yeah, I've seen some really cool, like, back and forth between previous imagery and then the new James Webb imagery. Like, oh my gosh, it's so much better. There's like a galaxy that looks like it's a galaxy that looks like it's being like pulled apart like taffy. Like, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And there's another LOX dump.
We're certainly gonna need Hagen for a stream about that, I guess.
We also need someone to help us make all the snack foods that we're creating, because Galaxy Taffy sounds amazing.
Oh yeah. with the sprinkles, like these things,
Yes.
you know.
Exactly.
And you chew it, and it's another flavor. Oh.
So yeah, this is good.
Now.
This is what we want to see. We want to see the booster getting rid of its remaining liquid oxygen and entering a safe state.
Liquid oxygen flavored taffy?
I'd buy it.
I don't think so. I wouldn't buy it.
It would just taste like air, probably.
Wouldn't that be a nitrogen oxygen one?
I guess so.
LOX Taffy would have to be
nitrogen ice cream a thing?
I've had that before.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
It is quite good.
Well, you know how they have saltwater taffy? How about just like liquid methane taffy, where they just like stretch it through methane?
I know the smell and farts is not from methane, but I still feel like methane taffy would be farty, and it's just immediately, that's a hard no for me. I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of people saying maybe the drone has like a soap water mixture or a foam and water mixture, something like that, which is entirely possible. Some people asking if an SPMT caught on fire because of the black smoke. Looks like tires burning. I'm not sure if we know where all the SPMTs are on site, but I don't think one was at the launch site. But I could be completely wrong.
Yeah,
it looked like
store them at the site. If they do, they probably store them on the landing pad or by the suborbital site.
Yeah, and the fire was making the black smoke like it was mostly coming from around or near the base of the launch tower. So, and there's another dump. Or vent, or whatever.
Yeah. And shout out to SpaceX for helping us out and putting those lights on the pad. The mobile light on the right-hand side. Big help to us. It's great to see SpaceX watches our streams. I did that for us.
Yeah, that's why I did that for sure.
Definitely.
And another one?
Very quick. If I didn't know better, my mind, every time I see those, my mind thinks, oh, spin prime test, but yeah.
Don't think so.
I know, that's why when Alex was like, it's coming from the two vents maybe, I was like, oh yeah, but it's not the engines? Can it please be the engines? Can they be absolute mad lads?
Oh boy.
But yeah.
That will be, yeah. Yeah, but it's always coming from the same side. It looks always like two streams of venting we see there right now again.
I was going to guess that it was the center engines before you had said anything, but that's basically the same location as those two unknown circles, whatever we want to call them.
Yeah,
At this
they're
point, we just
close
call
to
them
the-
LOX
to the
dump
parent.
vents or LOX vents or something.
Yeah, sure. And also, I think I pointed out when we discussed this on the NSF Live that actually the ship has the same mechanism for flight. So, like, we're used to seeing dumps of liquid oxygen. This is not new for SpaceX. What is new,
Yeah, I mean, that
however,
was a part of
is
Starship launching, right? Is they would dump locks
Yep.
as they went up, or at periodic times while they were in the air.
especially once they switched to the header tanks when they were in the single engine, right at the apogee, they switched to the header tanks. And obviously, if you're in the LOX header tank, but you still have some liquid oxygen left over on the main tank, you're like, well, I don't need this, so I dump it. Because if you don't need it, you just dump it. That's sort of the philosophy there. Why would you keep it? You don't need it.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's interesting to me that we don't see a frost line really anywhere, and yet they still have so much to vent or dump from the vehicle.
Yeah, but I think that they're
Bulkhead is
doing it in.
big.
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was about to mention the bulkhead is big. It's 9-meter diameter bulkhead, and the thrust bag I think is 5.5-meter diameter. So it's big. There's a lot of locks that can fit in it.
Yeah, like even if it's not touching the side walls of the booster,
Mhm.
if it's just like in the bottom of the bowl, there's still
Yep.
a lot there. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's interesting to me that they're doing the LOX dumps in short bursts like that, like 3-second bursts. I mean, it kind of makes sense to prevent what we saw before with that big fire. But yeah, interesting. I guess they're just like, just get it out, but be careful.
Yeah, I mean that makes exactly the one that they did initially, or one of the ones they did initially, seemed to not be a short little quick one like that, and didn't go great. It looked like it fed a fire and made it worse. So little short blasts and then allowing that to dissipate makes a lot more sense than just going gung ho.
I wonder why it is now right there and not the same place that it was before.
What would you say?
The drones, they are now up there instead
Oh.
of closer to the base of the tower, which I don't know, but they weren't there before, so that's something new, I guess.
Maybe they're trying to like look over the berm at the tank farm, or look down at the QD arm, or at the QD umbilical.
I mean, it's a cute umbilical, so yeah, maybe they're just watching these LOX dumps and making sure they don't see anything happening as a result.
I love watching the little one. It's just so nimble. It just goes vroom, vroom, vroom.
Chad, are you team big drone or team little drone?
Oh no.
Team
We need Chris B to go on a pole spree again, but I bet Chris B is sleeping.
Hopefully he is. Seen a lot of big drone in the chat. What are we doing here?
Listen, we're waiting to make sure that the rocket is done being eventful for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, because the minute we shut down the stream early, it'll static fire or something.
No, it already static fired, remember?
Ooh.
It was static and had fire.
You are right.
I'm gonna keep making the same joke over and over.
Well, it's a good joke. I already saw it on the internet too, so attributed to NSF, which was nice.
Great.
And
All
drones
right,
are coming
drones
down. There, I just made an actual poll.
Oh boy.
Oh, did you really?
I did, in fact, make an actual poll. So, chat, let us know. What drone team are you on?
Oh man, I gotta think about this.
Ah, man. Team Little Drone's getting crushed over here.
Man, no one even likes Little Drone. I thought I was even giving it
Come
an
on.
advantage by calling it Little Drone.
Little Drone, come on, it's nimble.
It's so cute. It zips around. It's your friend.
Aw. He'd bring you a little glass of chocolate milk on a hot summer day.
Little Drone's just that kind of drone. And another vent or dump, whatever you want to call it.
Wonder what that vent was. If it was a tank farm or a booster. I'm wondering now if they are controlling the lock stuff. If they have someone like in the Stargate building just pressing like the space bar and holding it down for 5 seconds to do
That's
the lock
amazing.
stuff. They're probably just like, okay, it's been 15 seconds. All right, boop.
Press spacebar to vent.
Press V to vent.
Getting like the Simpsons vibes where Homer is working from home and has to save Springfield by venting radioactive gas, but can't.
Why? Now you
little
gotta-
little drinking bird.
Yeah.
People who don't watch The Simpsons are like, what?
Or any youngling. I believe you can actually see the missing actuator right there, a little bit on, like, next to the clock, to the right, on the chopstick arm, near the shoulder. But I guess you can also call it the armpit of the arm. And another dump.
Eventually, they're gonna run out of liquid oxygen to dump.
Yeah, that was a very long one. Maybe they're getting towards the end here.
Hmm.
All right, 70-30. Big drone to little drone. Big drone wins.
Ah.
I
Oh,
admit
no.
I had to root for the big drone. It was a really big drone, and I liked it.
You're a simple man. You see big drone, you like big drone.
Yeah.
Let's see, doing some more questions. Pistel is asking if we found out what was burned by the small fires. Nope, not yet. I'm sure we will, or we'll at least have some speculation about it, but as of right now, we don't know. Thankfully, both of those fires petered out over time and did not grow into worse situations. Some guy is asking if we know if the vents are pre-programmed or as a result of the anomaly.
Like the dumps we're seeing from the bottom of the booster.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's like manual or how that works. I think most testing flow would be like automated with some hold points where people have the ability to like do go or no go, or they can command certain things. But I don't know. That's an interesting question from some guy. There could literally be like a guy in the control room on a walkie-talkie with one of the drone guys, and the drone guy's like, "Yep, it looks good. Do another one," and then the guy in the control room presses spacebar for 5 seconds or something.
like case feet.
Oops, I staged. Whoops.
Whoops, we released
Check-
the launch clamps.
Yeah, whoops. Oh, that's me when I play Kerbal.
Doesn't matter how many hours you get in Kerbal, you will always accidentally stage somehow.
Oh, some truck is coming back. Might be one of the drone
Interesting.
trucks.
Interesting theory from Eric saying the little drone could be the canary in the coal mine for the big drone. It seems to go in first, just ahead of the big one. Could be a risk mitigation thing. Plausible. Charlie's asking, how can they keep these large clouds of methalox from accumulating around the base of the OLM? We've seen from this and the serial number campaigns that burning prop is a regular occurrence. I mean, I don't think this was a regular occurrence.
Yeah,
I don't think there was just like latent methane building up around the base. I think that methane was mixed in the engines with the LOX and ejected in such a way that it was like very very nearly an actual ignition, or like, you know, it's not like a Delta 4 Heavy. I think you guys were talking about this earlier, where it's sort of as part of the engine startup process, they vent a whole bunch of hydrogen, and then that has to be burned off by rofies or whatever. This was some sort of issue with the engines that resulted in a bunch of mixed LOX and methane being ejected, and as to how they can keep it from happening, I mean, anybody want to take a crack at that?
I think I will hold my analysis of that until we learn more thoroughly what happened today.
As will I.
A couple more super chats. Jonah, thank you for the $4.99 for my dog. It's my friend's dog, but she's a good dog. James, thank you for becoming a Red Team member, and thank you to all of our new members from this stream. Ubernator, they say, I wonder if the sheer amount of flow under the booster caused an electrostatic discharge spark to detonate the fuel and oxygen, kind of like lightning in a storm. That is an interesting theory. That would be quite something. Luis, thank you so much for the support. They say it looks like a controlled explosion. Probably was a test to calculate how much a full yield shockwave would. I don't think this was an intentional test.
No.
But thanks for the support. Sean, thank you. They say Close Encounters vibes with those drones. I love it. Back to tank watching and Close Encounters vibes. Anonymous saying it appears the shockwave may not have been that severe since the lights were not blown out by the pressure wave. That would be ideal. Ron, thank you for the support. They say light from drones reminds me of Close Encounters. Great job, guys. Yeah, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Charles Gilligley? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Upgraded to Launch Director. Thank you so much, Charles, for that heightened level of support. I hope you enjoy your fancy perk of getting your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live episodes. So thank you so much. In addition to all the other awesome perks, the Discord access, the preview videos, the members-only stuff. Seriously, thank you, Charles. We hope you enjoy all your perks. And if you don't know what the membership program is, there's a little button below the YouTube viewer window that you're watching right now where you can sign up and become a member for varying amounts of money and get varying perks, including access to our Discord. So check that out if you want even more content, or you want to talk to us about it, or you want to see the insanity going on in our member Discord today after everything, or what have you. Silly String, thank you for the support. They say, how many tiles do you think S24 lost? I don't know, but I bet you will know tomorrow once Mary and Nick get on the scene. Or tonight. Twisted Pixie, thank you. They say, I just got here. Can you do a recap on what went boom? Somebody that's not me do a recap. I did the last one.
Yeah, I gotcha. Basically, we saw them starting to load commodities onto the vehicle. We saw both the liquid oxygen tank and the methane tank get frosty. They looked like they were gearing up for some form of maybe a spin prime test or some other engine testing. We saw the engines go through chill down. Basically, they were not at the full flow velocity, but there was cold vapors flowing through the engine. And then right before the anomaly, the flow really kicked up into a high speed. It kind of looked like the beginning of a lock spin prime test. But right when that happened, something caused an ignition and a detonation. There was a very quick but powerful explosion at the base of the booster. We saw a lot of ground equipment kind of get thrown away by that. It definitely was not an expected outcome today. And since then, they've been working to safe the vehicle, and they're finally into what looks to be the final vents and dumps of the commodities that have been on the vehicle, because there were some fires at the pad as a result of that explosion. But those look to have been extinguished, and they're into the final safing now, hopefully.
Yeah, and we have a replay. I'll post a link in chat of just the explosion itself.
Yes, replays available on the NASA Spaceflight channel. Elon has mentioned on Twitter that the test was not nominal. They're into the analysis. He mentioned that cryogenics have a challenge where the fuel can evaporate and create an air-fuel mixture, which is an explosion risk. So it sounds like the preliminary analysis is suggesting that a methane-air mixture was created somehow. Not clear yet how that happened, but that's the latest. And obviously, SpaceX is going to have to inspect the booster and the ground equipment and all that to know more. But hopefully, we will learn more after SpaceX can do that. But yeah, that's what we know so far. And right now, we're just seeing the end of them safing the vehicle so that we can be sure that they have concluded their excitement for today.
Angel in chat says, RIP White Tube, 2022 to 2022.
The poor environmental control duct that was only there to do its job.
It just wants to save lives. It's literally there to save people's lives, and it just got obliterated, utterly obliterated. To shreds, you say.
Yeah, because when I first saw that on the hanging off the booster today, I was like, oh, that's proof they're not going to do anything flamey. What ended up happening? Something flamey.
To be fair, intentionally flamey.
Yes.
That loud vent we just heard, was that from the booster?
I don't know. It's getting tougher and tougher to see.
Well, thank you, Thomas, for the recap. Overdrive, thanks for the support. They're explaining the light layout on DJI drones. Front red, back green. Status. Front red, slow blink equals video capture. Slow red back equals low battery. Rapid green equals collision avoidance. Yep, that's accurate.
Neat.
Yeah, every once in a while we're getting vents that I don't think are from the booster because I'm not seeing anything. Could be.
It sounds like a booster vent. We could just be not seeing it, but
yeah,
I'm also not seeing it.
We also haven't seen a lock stump in a little while, have we?
No, maybe maybe we're down to just gaseous commodities at this point, and that they are now venting with the traditional vents. France, oh wow, we just got a whole bunch of new members. What just happened?
Wow.
Francis, thank you for the new membership, becoming a pad rat. Josh, thank you for the new membership, becoming a Capcom member, where you get Discord access at Capcom and above. That's like the best perk. So make sure you get into the Discord. And I will give you my traditional Forrest Gump wave, Josh. I know, such a big perk. And Tony. Tony also becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much. The membership program is like a huge way that we are able to do what we do. It lets us eliminate the vagaries of the algorithm, and really it's like a monthly thing where we know how we can plan and what we can do, and it's huge. It's huger than huge. Among all the ways to support us, whether you get the merch or just hit the like button, We definitely extra appreciate all of our members and everyone that chooses to support us in any way. So thanks, everybody. Kyle Trick wants us to pull B7 done onto B8. I think hang on, I'll do that in a second.
Put one that is done or gone.
Trevor is watching, and I'm not going to show that on screen. Trevor, nice try. And Gable
Trevor
saying, could they be running liquid nitrogen through each engine's pumps to make sure everything is working? I mean, they could be doing a lot of things. I'm not going to speculate on what they're actually doing. Oh no. I hit the don't show button instead of the show button. Sorry. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that that venting's coming from the booster and it's just gaseous stuff at this point. But maybe I could be wrong. Okay, I said I was gonna do that poll, so I'm gonna do that poll. Somebody talk.
Oh, well, it looks like the venting is slowing down, or at least the LOX dumps have paused for now, at least. We did know there's not a lot of liquid oxygen in the bottom tank of Booster 7. They may be out of LOX at the bottom. Maybe they're just lowering it. We are hearing intermittent venting like that. We don't know if that's from the booster, from the ground support equipment. It sounds like a booster vent. We can't see anything, so it's not definite. But it seems like the vehicle is definitely well into the process of being safed. The road is still closed at the moment to everyone except SpaceX employees. Again, the road closure ends in about 47 minutes, I think. So they still have a bit of time there, but again, that could be extended if they really need to. But it doesn't look like there's too much hazardous activity going on right now.
Alright, I've placed my vote with some degree of confidence.
As have I.
Yeah, I guess I should as well. The poll is in chat.
And while we're discussing that, it's important to note, we said it before, but the condition of Booster 7 isn't exactly known, and they're not really going to get a good idea of what's happened until they send people out. People with wrenches, people that can open up the hatches, look inside, inspect the Raptors, look at the pad infrastructure. A lot has happened today. A lot was put at risk today. There could be minor damage, there could be major damage. This could be 2 more days of repairs, or it could be 4 more months of repairs. So a lot is going to happen in the next few days in terms of inspections. Make sure to watch the daily videos on our channel for that. But yeah, it's going to be neat to see what they do, what they take apart, what we see them working on.
Come on, we have 8,000 people watching, but we only have 1,000 votes, and it's almost dead even. So come on, if you haven't voted, vote. I'm gonna leave the poll up.
I love democracy.
I'm gonna leave the poll up for 4 more minutes for a total of 5.
I'm Team Booster 8 is gonna come here.
Yeah, I'm with Alex.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more interesting events with Booster 8.
No, I'm on Team B7 is good. B7's strong boy.
I don't know. A lot happened. A lot has happened today.
Yeah, as evidenced by the not level camera on the left.
Yeah. We promised that camera was level like a few hours ago.
We don't know what that camera's still attached to anymore, but the camera's still there.
We're up to 1,700 votes. Come on, let's see what you guys can do. I want a representative sample here.
I forget my statistics of how much of a population you need to have, how big of a sample you need from a population for you to be able to mathematically assume that the sample is representative of the population. Someone with more recent stat education than me remind me.
It's really amusing how dead even it is. I mean, it's been almost 50-50 this entire time. Oh my god. Did somebody gift memberships or something? We have like 1 million new members all of a sudden.
Yeah, there was a few all at once back there before you started the poll.
No, I don't
Holy
think
cow.
I don't think anyone gifted, because the gifted ones are Red Team members. We have at least 3 Pad Rats, Red Team, Capcom. Yeah, there's a lot of people joining, and man, that's awesome. Especially those that are Capcom or above, because we're gonna see them come into our Discord server. So, yeah, with your high gift.
Oh, and on the right camera view above the QD arm, you can see the drone, the lights of a drone. I don't know if that's
Oh.
the hashtag Team Big Drone or hashtag Team Little Drone.
Yeah, you're right. It's right there. It seems to me like the small one.
But yeah, I'll run through some of these member. Like, holy cow! Thank you everybody. Photo James, Padrat, Jean, Etienne, Jean. I'm gonna go with Jean. I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna try your last name because I don't want to butcher it because it looks like a very nice last name. But thanks for coming a Padrat. Dwan G, thanks for becoming a Padrat. Hammer 1, thank you for becoming a Padrat. This is insane amount of new members. Thank you so much. Solaris upgraded to Capcom. Enjoy your Discord access, Solaris. FSD Beta OC, I think that person drives a Tesla in Orange County, became a Capcom member. Thank you so much. Holy cow, thank you everybody. Again, the membership program is key to what we do. So the new members, whenever we see the new members, it's always just like, oh, thank you so much. It's awesome that you guys trust us and support us to bring you spaceflight news. And you better believe we'll keep doing it. As long as you keep watching and supporting. Desmo Bluefire says Elon is on his way to Starbase, tracking his jet. I don't really like tracking his jet, but if you want to do it, go more power to you. But I believe it. David Murray, thanks for the support. They say if the glass lights survived, I bet the Raptors did too. That would make sense. That's a reasonable line of logic.
Well,
Matt,
I would
thank you
make
for the support.
counter argument there.
Go for it.
Sorry.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead. Counter argument. Go.
Yeah, the lights survive, but then again, you can see all the launch pad and the cables, and some of them got damaged.
Yes.
And even the handrails got damaged. So, it kind of depends.
Yeah, I mean, the counter argument would be, or maybe just another counter argument would be, it's a launch pad. They installed robust explosion-proof lights or light housings or something. And so they didn't blow up, when other stuff might, maybe did. But I don't know. Matt says, explosion at 420, good publicity or bad? I hear what you're saying, Matt. Sometimes, I don't know. It's just a weird coincidence. Noah, thank you for the support. They say, I thought 7 was supposed to be a lucky number. That's hilarious. W4W Raker is saying so much for a 724 launch on 724 for my birthday. Never say never, but I'm going to say probably not. The Doers, thank you for the support. They say the vent noise is coming from the backside of the white silos with the lights on them. Okay, that makes sense. I have seen and heard venting from there before. That does kind of sound like Orbital Tank Farm venting. I was pretty sure it was Booster earlier, but I could always be wrong. Alan, thank you for the support. And Twisted Pixie saying, can we get merch that says I just had some gaseous commodities to expel? Sorry about that, B7.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Cool. Thank you for all the super chats, everyone, and thanks to all the new members. If you have any questions, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, we'll see your question pop up, and we might be able to answer it. Or we might just riff on it for a while, or we might invent a new snack like Galaxy Taffy.
It's interesting to note, this is something I thought of a few weeks ago. If you look at the original methane oxygen vertical tanks, the lights on the side are yellow. Those are sodium vapor lights. I feel like those were bright white lights, like LED lights, a few months ago. But either way, those sodium vapor lights, that bright blinding yellow, those are recommended in the environmental assessment because those have lower impacts on sea turtle nesting, which is happening just a few hundred yards, few hundred meters to the left at Boca Chica Beach. There's something neat to point out there that they are adapting to the environmental assessment.
Rick Luke, thank you for becoming a pad rat. Scott is asking an interesting question. How can they expect to launch from the orbital launch mount if this boom caused so much damage? Won't launch be significantly more violent?
There is a difference between
a detonation and a launch.
Like this detonation and then just thrust.
Yeah, or like the acoustics associated.
Yeah, and also sound suppression would be active when they are planning for ignition. But yeah, the detonation kind of goes out in all directions, whereas when you're just pointing your thrust towards the base, maybe that's different. It's also possible that, I think we're expecting more work on the launch mount, more things to have been, like, lines shielded and stuff like that, which they didn't get to, and they might not have done considering they weren't expecting an ignition source. So it's hard to tell. Very good question. I think that's in the wait and see category, but there is differences between the two.
In fact, Thomas, a little bit of a spoiler alert. We caught some covers coming to the launch site this morning. So yeah, Mary and I think it was Mary who saw those arriving. I think we also saw it on the robots, right? I think we did. But yeah, they arrived there. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say that should be in the daily video that's going to be coming up later on tonight with more replay angles than we included in our fast reaction video of the explosion, which also, if you're wanting a summary of what happened, go check out the fast reaction video. It shows the explosion from a couple different angles and a little bit of the slow-mo. But there is a daily coming, and that footage will be in it. But what were those covers?
Yeah, so it was a little bit of a spoiler for the daily, but I should point it out. I think Chris shared that with members. I think we usually release some photos and things like that to members. So members put it, by the way, conclusion there. Yeah, we actually saw some of these covers coming in. I believe it's venting, right?
Oh yeah, near the top of the booster. Yep.
Yeah, I was just hearing that, and I was like, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I figured that out. It was like, hang on, it's venting.
Like it's depressing, maybe finally. That was a nice big long vent.
That could be the final depress that we've seen in the past.
Well, I think we'll get some more coming, but we're well on our way. That's for sure. So what were you saying, Alex, about the covers? Sorry. Watch, it'll start venting again as soon as you start talking.
Yeah, don't worry. I just didn't notice. It was like, oh, hold on, it's venting. They don't hear me. Yeah, I was saying they arrived today. These fans. Wait, these fans. These covers arrived today, and we expected them to go to the Orbital launch mount, but now, I guess they'll probably wait for them to repair everything. Yeah.
Maybe they'll just slap them on there. Be optimistic. Come on. We're going to Mars.
Just
Mars
like this.
2024.
Launches
Yeah,
next
yeah.
week, everyone.
Just put it there and send it. Why not?
Like, I think. Oh, I forgot to close the poll, but the poll, it ended up 51% are saying B7 is good, 49% are saying B8 is the way. I am amused at how that's like basically ended up being 50-50.
Seems the booster is quieted down a little bit here. There's still some venting from the base of the vehicle near the engine chill lines that we saw getting very active just a few minutes ago. Feels to me like that was the depress vent. We haven't seen any more venting, but again, something else could happen in a few minutes.
Yep, that definitely. I agree with you, Ian. In chat, you're saying this feels like depress. This definitely is. Looks like a more standard behavior that we're familiar with, where they are slowly depressing this thing, and we'll see these vents peter out in intensity over a little bit of time, and then they'll reopen the road and go back to the launch site and assess the damage.
Very cool.
Another little venti vent. Chaga is asking, sorry if this has been asked before, but is Ship 24 compatible with Booster 8? Yes, I believe it is. They are of the same design type. Patrick Colhoun is asking, how do you think this... Hey, Patrick. How do you think this affected the Ship 24 testing campaign? That is a good question. Hopefully only minimally. I think it's probably too early to say. Elon did tweet, as I'm sure you know, that he said more later. So hopefully we find out more and can get a better assessment. Ron Watkins is asking for a summary. Again, there was a video. We posted like a rapid fire video, like rapid fire as quickly as possible. So you can go check out that, and we'll, I'm sure, do a summary at some point again. But I feel like we've just did like 3 summaries. So,
Jean, we really quick,
Go
Jay,
ahead.
we're seeing
Speaking of
another booster on our
boosters.
screen right now.
Oh, thank you. I was looking at the membership panel.
Yeah,
Hey, it's an all booster Monday night.
B1058 coming back from the Starlink 4-21 mission. I think that's just with the instructions, if I'm correct.
Yep.
More venting from Booster 4. Booster 7, excuse me.
Come on, booster.
So many boosters, right?
Hopefully not booster 4.
Oh yeah.
Listen, we greatly appreciate that SpaceX is safing the booster, but it also interrupts our conversation.
Well, thankfully,
I just love it's like B7 is a jerk that keeps wanting to talk over you.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway,
I mean,
quick update. Booster
it had
1058 back on Just Read the Instructions. Check it out on NSF Fleet Cam. Anyway, back to
Yeah.
station.
Yeah, I was about to say it had the anomaly, this explosion the day they released the pictures from James Webb. So it was like, yeah, it's trying to steal the moment, I guess.
It is.
Jean-Michael Dutil, hopefully I'm not butchering your name too much, says, hi, big fan. Which vehicle could succeed Starlink V2 deployment? I guess it depends on how you define deploy. Just yeeting one while you're on like a suborbital trajectory, or like actually deploying an operational load of what, like 50-something Starlinks? I'm going to go with ship 25. I think ship 24 will do good, and ship 25 will do even better. At least that's the optimist in me.
I think I'll
And
go with
holy-
ship 25.
Say what?
Yeah, I think I'll go with ship 25.
Nice. Holy cow, we have even more memberships. Thank you, everybody. I don't even know. This is a huge number of members, so thank you so much. Jham, Padrat, Hilgeniac, thank you. Red Team member. Blake Alexander, a Padrat. Noah, a Padrat. Bonnie coming in at Capcom. Bonnie, you get Discord access at that level. So please enjoy that. Tyler Pepper, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. And Kyle Trick, thank you for the support. They say Ship 24 is wondering, what is B7 doing? Ship 24 is like, oh god, I'm next.
I would once again like to reiterate that I'm looking forward to the Daily Hopper comic that comes from today.
Concur.
Oh yeah.
Please let it be about B7 having eaten too many spicy burritos or something. And then big black cloud, and then Ship 24 is like, ew, I don't know. I'm a child. I'm sorry, I'm a child.
Or like Crispy said earlier, Star Hopper looking at Ship 24 be like, first time.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I do enjoy those the vents near the top that are also of course they're also used for attitude control, because I think seeing them here on the ground gives you a really good idea of how the heck they're going to use just exhaust gases for attitude control. It's like, no, they're pretty powerful.
Yeah, that's a good point. It still sort of blows my mind that they're going to do that. It's so crazy to me. Like, well, yeah, we have ullage gas. It's ready to go. Let's just throw it overboard. We're going to throw it overboard anyway. It's like, oh, all right. Okay. But yeah, those vents are cool. And even cooler is the vehicle slowly being safed. And those vents are what we want to see. Eventually they'll do one of those where they just crack open the vents and just leave them open, and we'll see the pressure sort of slowly peter out. As we have so many times. Let's see. Okay, something is going on. What is going on? Chris, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above, you get Discord access. Lonnie Gray coming a Launch Director member. Thank you so much, Lonnie. You get your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live episodes, in addition to all of the other perks. Thank you so much. Launch Director is a huge amount of support. Also, R. Fitch, Launch Director. What is going on? Did somebody put something in all your guys' locks? Maybe a little bit of methane. Thank you so much to all of our new members. Alan, coming into the Capcom, again, Discord access. Pop into Discord and say, hey, look at our insane creations in Kerbal Space Program in that channel. Argue about tech in the tech channel. Or spam crab gifts in the party chat.
I owe Adrian a Curse Delta 4 variant of some kind.
Nice.
Oh.
And Kelly Michael, I Love Space, I think is that name, came in at Pad Rat. Thank you so much. That's like, I don't even know. That might be the most new members we've had on a single stream. Either way, it's a lot. Thank you, everybody. What should I do the next poll about? Will they need to extend the road closure? Yes or no?
I was about to say, the road closure is supposed to end in like 22 minutes.
Boom. The poll is up. What do you think, chat?
I think that was Booster 7's way of saying no.
I mean, we are trending to the point where it seems like we could be able to get to a safe point for the road to open in about 20 minutes. I would not be shocked. In fact, I'm going to vote no on the poll. I'm still just thinking about that James Webb image. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's beautiful. I can't get over it. That's my new lock screen on my phone.
Ooh, good idea.
Yeah.
I think it'll be my new background. I'm still kind of bummed. I feel like we didn't get Chris G's full, or any. I don't think we got his reaction. I wanted to hear him just like lose his mind live on stream, but I guess we'll have to wait for. We'll have to wait for another day for that.
Tomorrow,
Perhaps.
they're releasing more images, so...
Yeah, that's right. We get more tomorrow. Do we know what that is yet, or we just know more?
I was thinking member stream. Chris G reaction.
Chris G and Hagen.
Oh, yeah. Hagen too.
The poll is currently at 67% yes, 33% no. Wow, y'all are not optimistic tonight.
I mean, it looks like the booster's relatively safe. There's... I don't even know, is there... It looks like maybe there's a little pulling coming out from under the engines.
Just like a little bit, but it could... Unless it's from the mount?
Yeah, I don't know.
There are times where the booster vents and it's basically just like see-through, not visible. It could also be like one of our chatters earlier said, it could be coming from behind the orbital launch mount from the perspective of the camera on the right.
Yeah.
There is a vent right there. It does sound like that. I think that's honestly probably what it is, but hard to say. Maybe we'll get a better view of it with the camera on the left. And all of these cameras that we have and are able to run 24/7 are thanks to everybody supporting, doing the super chats. Even just if you can't support monetarily, hitting the like button or what have you. Seriously, thank you so much to everybody. Yay, venting. Holy cow. Leith Blade, Red Team member, thank you. Steven, Padrat member, thank you. David, Capcom member, enjoy the Discord access. And Padrat and Red Team members, you get like YouTube chat emoji. I don't want to neglect the YouTube chat emoji. Here's I'm controversial. I'd put a Tory super heavy in chat. Oh god, I'm on NASA Spaceflight Actual. Whoops. Whoops.
And Jack has access to
I was doing the polls. Come on, I was doing the polls. Give me a break. But yeah, you don't forget the chat emoji. I absolutely love the chat emoji. In fact, here's a bird. Oh wait, I'm still on NASA Spaceflight Actual. Oh no. Brandon, flight engineer member. Holy cow, Brandon, thank you. That's amazing. Cat Blue, Padrat, Brent, Capcom, and Dave. Thank you so much coming at Capcom. We got a lot of new Discord members today. Pop on in and say hey and enjoy our wacky Discord. And informative. Wacky and informative. It's the best combination of the two.
Oh, look at that leg there on the orbital pad. That is scorched.
Yeah, that was a different color like a few hours ago.
Again, the damage may not be that significant. It probably just looks worse than it actually is, but that's still pretty scorched.
I suppose it was going to get that way.
Is that a launch mount leg or a Falcon 9 after like 10 flights?
Yeah, seriously.
Like
and then someone's like, it's not scorched, it's soot. And then it's like, it's not soot, it's scorched. And it's like, I quit.
That reminds me, there were many people thinking that B-1058 was done for after that failure of the landing video or something. And they landed fine. It's there. You can see it on Fleet Cam.
Shout out to Fleet Cam. It exists. It's 24/7, just like all of our 24/7 live streams. McGregor, Fleet Cam, and SBL. Anywhere you let DOS put some eyes, he will.
You gotta ask politely if we could put a camera on top of the tower.
That'd be amazing. Kyle is asking, stage 0 damage or no? I think probably some minor damage, but hopefully nothing too major. What do you all think?
Well. I was going to say rest in peace White 2 2022.
Yes!
Booster 7 was like, no, I must have all of the attention.
Oh man.
Forget about the white tube.
R.I.P. White Tube. Can we get R.I.P. White Tube shirts?
The most niche shirts.
Yeah, like one person ever in your entire life will laugh at it, unless you have cool friends. In which case, like 2 will. I'm just looking at the panel for some more chat questions. Dave just became a member too. Dave saying, thank you for the 2.5 years of hugely entertaining streams. I was there for serial number 1 and all the highlights and low points since. Just upgraded to Capcom as well. You did. Thank you, Dave, so much. Dave Warner from New York. Oh my gosh, it's been a wild ride, huh? From a field in Texas to here. And yet it feels like the old days a little bit today.
I still remember thinking. I remember in 2016, or maybe it was like 2018. Nomad, old Boca Chica resident and regular on the NSF forums, posted, "Hey, they're tearing down the dirt mound. They're making it into a flat area." And I was like, "What could that be?" And now, flash forward 4 years later, here we are. It's so strange.
Pretty wild. Also, I miss Nomad. I mean,
Me
he's
too.
still around. He just doesn't live in Boca anymore. What a great guy.
Very funny.
Yep, so B7 continuing to vent intermittently, and the road still appears to be closed. But hopefully we get B7 fully safed and the road reopens here soon. We've got 13 minutes, roughly, well now 12 minutes left in the road closure. But they could always extend it.
Haven't yet. We would get a notification if they had, but...
Lycitronica? I'm not pronouncing your name right, but person who just became a PadRat member, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. I'm blown away by all the memberships on this stream. Get it blown away because there was an explosion. Like how literally like 3 people just make angry noises for a couple seconds after that.
And you go to the corner.
We've reached that part of the NSF stream.
Do you want me to tell you how to best make bacon?
We've already gone over this. Oh, and I'm so hungry.
See, that's why I took a break to eat something.
Oh, I need to do that. Jens, thank you for becoming a flight engineer. Flight engineers and launch directors are our 2 higher-end perk levels, and you get your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live. You get Capcom access. You get the members only emoji. You get the YouTube preview videos and photos and whatnot from Mary and Nick and others. And yeah, that is all the awesome perks you get. Thank you so much for the support.
Most importantly, our love was waiting for B7 to vent, so I made a pause there.
You have a skill of making B7 vent every time you talk.
Yeah, I think it
keep
hates
talking,
me.
they'll save the vehicle faster.
And then we can go get some sweet bacon.
See, now
Sometimes
is
they're
gonna
done
talk
saving
about
it. They might be
food.
serving bacon everywhere.
We should have put some bacon near the end.
You heard it here first. Booster 7, not a fan of bacon.
Are you okay, Mr. 7? You done?
YouTube chat, when they hear Booster 7 is not a fan of bacon, everyone goes back to that poll, changes their votes to Booster 8.
Yeah, Booster 8 is the new god. All hail Booster 8.
See, now we're talking about food, and you know how chat is always with food. They're gonna be in a fight forever.
Gary Swift is asking, is Canadian bacon still bacon? I say yes, it's still bacon.
We should make
it's delicious.
To bacon or not to bacon?
To bacon.
Agreed.
What?
I don't know. I'm just agreeing with bacon. Is that a crime?
So lost at this point.
Bacon.
Mark is asking if the engine shields are installed. I'm trying to think of that photo from underneath, with the views of all 33 engines. I'm not sure. Does anyone know one way or the other if the engines have the shields installed? Because that would certainly alter the prospects for them if there was, in terms of how much damage they may or may not have taken.
They do have the shields installed from the SpaceX picture from July 2nd. It looks like they have most, if not all, of the shielding installed.
All right, well there you have it. Oh my God, am I about to roast myself? B Flying says, "New poll: Are Jack's jokes good?" Here we go. We're doing it.
That's about right. That's what we need to be asking.
We're going full recursive. All right, the poll's up. Put your votes in. Let's see.
Seeing some people saying no.
They're saying cheater.
The joke there is that I only gave you the option to answer yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I went to make my vote. What?
Thomas is going to vote no.
I was gonna vote yes. Now I'm reconsidering. this is not democracy. That's so scary.
I think that was Booster 7 saying no.
I agree.
By the way, I've noticed something, just going a little bit more serious and stuff. I noticed something with the depress vents. They fire all 4 of them, and then 3 of them shut down, and then they leave 1, and that 1 shuts down. I don't know how it is, why is that? But it's interesting to know that, I guess. At least
that's
for
not
me.
That's not unique from tonight. I know I've seen it do that same thing on with other testing, but it's cool to point out. It's a good point. I wonder why it does it that way.
People now, oh, we're talking about a poll. Why are you talking about something serious? Come on.
Rough Riders mentioned Apple boxes in a super chat, which means I have to destroy at least one of my boxes instead of sending it to him. If you don't get that, it's because you're not on our Discord. Kyle is asking more damage to the orbital launch mount or to the booster. I'm gonna go to the mount, but that's a pretty bold guess. What do you guys think? More damage to the OLM or the booster?
Whew. I'd say probably booster, given that the launch mount should be able to withstand fire. But
yeah, I'm going booster.
Let's see.
Let's see. Space travel, thank you so much for coming at Padrat. The Captain of Outer Space, thank you so much. They say a wise man once said the best jokes are the ones you have to explain. And W4 Raker says Jack has not had a top yes tonight, a lot of bottom yes. I guess if you don't like my jokes, that's all right. That's fine. Let's see. Kyle is asking if Booster 8 has Raptor 2 engines ready. Define ready. I think they probably have at least a subset of the engines on site. I don't think we know if they're installed on Booster 8 or not yet.
Yeah, we talk about the deliveries that we saw recently, and that usually we see probably about half of the one. I guess Booster 7 doesn't want me to talk about Booster 8. It's jealous. Yeah, basically that we see engines arrive, and usually it's about half of the ones that they are actually there, because they sometimes deliver engines and it's a little bit more tricky to spot because of the location, the way, or the time of the day, various reasons. And we actually spotted about 6 to 7 in the past month or so. So perhaps there's about 12 to 13, perhaps more. But not installed on Booster 8, by the way. Should say that.
Done not blow. So where we have what 2 minutes left before the road closure expires? Seems like they're gonna extend it, huh?
I guess. I
maybe
mean, the
not.
booster looks like safe. I know they're venting every once in a while, but it's clearly not. There's not a lot of vapors from the engine section anymore. Obviously, no fires or anything. Nothing that appears to be an immediate danger. It's just a matter of them closing out whatever checks they need to do.
Yep. Did the lights on the chopsticks just come on?
I think they've been on.
Or sorry, the quick disconnect.
That's been on 2 as well, I think.
Oh, well, I'm just dumb. Never mind. Divine East, thanks for the support. They say, I've been watching this stream for 8 hours, and finally the topic turns to bacon. About time. I love it. Crutch Media saying, how many engines do you think are damaged? Anyone want to take a guess?
More than one.
Between
Perhaps.
0 and 33.
Ian wins.
Taking a little safe route.
It's like the equivalent of saying $1, Bob, at Price is Right. Let's see. Schmelt says they're convinced a SpaceX employee is watching and just waiting for Alex to talk. That's highly accurate. It's like every time. Scott saying, do you think they will static fire ship every time before stacking and other second stages? Are other second...
Can't make this up, man. You can't make this up.
Nope.
Oh God.
I'm just, it's like I don't even want to try anymore.
Oh boy, I'm gonna mute myself because I'm laughing right now too much.
So, if I can get a question out, Booster 7, Scott is asking, do you think that they will static fire the ship every time before stacking? Are other second stages normally static fired? We see them, they do static firing of second stages in McGregor, don't they?
Yep, every second stage.
Yeah.
So it would not surprise me if they static fire ship every time. Jordan Thompson, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. All right, well, the road closure has exceeded the allotted amount of time.
Patrick in the back channel poll idea. Will Booster 7 interrupt this poll?
Nice.
That's a good one.
Just looking for some more questions. I guess, Ron, you wanted a summary. They were doing some sort of engine testing. There was an unplanned ignition. There appeared to be a large shockwave and fireball. There were some residual fires that occurred from that. We have spent a lot of time waiting for them to safe the booster and reopen the road, and that is basically where we are at. I mean, I think maybe at this point we throw to Starbase Live. I don't know. Is that because Starbase Live is live 24/7
Well,
and
so here's
has
the deal. We talked
these
about
same views.
Yeah, we talked about earlier about, what might give us an idea on how long the saving process is going to take. And we said, well, it will either be done within the road closure or SpaceX will extend the road closure. And usually, if the road closure has to go beyond the window, we get a notification of when that's happening. We are now 3.5 minutes beyond the end of the road closure, and the road is still closed. And we don't know when it's going to be open. I do think that we have seen that the booster is probably in the final stages of being safe. I think we can probably summarize that the booster is no longer in there's no danger to the vehicle or the infrastructure, and we're going to just have to wait and see what the damage was from today's anomaly. Obviously, even if it is a setback, is another step towards progress for the Starship program, but I think that Starbase Live will have all of these camera views throughout the night, and plus, depending on your time zone, and I guess, well, if we clock it on Central Time, in 2 hours, it's Starbase Live's birthday, so.
That's true.
Did anybody get it a cake?
I think we'll have to get on.
Does anybody know what Starbase Live's favorite cake is?
Uh-oh.
I don't know, we'll have to ask.
Get it a vanilla cake and give it to me.
If anyone's
we had
getting
a big
Starbase Live's
candle
cake,
today.
it's DOS.
True, yeah.
We had a big candle today, at least.
Yeah, we
Yeah, the
did.
candle was a day early.
Hey, you never know what'll happen tomorrow.
Oh no, don't say that.
Oh boy. Shush.
Oh boy.
Alright, well, is that gonna do it for our commentated coverage today?
Sounds like it.
Well, you seemed like you need to eat something, so yeah.
I have not eaten since I woke up because my plan was to eat right before we got called in to go live. So.
All right, well, go get some bacon and watch Starbase Live.
Yeah, that sounds like a great evening.
Thanks for watching, everybody.